Chapter 50. Facade. Simon froze, drawing his shields tighter around himself as he looked at the scene below, increasing his protection but desperately trying not to draw attention while he did it. He'd intended to give one final warning to Kevin that he needed to move. Now. Yet what he saw chilled him all the way through and left him grateful that he maintained the habit of checking not only where he wanted to appear, but the immediate surrounds before he materialized anywhere. There was what he expected to see, the dull glow from the normal humans clumped together outside the castle walls and scattered throughout the estate house. Then the fitful stuttering glow that he recognized as the sundered ones off to one side, the ones his spies had told him were in the underground caverns accessed by a network of natural tunnels running beneath the estate. There were a couple of dead places that, on closer inspection, proved to be Kevin, of course, and the former Lady Amelia, now of the new breed of sundered, and a few others like her, all shielding. Unless you were looking for the signs of it, no one would notice them. Except for the one void he checked, the one that had frozen him to his core. The one that, on closer inspection, had proven to be the Scholar Clemens. Normal humans didn't produce the carefully shielded dead spots. They weren't capable of it. That meant Scholar Clemens was not human. At first, he thought the man was trying to take advantage of Amelia. He was certainly using up most of his focus on her to the exclusion of all else. Whatever he was doing to her, it made other things slip, like a shield. The so-called Scholar Clemens shifted in his mind's eye as he watched, flickering from the elderly scholar to a much younger man. It took everything in him not to draw the veil to him and flee. He wasn't sure what Kevin was thinking, but that man, the so-called leader of the Order, was kin. Or perhaps elder. Simon bit his lip, wondering whether his friend really hadn't seen it. For the apparent scholar to do what he was doing, it had to mean he was elder. An elder who'd been going to extreme lengths to hide what he was. There would be no need to hide that with Lord Kessler. The man was only a human and wouldn't notice anyway. That meant he was hiding what he was from Kevin. What Simon couldn't work out was how his friend, after all this time, did not know. Or, if he did, what he was thinking. Simon edged back into the veil degree by degree, desperate not to draw the attention of the other. It was one thing for a human to dispose of the current ruling family and try to place himself as the ruler of Valencia. It was clear even to him that despite what the fool Kessler thought, it was never going to be him on the throne. Kevin he could have dealt with as the power behind the throne. This Clemens, or whatever his name was an entirely different matter. He doubted an elder who, gone to these lengths, would be content to allow another, even a puppet, to take the throne. Simon paused his retreat, frowning. He just couldn't work out why an elder would go to these lengths, hiding behind the facade of being human and behind the Order. He shook himself. Why didn't matter. This situation had changed. Simon swore and pushed indecision aside. He carefully scanned the Kessler estate and discovered Kevin in a room down the other end of the hall from the one the so-called leader of the Order was in. Carefully keeping his personal shield wrapped tightly around him, he edged into Kevin's rooms. As he dismissed the veil appearing in Kevin's room, his friend jumped with a curse, only to relax a moment later when recognition dawned on his face. "Simon, you gave me a heart attack. What are you doing here?" Kevin slumped back into his chair, putting aside a map he'd been studying. "Kevin, it's not too late. Leave this madness. Let the Order fend for itself." Simon saw contempt spread on his friend's face. "You always did lack ambition, Simon." "Damn it, Kevin, listen for once in your life. That man who calls himself Clemens is elder." Simon hissed at his longtime friend, keeping his voice low. Kevin's eyes widened in shock before he threw his head back in a hearty laugh. "Really, Simon? I know you are a coward and terrified of Edward's wrath should he discover our treachery, but this is ridiculous. That old man is not elder. I think after all this time I would have noticed if he was." "I know what I saw. You need to back away from this madness." Simon felt his stomach sink as he saw the condescending expression on Kevin's face. "Go back and cower in your den of thieves, Simon. You were never meant to rule." Simon slowly drew the veil to him, withdrawing as gradually as he'd come here. It had been a risk to try to warn Kevin. He should have known better, but at least he tried. He knew what he needed to do next. That was something he faced with even more trepidation than that with which he had faced the man he'd thought of as a friend. Chapter 51. Learning. Kyle turned and looked at the lady he was talking to and smiled an apology that he hoped wasn't too brittle. "Excuse me, my lady. I think I'll take a seat. It's been tiring of late." Kyle glanced across at Joanna, then back to the lady. As he'd hoped, a look of understanding crossed her face. As he'd hoped, his unfortunate slip where he'd mentioned that Joanna had kept him enslaved had swept the court. "Of course, my lord." Moisture welled in the lady's eyes as she looked across the garden where Joanna sat calmly and back at him. He turned to walk to a small sheltered grotto. He gestured discreetly to James, who took up position with his fellow elite at the entrance of the grotto without comment. As he relaxed back onto the lounging chair in the garden, he had no doubt even this small a withdrawal would cause gossip, but right now he didn't really care. After all, his unfortunate slip-up from the other night where he'd mentioned his enslavement was doing the rounds already. He had no doubt the gossips would attribute his current withdrawal to the fact that Joanna was present at the garden party. He contemplated disappearing to his rooms, but knew that would be unacceptable. As he promised, William had signed the contract between himself and Rosalinda. It had been a small affair, with only a handful of the highest-ranking lords and ladies of the court invited along with Dashiell and his wives. Even while planning for a major conflict with rebels, when your king takes a consort-elect, there needs to be some fuss over it. Rosalinda was taking everything in her stride, including the lack of the usual pomp and ceremony that would have accompanied this occasion. As soon as arrangements could be made, she would be elevated to his consort in truth. It was a slight delaying tactic, but given the delegation had arrived unannounced and the ongoing issue with the Order, it was one they felt they could get away with. If Rosalinda was upset by a small garden party rather than a grand ball to celebrate, she certainly wasn't giving any indication of it. Not that she really expected anything else. Rosalinda was raised in the same school as they were. Kyle glanced at William across the garden, always the center of attention with Rosalinda on his arm, playing the perfect host. Yet there was still that stiffness. Granted, apart from Alex, he was probably one of the few who noticed it. Still, at least William was trying to come to terms with all the changes in his life, with actually being the king and his new consort. "Kyle, are you all right?" Alex's inquiry came just a moment later. Kyle could see Alex standing not far from William, although he carefully did not look in his direction. He smiled. Alex knew that if he looked at him, then everyone would notice. "I'll be fine, just tired. You were just correct, I should have stayed in bed. Still, it would have caused more gossip if I had." "Which gossip? About Jess or you and Mother?" Alex's tone held sympathy, even though, as always, he was subject to his own set of rumors. "Both." Kyle sipped his drink, not allowing the frustration he felt to show. Kyle was about to emerge from the relative privacy of the grotto when he heard a stir as the courtiers moved, and a buzz of conversation. He looked over and smiled. Isabella had made her appearance at the lunch and was making her way across the gardens towards him. Isabella had been at the palace after returning with Alex, but hadn't made many appearances. Just because she hadn't officially appeared in the court yet didn't mean that rumors weren't swirling around about Alex's mystery woman. Alex and his exploits were always a hot topic in the court. He always had been, more so than his siblings. Of course, that was likely because he gave the gossips in court a lot more to talk about. Seeing the flare of jealousy in some of the ladies of the court made Kyle smile. Now, speculation about Isabella and Alex might replace all the speculation about him. He waved the guards off as Isabella passed between them and sat down next to him. "Isabella, it's good to see you again." Kyle grinned at the woman, who was fast becoming a friend. He could see why Alex liked her. Kyle grasped her hand and brushed his lips on her fingers. "William made a point of issuing the invite, so I thought it would be rude not to attend." Isabella sat back, her eyes tracking over towards where the brothers stood. "Well, an invitation from a king could be considered a command, even if you aren't technically one of his subjects." Kyle laughed, glad to have a distraction from the direction his thoughts had been going. "True, not that I've spent much time consorting with kings." Kyle glanced at Isabella and saw the woman's eyes were drawn across the garden towards Alex. Kyle flicked his gaze between the two, then chuckled. "Alex is dying inside that you're over here and he is cornered over there." Kyle gestured to one of the circulating servants and appropriated a drink for the two of them. "He'll survive a few moments." Isabella smiled. "You should still be resting. How are you?" "I want to just curl up and sleep, but with the order, Jess going missing, William taking a consort, I don't have the luxury." Cal heard the exhaustion in his own voice and mentally kicked himself. "I'll be fine. This function won't go on forever and I can go crash, sink into oblivion again." Isabella looked at him for a long moment. "I know it may not seem like it right now, but all of these things will resolve. Eventually all of this will be but a moment in time." "What do you mean?" Cal looked at Isabella, startled at that last comment. "I grew up in a time when warlords roamed this place, each scrambling for territory over the top of all those that looked to them. As hard as it was, that time passed." Isabella's head tilted to one side, her eyebrow rising. "I'm not really sure that helps right now, but I get your point. I think it's time we join the others before we start yet another rumor." As Kyle stood, he offered his arm to Isabella, who stood and linked her arm with his, walking with him. As they walked from the grotto across the garden, the eyes of those in attendance tracked their progress, filled with speculation. Kyle smiled as he walked straight to William and Rosalinda, both of whom had noticed his approach. The lord that had been speaking to them turned his head to see his approach and stepped aside. Isabella greeted both William and Rosalinda, congratulating the couple before joining Alex. Alex wrapped his arm around her waist. "I'm sorry, William, but can I test your patience by stealing your consort-elect from your side?" Kyle kept his face calm. "Rosalinda?" William turned his head to her but didn't release her arm until she nodded. "Kyle, what are you up to?" Alex's mind voice was suspicious. "Of course, Kyle. I think a chat is long overdue." Rosalinda smiled and fell into step with him as he turned and led the way back across the garden. "It's fine, Alex. I'm not going to get into a fight or anything." Kyle chuckled. "Although it might be fun." "This must be difficult for you, regardless of being something you were trained for from birth," Kyle commented lightly, aware that every eye in the garden was watching them avidly. "It's not so bad. There were worse prospects my emperor father was considering than William." Rosalinda glanced at him and smiled. "You are not just the Force Blade. You are the King's Blade. So have you decided I am too big a threat for your king?" Cal nearly blinked. Rosalinda was blunt and obviously not concerned with polite chatter. Perhaps a smile or two and laughter as they strolled through the garden to put some of the rumors to bed. "I am, just as my father was before me. Should I put an end to your existence?" Cal glanced at her. "I am my father's daughter, but I will fight for the survival of this small piece of life that I now possess." Rosalinda looked back at him solemnly. Cal considered her and suddenly chuckled. It would certainly prove to be a challenge, taking your life here in the middle of a garden party, particularly to not have everyone know it was me. "Surely everyone would already suspect you anyway, Kyle." Her tone was light, despite the fact that they were talking about death. "The thing about being a blade is while sometimes I am expected to be the very visible threat, At other times, a little subtlety is called for.
Ah, so if you were tasked with taking my life, you think it would be as the unseen blade of the king?
Her eyebrow arched. Given the reaction your father would have, I think it would be best to make it look like an accident. Kyle smiled, finding himself relaxing in her presence. However, that is not why I wanted to talk with you.
Ah, so not in your capacity as blade? So which duty compels you? Are you Lord Kyle right now, or just Kyle?
Kyle gave it consideration. Just Kyle, I think. Give William time, Rosalinda. He only found out about all of this the night his father died. The memory of that horrible night in the court was still burned into his brain.
So it is William's friend who speaks? Your concern is not necessary, Kyle. Unlike William, I knew almost from the outset about the negotiations for this union. After all, it is a contract arrangement between myself and William. It is not necessary for it to be anything more. Although I admit it would be easier if we could at least become friends.
Kyle knew that everyone was watching their progress around the garden avidly, although what they expected from him he didn't know right now. I know, William. I think you will have that friendship, and more. Kyle hoped Rosalinda believed him, since in this respect he was being absolutely truthful. They walked in silence through the garden, Kyle carefully navigating their path to make sure they stayed in sight of the main party at all times.
It is a rare thing for the children of emperors and kings to have a friend that they know and trust implicitly, rarer still when they go on to become the king. It would be good if we could become friends as well.
I think you will find you will have more than one friend in this court. Kyle glanced at her and smiled, surprising himself when he realized it was genuine.
So, should we have a fight or something? I hear it is a hot topic amongst the courtiers.
Rosalinda's dimples showed as she grinned. Kyle threw his head back and laughed. Oh, now that might be fun. I'd love to see you fight with your knives.
We could make a real show of it.
Rosalinda's eyes sparkled with mischief.
We could wait until we were halfway back to William, then start hurling insults at each other.
Then, after that? Rip a sleeve or two, then draw weapons on each other.
We'd need to throw up a shield to stop the guards from interfering and spoiling our fun.
Rosalinda whispered, glancing over her shoulder at the elite that trailed behind them. Kyle joined her and looked over at Megan, James, and their fellow guards. They were all too professional to look alarmed or laugh. It might be wise. I think they'd feel it was their duty to intervene. Kyle grinned, and they walked in silence for a few moments. Rosalinda glanced at him.
So tell me, is there a trick to keeping the various lords and ladies, who all insist they have vital business with the king, out of William's rooms?
Kyle chuckled at the unexpected question. Be firm with the elite and William's staff. Insist said lords and ladies make appointments unless it's a genuine emergency. Of course, you could also threaten to turn the First Lord that talks his way in, who in fact doesn't have an emergency to discuss, to ash. It worked a treat when Alex did it. Rosalinda's eyes widened.
They believed he would follow through with such a threat?
Kyle grinned. Oh, they couldn't be certain he wouldn't do it, particularly when William was recovering. Kyle wasn't taking anyone's nonsense, and he has a reputation.
The irresponsible younger prince, with power enough to be regarded as dangerous, who rebelled against authority and frequented all the wrong parts of town with his two best friends.
Rosalinda's eyes widened in fake shock as she glanced at him. Yes, that would be the one. Kyle smiled, although he felt the stab of pain at the reference to Jess. It was like a piece of himself was missing. Sympathy shone in Rosalinda's eyes as she turned to him, stopping their progress back to the party momentarily.
I am sorry for the loss of Lady Jesselyn. I didn't mean to cause you such pain.
She's alive. We'd know if she died. Kyle looked across at Alex, who stared back at him, the pain of that loss passing between them. The acknowledgement that they both realized she was alive and being tormented by the Order. Kyle was shocked as Rosalinda drew him in and hugged him, pushing back to look him in the eye.
This fight will end. Jess will be restored to you both, and you can all run off to frequent all the wrong bars.
Rosalinda's tone was firm as she nodded, almost as if in her own head, just because she ordered fate so, it would happen. Kyle glanced across at William, where he stood chatting with Alex and Isabella, and he smiled. Sensing their regard, William looked over at their approach. Kyle could tell he was more than a little relieved that he and Rosalinda hadn't resorted to sticking knives in each other. One more thing. Even though William was born and raised to be king, he needs something. Just a small piece of life that is his own, separate from duty. He always has. Rosalinda looked at him, then over to William, speculation in her eyes. Then a smile spread on her lips.
Thank you for your advice. I think, Kyle, we shall be friends, you and I.
Kyle laughed despite himself and determined that when that future happened, perhaps on occasion William's consort might like to join them in frequenting some of those bars. Chapter 52. Long shot. Jess paced in her little dream cell in her mind. If Amelia had been correct and that was where she'd stashed her. She knew it didn't help at all, but it gave her something to do. She didn't have long to wait, or at least it didn't seem to. It was hard for her to tell the time in the cell where her body was chained up, let alone the one here in her mind. Kevin came to gloat and dose her with the poisons. Thankfully, Kevin seemed to take her withdrawal as a sign that she was right on the edge and about to break down. Jess could almost feel sorry for the man. He was correct, but not in the way he hoped. Right on cue, Jess felt her body stiffen in reaction to the drugs she'd been fed, and Kevin, satisfied, walked from the room. Jess felt the poisons rushing through her body, yet there was no immediate response. She sighed, gathering she was left with the option, the hope, that because the quantities were off, she'd be able to manipulate the veil again. Turning, she slid down the wall of her hideout to wait. A dagger materialized in her hand, and she flipped it absently, tossing it up into the air, feeling and hearing it slap into the palm of her hand. She had to admit this dream world of hers was awfully realistic. She considered it for a moment, then realized that it probably wasn't that surprising. After all, nightmares could feel absolutely real even moments after you'd woken up from them. Some people even said their daydreams were just as vivid. Jess heard a faint crackling noise and looked up, her dagger disappearing mid-toss as she stood. The wall of her refuge had turned black, and she was plunged into darkness. She realized her eyes must have closed. I guess it's the overdose option after all, Jess commented to herself almost absently. Hearing a faint crackling noise, Jess spun around, squinting, saw a faint pinprick start to flare, then silver-white power bled through the darkness, forming glowing lines. She swallowed and was just coming to the conclusion she may have miscalculated when she sunk into oblivion. Her consciousness fled. Power cracked in the veil, pure bolts of power cracking down, crossing between the veil and the real world. Those close by with power had time to surge up, wondering what was happening, only to be knocked unconscious by a wave of energy. Deep down below the ground in her cell, Jess screamed, her muscles straining against her restraints. The timber the cot was made of splintered, the rock wall cracked, and Jess was up off the bed. The manacles that had bound her were still around her wrists and ankles, chains dangling, yet she paid them no mind. Power writhed around her, and her eyes glowed.
Jess?
Jess looked down, hearing that soft voice, to see a small boy. There was a small part of her that recognized that this one, Jimmy, the name seemed to pop up into her head, had helped her. She held out her hand, and after a brief hesitation, the boy took it. Pulling the child into her arms, ignoring the pain that racked her, she fled this place. Instinct, in the absence of reason, propelled her back to another place, a person that another part of her equated with safety. Alex sat next to William at yet another council meeting, restraining a sigh. William's fate of seemingly unending meetings and court sessions as the king was far worse than his own role of being the fourth. He was impatient, wanting to get out and search for the home of the Order, to find his friend. William had canceled the majority of the meetings he normally had to suffer through, but unfortunately, even in a wartime setting, he couldn't cancel all of them. He would have preferred if William had canceled the regular petitioner's court as well, yet his brother, or rather his king, wouldn't hear of it. He'd simply commented that people had come a long way to talk with him. The least he could do was listen. William had reasoned the war effort wasn't going very far at all until they located the Order's new hiding place, and the rest of the realm didn't stop in the meantime. Alex grimaced. It wasn't a statement that he could refute. Alex felt the veil shudder. He threw a barrier around William reflexively. His face paled as the power peeled and cracked in the veil. His eyes widened as he felt the incoming rush of power, recognizing instantly who that power belonged to. The conversation stopped, and counselors looked at him uneasily, at his reaction, and the elite closed up ranks in front of William, facing towards the threat that suddenly appeared in front of them. "Hold!" Alex threw the weight of his power behind the Order, willing everyone to stop. He walked forward slowly, one careful step in front of the other, never taking his eyes off the person who'd appeared in the council chamber, slumping to the ground. "Your Highness!" James put out a hand only to stop as Alex shook his head and pushed the elite aside with his powers. He could see the shackles binding the wrists of the woman who knelt swaying, her head bowed. Her arms loosened, and the child she'd been clutching to her chest toppled to the ground. Alex saw the play of power, and without taking his eyes off the person in front of him, he spoke. "James, clear the council chamber. Someone get Master Healer Aaron. Now." He spoke softly so as not to startle the broken one who still hadn't looked up. "Please don't hurt her." Alex dismissed the scrambling of those in the chamber to exit. It seemed none of them were inclined to argue. "I won't hurt her. Jess is my friend." The young boy looked at him, then back at Jess, who still knelt, swaying from side to side. She finally looked up, and Alex could see her eyes were still blank, even though they didn't dance with power anymore. The boy looked at Jess, then back at him. "She locked herself away, and now she doesn't know how to get out." Alex nodded as if that made sense, hoping it would reassure the lad. He hoped that Aaron would know what it meant, since he certainly didn't. He was about to yell for the healer once more when the doors to the council room were opened and Aaron was ushered through. To give the healer credit, he barely paused as he took in the sight of Jess kneeling on the floor, clearly in need of assistance, before he picked up his pace. Aaron observed Jess and looked at the small boy who still stood between them and Jess. The child showed no inclination to move as he looked at them all, distrust clear in every line of his body. "This is Master Healer Aaron. He can help Jess." Alex saw the boy look from him to Aaron, yet he didn't look convinced. Alex would have cursed if he thought it would do any good. He would have just yanked the child out of the way, but since Jess had clearly been protecting him even while out of her mind, he didn't think it would go down well. It was funny, really. He could charm a whole bunch of strangers in a bar if he put his mind to it, or at least convince them to move aside and leave him be. Yet he was stumped in how to deal with the boy. A throat cleared from behind him, and Alex nearly swore as he realized that William was still here, or had returned when they'd worked out that Jess hadn't done anything. "My name is William." His brother knelt and smiled, holding out his hand. The boy looked at William, his lips trembling. "I'm Jimmy. Can you help Jess? They hurt her." William nodded. "We are certainly going to do our best. Let Aaron tend to her, Jimmy." Jimmy reached out a trembling hand, and William gathered him into his arms. Jess tracked the movement, tensing but otherwise didn't move. "Don't take Jimmy out of her sight, William. Jess is reacting on automatic. She's not really conscious right now." Alex looked over and saw the lad was tucked into William's arms and wondered how his brother did it. Then he shook his head. William had always had a knack to calm frightened children who possessed more power than they should. His brother had successfully dealt with him his whole life, after all. He still remembered William soothing him from all of those nightmares he had woken up from when he was younger. Alex put his hand on Aaron's chest as he went to move forward. "Not yet, Aaron. Give me a moment." Alex closed the distance between himself and Jess, reaching out to his friend, or at least the shell of his friend. He was terrified that her mind had been destroyed by whatever the Order had done to her. Jess's body trembled as he touched her. Her eyes closed and she slumped. Alex staggered, catching Jess and lowering her to the ground, cradling her in his arms. He looked up as the doors to the room opened again and Kyle walked in, closely followed by Edward, Kat, and Cal. The fact that they had just walked in quietly meant they had assessed the situation before barging in, not that he would have expected anything else. "Aaron, the lad said Jess locked herself away and doesn't know how to get out." Alex looked at Aaron, hoping the statement made sense to the healer. Aaron nodded, then looked at the child who still rested in William's arms, although tears streaked down his face as he looked at Jess. "Can you show me, Jimmy? I don't want to hurt Jess more than she already is." Aaron smiled and sent soothing thoughts to the boy. Jimmy looked up at William, who nodded. "You can trust Aaron. Jess trusts him. He's saved her life before." The child looked back at Aaron, his eyes still distrustful.
"Chelsea took us to them. She helped them hurt Ty."
Alex swallowed, closing his eyes briefly as the wave of anguish from Jimmy rolled over him. He got the image that appeared in the boy's mind of a woman, a healer, tied to a strong sense of hurt. All Jimmy knew was that his parents had sent him and his brother away, giving him to the healer. He'd heard his brothers scream in the caverns, seen the dead being taken out. Healers had hurt his brother. A healer had hurt Jess, tried to make her wrong in the head like the others that lived, like his brother was now. Jess trusts Aaron. She wouldn't have come here otherwise. William's mind voice was calm and soothing. "Please, help us to heal Jess from the hurt that has been done to her. She's my friend. It pains me to see her hurting." Alex looked at the lad and sent images into his mind. Images of him, Kyle, and Jess growing up and getting into mischief. Jimmy relaxed, then giggled, covering his mouth at some of the memories Alex shared with him. "Shh, don't tell on us. We'll get into trouble." Jimmy looked up at William, then back at Alex and giggled once more, then nodded and looked at Aaron as the healer spoke. "Can you tell me what happened?" Jimmy shook his head drooping. Then he looked at Jess's unconscious form and back at Aaron.
"I can show you where she is."
Aaron's eyes widened and he nodded.
"That will be helpful, Jimmy. The more I know, the better the treatment I can offer."
Jimmy stared at Aaron, who stiffened as the boy bombarded his mind with images and feelings, all of them forming a picture. As they broke communication, Aaron staggered, only to be steadied by Kyle.
"Ah, I see. Thank you, Jimmy. I can help Jess now."
He smiled at the lad and moved to Kyle's other side. Alex looked at Aaron, noting that while he laid his hands on Jess's chest, he didn't place them on her temples, the usual favored placement from every experience he'd had with the healer. Aaron looked at him and spoke softly.
"Jess was tortured by one who was healer trained. If I place my hands on her temples, she may retreat further."
Alex nodded. "Do you need anything from me?" Aaron smiled.
"No, just being here is enough."
Alex watched fascinated as Aaron sank into a trance state, which he didn't normally do. Alex tried not to worry, yet the longer it took, the more he thought the worst. Seeing the state of his friend, shackles on her wrists and ankles, he could feel Jess's ribs close to her skin. She'd lost way too much weight. "Somebody get those things off her." Alex jerked his chin at the manacles that still bound Jess. He glanced around at the others and realized he wasn't the only one who was worried. Kyle sank to his knees and grasped one of Jess's hands in his own, the nightmare of his own experiences reflecting in his eyes.
"Don't you dare die on us, Jess."
His heartbroken whisper sounded overly loud in the mostly empty courtroom. Alex closed his eyes, echoing the sentiment in his head, throwing vengeance out into the world. "When I find you, you will pay for what you've done."
"Brother, can I at least sleep and eat first?"
Alex opened his eyes to see Jess looking up at him and started laughing weakly, relief flooding him. Kyle threw himself onto Jess, hugging her fiercely. Chapter 53. The Last Thing. Alex tried to keep his attention focused on the discussion being held at the Security Council, but the session had gone on longer than usual and he found he was getting irritated. Not that it was unusual circumstance for him, but he seriously had better things to do right now than pander to the whims of a bunch of lords and ladies. The bulk of the responsibility for the coming conflict rested on his shoulders, not theirs. Most of their valuable input had occurred weeks ago. Lately, it was just a rehash of what they had already discussed. He was spinning his wheels until they could find the Order's hideout, which was the cause for the majority of his frustration. "All of the men that can be spared across the realm have been recalled, Your Majesty. I think you'll find that in combination with the elite and the personal guard units the lords are providing, you'll have an overwhelming force at your disposal." Commander Jansen glanced down at his notes, then back up, his face grave. "Thank you, Commander. I'm sure your men will come in useful." William looked around the table. "Now, if there's no more business."
"Fourth, how is Lady Jesselyn?"
Alex nearly groaned. With the arrival of William's consort, Lord Stanton wasn't the first of their peers to decide to make a play for Jess. "Recovering. I'm sure she will appreciate your inquiry after her welfare." Any hope the matter was dealt with was in vain as the Lord continued.
"I'm sure it was a mistake, but I tried to see Lady Jesselyn today to offer comfort while she recovers, only to be refused admission."
Lord Stanton smiled at him. Alex had to admit it was. It looked genuine enough, but with this particular topic, it was wasted. "No mistake, those were my orders. Until I and the Master Healer," Alex nodded at Aaron, who sat halfway down the table, "have assured ourselves that Lady Jesselyn has fully recovered, she is not to be disturbed."
"Does she remember where she was imprisoned? It would be a big help if she could just give a few details."
Lady Kane's tone was condescending. Alex stared at the pretentious lady who had only recently assumed her house's seat, down the far end of the table. He felt his temper start to rise at the implied insult that Jess was deliberately withholding information, but with effort restrained himself. Alex was almost grateful when Commander Jansen cleared his throat into the silence that followed. "Fourth, I know we discussed Sir Ryan and a squad of elites staying here in the palace to protect the king once the campaign is launched against the rebels." Jansen glanced up, his gaze sweeping around the table. "We did discuss that contingency, more as a courtesy than a need." Alex kept his gaze steady on the commander. He had no desire to rehash this conversation, given he knew William's opinion on the matter, which was he was going to participate in any battle when it happened. "Of course, Fourth. I just thought I'd mention going over our numbers. Well, if you think Sir Ryan, with his skills and the extra squad of elite, will be more of use to you during the battle, well, I'm sure the King's Guard will have sufficient numbers here in order to maintain the security of the palace and guard His Majesty." Alex stared at the commander for a moment before answering, endeavoring to keep his tone even. "I'll take that under consideration, Commander. Thank you for the offer." William looked around the table. "If there's nothing else." It was a throwaway question, which he made obvious this time since he stood as he said it. Alex stood just a moment behind him. The scrape of chairs on the floor intruded on the silence that followed that question as the other members of the Security Council caught up and stood. Alex walked out of the Security Council meeting on William's shoulder, both of them turning to walk down the corridor towards the complex of the Fourth. Alex could barely stop himself from pacing. He knew his frustration was born of the necessity of planning this battle, the need to make sure everything went off exactly as planned. It didn't help that he was trying to at least appear calm for William's sake. William had always been a calming influence, at least until he had undergone a forced transition. Now he battled with himself, as many did going through transition, but it was worse for William in some ways since he was forced. He had never been meant to be numbered amongst the kin, and the fear that he would go mad because of it like their mother had been very real. Added to that was pressure of being elevated to king well before anyone expected, their father having still been fit and healthy and expected to rule for years yet, if Emilia hadn't cut him down. There was also the wrinkle of a consort that he didn't want being thrust upon him. With all of that, William had been struggling with his composure. Giving up, Alex growled in the back of his throat, standing from the chair he'd been pretending to lounge in, and he began to pace the length of the sitting room. All their actual attack planning was now being done within the confines of the complex of the Fourth. How is Jess? Really? Regardless of all his issues, it was William who was calm right now. Alex smiled grimly. She's cooperating with the healers? William turned to stare at him. I already get that official line. They used Emilia to help torture her. That will take time to recover from. Now I hear she seems to be convinced Emilia's still trapped in her head as well. What do you think? I think we can't do anything about Emilia until we find the Order. When we do, she will try and kill us. Alex had to admit the idea troubled him more than he cared to think about. Before William could respond, the doors opened and both of them turned to look. Jess trailed in, still in her sleepwear. Kyle held out his hand to her, and she walked across to the lounge he was on and slumped into it without ceremony. Jess is fine. Just a little exhausted. Thanks for asking, though. Jess looked at them both, troubled. Emilia is still in there. If she hadn't risked what little of herself that remains, I'd be their creature right now. Which is why you are still having nightmares, which is understandable. Energy flowed from Kyle, soothing and restful. Fine friend you are, giving away all my secrets. Jess's tone was playful, yet with an edge of fragility. She didn't rebuff Kyle's efforts, though, which she was perfectly capable of doing. Kyle wrapped his arms around her, kissing her cheek. With sleep and rest, you really will be fine. In the meantime, we'll be there to chase away the nightmares. It's only fair. You helped chase away mine all these years. Alex sent his own reassurance to his childhood friend. He and Kyle traded glances. They were both on the same page on this one. When they found the Order, they were going to do their level best to destroy them. This was one organization that was not going to rear its ugly head again if they had anything to say about it, which right now, thankfully, they did. Alex is right. Emilia will try to kill us, but I have to try now that I know we were wrong. Damn it, Alex, I'm sorry. I should have trusted your instincts, but against everything I thought I knew, there is a part of her still in there. Jess closed her eyes as she took a shaky breath, not bothering to even try to hide her distress. Alex looked up as Isabella and Damien appeared in the sitting room without ceremony, followed closely by Edward. He looked at Jess, having the sinking feeling if he didn't come up with something, Jess would go after Emilia alone. They may not be so lucky for her to escape a second time. If the others are willing to take the risk, well, we already had a plan in place to capture one of the Sundered. Alex looked around the small group. Admittedly, that didn't work all that well last time. Kyle looked embarrassed. Well, that wasn't entirely your fault. It's not like you planned to take a break from your own mind. Edward smiled at Kyle, then his expression turned grave. I take it when we find her, we are going to try and capture her rather than kill Emilia? Alex nodded. Then Aaron can hopefully assess her. They all nodded agreement, although Alex could tell that most of those present didn't actually believe Amelia was still locked inside her own head. They were trying to break Jess's mind, but he had no doubt it had just been one of the tools in their arsenal. Still, for Jess's sake, and his own if he had to admit, everyone was willing to try. How did your meeting with Olivia go? Do you think she will help in the conflict with the Order? Alex pushed his mind away from the matter of Amelia, going back to why they were meeting in the first place. Not sure yet. She might. She tells me every day their numbers dwindle as the Order tracks them down and takes them. Kyle shrugged. I'll keep up the contact. Alex nodded and turned his mind back to the problem of containing the Order as a whole. It was one thing to safely trap one sundered rather than kill it outright. If the Order had the numbers they feared, it would be impossible to stop them all. Once they launched their attack, there was nothing to stop them from fleeing, which meant this madness could and probably would spring up again. Damien, Isabella, the barrier that surrounds Illerith, could you raise such a thing again? Alex spun to see Jess staring intently at the brother and sister. It seemed he and Jess were both considering the same problem. The pair looked at each other and shrugged before looking around the room. We could, but... Isabella's eyes tracked over to his own. It only takes a higher level of power to perceive the barrier. There are some who would work out its properties as soon as they saw it. Damien shifted in his seat and looked almost apologetically at them all. Alex crossed the room back towards them all. Show me. He was aware that his tone was short, but didn't care. He knew that not only Isabella, but Damien as well, knew him well enough to know what he meant. It happened like this. Isabella's voice filled his mind with Damien's presence, the pair of them showing him a series of fleeting images that burst into his mind one after the other in quick succession. Alex chewed his lip and slumped back into his chair, aware of the eyes of everyone in the room being on him as the little discs of power materialized in front of him, one after the other molding briefly into different shapes before bursting as he thought through the problem. Playing with the power, he concentrated, weaving the different strands together to form different types of barriers and shields, dismissing them almost before he'd finished. Those who can't detect it won't be able to pass through, but... Damien shrugged. The bubble of power Alex had been playing with burst as he finally focused on Damien. Slowly, he turned his gaze on Isabella. When you found me, after Kyle stabbed me, how did you penetrate the white nothingness? Isabella looked at him, startled. I didn't. I felt you and called you. You broke your own barrier and came to me. Alex stood up. Closing his eyes, he thought back to that time, the awful white nothingness, the lack of power that had surrounded him. Trying not to think about what he was doing too much, Alex wove the power around all of them in the room, both calling power and repelling it at the same time, using the power within to fuel the bubble that surrounded them. It wasn't any one type of power, but a combination of all of the power that surrounded them, threaded through with that shining white power. A sense of stillness descended, of the world around them being dead. Edward stood and looked around, then shuddered. Alex, what have you done? Can you see it? Feel the barrier around us? Alex looked at his uncle intently, grinning as he shook his head. No, I know you've done something. I felt you start to manipulate the veil, but I can't see it. Edward shuddered again and ran his hand through his hair as he looked around. Damien stared wide-eyed. Standing up, he paced one cautious step after the other, raising his hand. Alex saw the moment Damien's hand hit the barrier and the fleeting shock that flickered on his face, only to be replaced by curiosity a moment later. How have you done this? What have you done? Alex looked at Kyle and then Jess, who both came to him slowly, but unlike the others, they looked around curiously. Alex's eyebrows rose. Kyle grinned. I see it, but I'm not sure I caught what you did. Jess nodded in agreement.
Show us.
Alex shared the memory of what he'd done with his friends and the others as well, not that he fully understood it himself. He saw a look of understanding dawn on their faces. Their eyes started to glow as they reached out with their own power, contributing to his own, proving at least that they could not only see what he'd done, but recreate it. Equally obvious was that the others, while they seemed to understand what he'd just shown them, they still couldn't counter it. Isabella shifted uncomfortably in her chair.
Alex, could you take it down now?
Alex walked over to her and pulled her up from her chair. Breathe. I couldn't figure out how to get through it the first time either. Like this. Embracing Isabella in his own power, he guided her mind through the nothingness to reach the power on the other side of the barrier. He felt her gasp, and relief flooded her as she suddenly broke through. Damien, who'd been following along with his own mind, echoed her, sighing as he, too, worked a way through the barrier. Interestingly, William seemed the least affected of all of them. While he, too, tested the barrier, he didn't seem at all uneasy, unlike those of them with more power. Jess's eyes glittered.
I think we found out how to contain our rebels.
Chapter 54. Madness. Joanna flashed through the veil, following that whispering voice that she despised and feared. The world around her rumbled, dark and menacing masses forming as she passed, gray, black, and red. What looked like lightning struck around her, yet she knew it wasn't lightning. It was easy to ignore the surging energy. She knew it wouldn't hurt her. One word ran through her head, over and over on repeat. Kill. Her goal was clear. She had to track down and kill the monster before it hurt Alex. A thrill of fear ran through her, thinking of harm coming to her little boy. She had to protect him from harm. Sensing movement from another in the veil, she thrust out her hand, throwing power, shunting the stranger away. She didn't dwell on how she knew about manipulating the power. Everything she did was running on instinct. Right now, she had one goal. Joanna paused, her head swinging around as she cast around trying to pinpoint where that whispering voice lived. Fear me? I am your death. Joanna spun around, snarling, the veil around her rumbling and roiling as she accelerated through it, certain now exactly where her enemy was. Ryan groaned, looking at the empty chair in the garden where he'd left Joanna. He'd only been distracted for a moment long enough for her to disappear. Alex had given him one job, and it was a job he apparently sucked at. Quickly scanning the palace and surrounds confirmed what he dreaded. She hadn't just moved to another part of the gardens here at the palace. She was gone. Alex was going to kill him when he found out. He looked around, and seeing the elite on guard made him feel slightly guilty. He knew they hated it when they were left behind. Even though he figured that looking after him was the least of their duties, member the companion's cohort or not, he didn't reckon he was all that important. At least it wasn't Matthew on duty. That would have made him feel even more guilty after everything that had been done for him. Ryan shook his head. Delaying was not getting him any closer to finding Joanna and getting her back to the palace where she belonged, preferably before Alex showed up and worked out she was missing. Or the king. Ryan knew the color must have drained out of his face at that thought. Without giving it another thought, he transitioned into the veil, stretching out his senses to locate Joanna. He swore. She'd managed to cover quite a distance while he'd been dithering. She wasn't hard to detect since she wasn't shielding her presence at all. He could tell from the churning energy surrounding her that the sweet, reasonable Joanna had disappeared. In her place, it seemed a murderous Joanna had appeared. While her many personalities were endlessly fascinating, he was horrified that death was on her mind. Muttering another fervent curse, he sped after her. His eyes widened in shock as he was hammered with a physical blow. It flung him back and he hit the ground, rolling a distance before he stopped. Ryan looked up and found himself on the other side of the road. The force of her blow had flung him from the veil back to the real world. Ryan looked up at the startled travelers on the road who'd backed away in fear. 2 of them drew swords and stood before the others, their intent to protect them clear. Ryan nearly laughed. He may not be as good as the elite, let alone Lord Kyle, but even he found the way they waved their swords around funny. He assumed they thought it was menacing. He picked himself up from the ground and dusted himself off. He raised his hands in a placating gesture. They stared at him and lowered their swords. He was rather startled as they placed their hands first on heart, then forehead, a sign of respect often given to the fourth. He guessed the villagers recognized the fourth's crest on his vest. "My apologies for startling you." Ryan tried his best to look reassuring. "I'm sorry. There is a matter I need to attend to." He paid the group of travelers no further mind and re-entered the veil, careful this time to tighten his shields. Joanna was a law unto herself when she went off in a spiral of madness. He wasn't quite sure how she was able to do some of the things she could do. It was probably because she didn't know she wasn't meant to be able to do it in the first place. Of course, Alex wasn't much better, so it shouldn't surprise him. Locating her wasn't all that difficult. Joanna froze in place at seeing the dark, malevolent presence of her tormentor, the one who'd broken his oath and his sworn duty to protect her and her son. She could see others, many of them. She paused and snarled in frustration. If she appeared in the middle of that room, the others would intervene and he would live. That would leave the traitor free to go after Alex. That wasn't something she could allow. "Traitor, I'll not let you hurt my boy." Deep in her own mind, she wept. She'd failed Alex once, but not again. The one who promised further pain and suffering for her and her son would die. Joanna stilled as he became aware of her presence. Frustrated at his lack of response, she snarled and drew her own power. Ryan's eyes opened, and he stared back up at the rough rock ceiling above him as he had done so many times before. She was nearby. He could feel her, hear her chant in his head. A smile stretched his lips. She'd come to kill him. None of the controllers were nearby. Normally, he would be unable to take this opportunity, but they hadn't chained him since they'd changed his medication. Of late, they had begun to reduce the amount they dosed him with so he could feel the veil. However, they also commanded him to stay here, so he did. He was incapable of disobeying that order. He'd been their creature for too long. He wrestled within his own mind against the compulsions on him. He hoped with the recent change he could break free, even for just a moment. He felt power surge around him as he heard her scream with rage. He laughed. Eyes throughout the cavern flashed open, yet like him, they had no free will to do anything except lie there. All of the thousands of enslaved, aware there was one of power nearby, yet incapable of doing anything. There was no way he could have gone to her to meet the death he wanted, longed for. That didn't stop her from grabbing him. He'd been terribly afraid she'd come for him in the camp. That would mean her death or worse. The former queen may have been driven out of her mind with madness, but even so, she wasn't stupid. Finding himself in the veil, he faced her. She burned so brightly with power that if he'd been capable of it, he would have knelt before her to accept his fate. What seemed like a lifetime ago, the time in between a living hell, she'd been his queen. It had been his duty to protect her. Until the Order had taken him. That had been the ultimate soul-destroying betrayal of everything he'd been, or at least it was when he had the presence of mind to realize what a monster he'd become. Brian saw her eyes flare as she drew both her dagger and power. Without a controller compelling him to fight and kill, he didn't even try to resist. He bowed his head as she struck. Knowing his release was imminent, he smiled as his body crumpled at her feet. "Thank you for your mercy, my queen. I'm sorry I failed you. Ryan showed a little more caution in his approach, not wanting her to fling him out of the veil this time. Not that he was certain how she managed it the first time. Ryan paused, frowning as he noticed that Joanna came to a halt. She stared at something, although he couldn't tell what it was that had attracted her attention. He felt the color drain from his face as she gathered her power, drawing someone to her. As Joanna faced off against one of the Sunder that she had inexplicably drawn to her, Ryan drew his own weapons and power. Closing the distance between them, he had the sinking feeling he would not make it to her in time. He saw her strike, and to his shock, her opponent made no move to defend himself. The Sunder just allowed her to kill him, his last words to her echoing through the veil. Ryan walked up to her carefully as she sank to her knees next to the Sundered. As she looked down at the creature, her face was blank, and the fire died from her eyes. He knelt carefully at her side and eased her dagger from her hand. She made no effort to resist him. He placed the dagger, safely contained by a spare loop of leather, on his belt. Her voice sounded in his head, perfectly calm, as if she hadn't just killed one of the Sundered ones. He said he would kill Alex. Ryan looked from the crumpled form of the Sundered back to Joanna and urged her up to her feet. He's dead, Joanna. He can't hurt Alex now. He kept his own tone light, not wanting to startle her. He felt nothing but compassion for this woman who had once been queen. She had led a life of torment and madness at the hands of the Order and the Sundered who'd plagued her nightmares. Ryan finally looked towards what looked like a village nestled at the base of the mountain and froze, his breath catching in his throat. Throwing as tight a shield around them both as he could manage, he pulled them away from the village, the estate that towered over it, and the field of tents that spread out beyond them both. Ryan was grateful that Joanna seemed to have returned to one of her more compliant personas and did not resist. He racked his brain, wanting to get Joanna back to the relative safety of the palace, but he didn't want to let this place and its occupants out of his sight. It would be easy for the Order to up and move camp. They had more than proven they could move around at will in large numbers. Ryan sighed and hoped Alex wouldn't rush in to try and take the encampment by himself. He'd learned Alex could be a little impulsive, and he didn't really know how the Fourth was going to react. He'd picked up enough from Joanna to know that she believed the Sundered she'd just killed was the same one that had tried to take her life all those years ago. Ryan had no doubt at all that Alex would also pick up these details from his mother just as easily. How he would react to the death of the monster from his own nightmares as a child was anyone's guess. He bit his lip before taking a breath and reaching out with his mind. Alex, I've found the Order's encampment. Or rather, your mother did. Chapter 55. Dispute. Ryan waited with Joanna for what seemed like a lifetime. For once, she was calm and compliant, although she kept throwing distrustful looks over towards the Sundered she had killed, almost like she was checking that he wasn't healing and about to come back to life and try to attack her. He had to admit that he was keeping an eye on him as well. The Sundered had a nasty habit of not being dead when they should. Still, he was certain this one actually was dead, even if he didn't know how he'd come to that belief. Ryan looked up, startled, as Alex appeared with Kyle and Jess. He felt certain he must be staring at them bug-eyed. There wasn't the usual surge that he associated with the kin arriving through the veil. Then again, he'd noticed that Alex tended to be a law to himself where using the power was concerned, much like his mother. At least Alex wasn't crazy. Heeding his warning, all of them were tightly shielded. Joanna, who had been at his side one moment, was suddenly in Alex's arms. Ryan nearly swore. She shouldn't have been able to do that either. He should have seen her move. I'm sorry. He said he was going to kill you. I couldn't let him kill you. Ryan saw Alex stiffen as he caught the other information Joanna unwittingly sent. That he was the Sundered who tried to kill her all those years ago. the one responsible for the shared nightmares they'd suffered over the years. "Shh, Mother. It's all right. I'm not angry with you." Kyle closed the distance to the body of the fallen Sundered, and with a quick, expert thrust of his long knife, he plunged it up from the abdomen towards the heart. Ryan knew he'd gone red in embarrassment. He hadn't even thought to make certain he wasn't getting up again. The kin could heal a lot of things, but not a strike to the heart or the loss of a head. The heart was the easier kill shot. Kyle wiped his blade on the fallen Sundered's shirt before standing to look at the village. Jess moved to stand near him.
"You're right. This is where they are hiding, Ryan. Well done."
Alex pushed his mother back and looked at her. Ryan could sense that he was sending soothing emotions at her. "Go with Ryan back to the palace, Mother. After we've checked this place out, I'll come back and we'll have that tea." Ryan watched fascinated as the burning power that flickered in her eyes and ran along her body melted away from Joanna. Now she looked unremarkable. Kin, but unremarkable. Even more telling was that Alex didn't pay the elemental fire any consideration at all. "Come, my lady, let's go back to the palace and let Alex do his work." Ryan paused momentarily when Joanna held out her hand before he stepped forward to offer his arm. He felt slightly foolish since it was an old courtly gesture, and despite the king's pronouncement, he didn't actually feel like a peer of the realm. Either way, she seemed cooperative right now, so he wasn't going to complain. He pulled her with him as they made their way back to the palace. Only this time, he swore one of the servants could go fetch the tea. He wasn't letting Joanna out of his sight again. Alex waited as Ryan left with his mother, then closed the distance between him and Jess, who stood staring at the castle below. Placing his hand on his friend's shoulder, he felt the tremors that shuddered through her. "Jess, are you all right?" Jess wiped a tear away, not bothering to even try to hide the equal parts of pain and fear on her face.
"It's not just the army camped out front. This is where they kept me. Below in the caverns. See them?"
Alex turned to look back at the village and castle. He could see the fires of the army out front. That was bad enough. There were more men camped here than he liked. But under the surface, in vast caverns below the castle, he could see bright, fitful glows of the Sundered, most of them muted. The sight made him pale. There were thousands of them. "I see them." He turned his gaze to the castle itself and the flag flying prominently from the battlements. His eyes narrowed. "Unless I am very much mistaken, this is Lord Castler's estate." Cal looked at him and nodded. "You are not mistaken."
"He's a little weasel of a lord, although he stayed away from me for the most part."
Jess's tone was empty of emotion. "William is not going to be happy." Jess and Kyle snorted in amusement at the understatement. "We should get back and report, before he manages to convince someone to bring him here." Kyle groaned at the thought, but did not dispute the fact that William might do exactly that if he didn't find out what was going on soon. Unfortunately, with Rosalinda and the other Solanians in the palace, he might just be able to do it. Alex realized that his prediction about William not being happy with this particular report had been an understatement. Alex could sense the cold waves of anger that rolled off of him, and Alex hastily extended his own personal shield to encompass his brother's suite, smiling tightly as both Kyle and Jess did the same. They didn't need every sensitive soul in the palace aware that their king was suffering a bout of white-hot rage. While they had known they'd find the order holed up somewhere, it was unexpected for them to be not only at a lord's house, but in the very home of one of the great houses. "Castler is harboring the order?" William spun and glared at him. "It does appear that way." Alex didn't take his brother's glare personally. He knew it wasn't him that his brother was mad at. "You know, he tried to convince Elizabeth to dispose of me." Alex spun to stare at his brother, only realizing his own anger had surged to match William's when Jess and Kyle threw him equally alarmed looks. He shuddered, feeling his brother seethe as he once again turned his mind to the betrayal of one of his sworn lords. Alex tried hard to suppress his own anger at finding this petty little lord had threatened his sister and his brother's life. "I'm going with you all during the attack on the estate." "No, you are not." Alex stared at his brother, and his lips compressed into a thin line. "I'm the king, damn it, Alex, and I say I'm going." William's face grew stubborn, his eyes narrowing as he snapped. This time Alex knew the anger was directed at him, and he stood, coming face to face with William. "Yes, you are the king, so start acting like it. Damn it, William, think! It's my duty. It's your duty as king to stay here, to stay safe. Do you want more of our people dead because they are throwing themselves in front of you?" Alex knew that was a cruel accusation to throw in William's face. He'd seen his brother's nightmares from the assassination of their father. William's eyes widened in shock, and he stepped back. "How is it any different with you being there? You think your men won't put themselves between you and harm?" "I'm the fourth, William. It's my job to risk my life, just as it's yours to stay safe and lead our people." Alex glared at his brother as he opened his mouth to argue, noting the uneasy silence from all the witnesses but ignoring it. On this occasion, he was right. It was his duty to protect the people, to protect his king. On this occasion, he would not just give in to William's will. Alex's lips thinned, but he kept his own roiling anger carefully behind his shields. "Damn it, Alex, I have a right to face them." "You do, when the battle is over. Trust me, William. I'll have the elite lock you in one of your own cells if I have to. You will not be at that battle. I will send someone when the battle is over. Judgment over your lords will lay with you." Alex spun and walked out of his brother's suite before he could raise any more arguments, aware that Kyle and Jess followed him silently. The guards who'd been on the doors carefully kept their eyes straight ahead, but Alex knew they would have heard the yelling match between him and the king. It was also likely all the servants in this section of the palace had been party to it as well. Alex nearly groaned at the thought of the rumors that were bound to fly through the serving staff in the palace. Once they all started to gossip, then it was only a matter of time before the other residents of the palace knew as well. The doors to his own domain opened promptly as he stormed through them, and when they closed behind him, Alex turned back to see both Kyle and Jess staring at him. His eyes narrowed. "What?" Jess raised her eyebrow at him. "Perhaps just a little harsh?" "I know, but I'm also right. I won't have him put himself or others at risk on the battlefield." Alex spun and retreated to his own rooms, leaving the arguments behind. This was one occasion where he would not be moved. His brother would not put his life at risk, and unfortunately for his brother, king or not, as the fourth, in this particular battle it was him that had the last word. Whether his brother liked that or not was immaterial, as long as he stayed safe. Chapter 56. Confession. Simon ran his fingers through his hair and paced the length of his sitting room. His own people stayed well clear, knowing how agitated he was. He paused, looking out the windows over the city. He could just see the outline of the palace in the distance. Normally the view over the city calmed him, but tonight it had no effect. It hadn't since he'd discovered the truth about the so-called scholar Clemens. He stared at the distant palace, and with a frustrated growl he pulled the veil to him, moving along the veiled paths in that direction. He swore explosively, aware there was no one around to hear him. "Damn you, Kevin!" He'd spent the intervening years building up a life for himself. He was no one's savior. He was self-aware enough to know he never had been. But he wasn't evil, about to rise and inflict itself on the world either. There was just no clean way he could see out of this particular problem. Simon groaned. He knew what he had to do, but to take that path he would be betraying the one man who'd been his friend, or what passed for one for a very long time. He wasn't sure if that would make him a worse person or a better one. He didn't have to look for the people he needed. He knew where they were. His people sent him daily reports on their whereabouts. He'd spent so many years keeping track, and old habits died hard. It didn't take him long to get to the palace and find those he sought. They were all conveniently congregated in the complex of the Fourth. Simon groaned again. He knew he had to decide one way or another, and fast, or it would likely be taken out of his hands. Unlike Kevin, those below were not sloppy. Well, not since the death of the king they weren't, anyway. He knew from what his own spies had told him that one of them regularly checked for intruders, sending their powers out in a sweeping scan to detect someone like him hiding in the Vale. Of course, they shouldn't be able to spot him if he was carefully shielded. Looking for the dead patch only worked in the real world, not if someone was in the Vale. Yet somehow the rules didn't seem to apply to them the way they did to him. He'd always thought Edward, along with Kat and Cal, were scarily powerful, but they paled compared to Alex, Kyle, and Jess. The only thing the younger three were missing was time to grow and learn. Simon shuddered as he felt a wave of power roll over him. He blanched as the power paused, and he had the distinct impression of a pair of green eyes narrowing, and that power gathering around him. Simon swallowed. This is what some of his talented men had reported, and why he now resorted to using some of his normal human spies in the kitchens. Simon stepped through the curtain in the Vale without undue haste, his hands in clear sight, aware that all gazes in the room swung to him. The power that started gathering in response was breathtaking, if also frightening. He waited patiently while they all relaxed, marginally, although he noted all of them kept their personal shields up. Simon almost smiled, not sure if he should feel flattered or not that this lot thought they needed them against him. "Simon, this is a rather unexpected visit." Edward appraised him, his expression guarded. "I have a confession to make. If you could all hear me out before you kill me, it would probably be worth your time." Simon swallowed as the eyes of all those present in the room narrowed. It was Alex whose face cleared first, and he gestured to a spare seat before sitting back down in the comfortable lounge. Kyle and Jess looked at Alex, and Simon could tell something passed between them before they followed his lead and sat as well. "So, confess." Simon couldn't tell anything from Alex's expression. He noted that Edward, Kat, and Cal all sat as well. Normally, he'd be more relieved, but he could see that none of them had relaxed at all. The 6 sets of eyes that stared at him intently were more than a little unnerving. "The Order is at Lord Kessler's estate. I've known for some time." Simon took a breath, trying to settle his nerves. "We've recently become aware of their location. Is there more?" Simon looked over at Kyle and swallowed. In a way, the fact that they knew where the Order was made him feel marginally better, even if he now burned with curiosity as to how they found out. He looked over to Edward. "Kevin, you remember him from the cohort?" Simon paused as Edward, Kat, and Cal all nodded. "Well, he's involved. He's the one that helped refine the drug the Order has been using on those with the power of the Vale." "We know that, too. There was that little fuss at the Healers Guild a few months back prior to the king's death." This from Kyle, whose voice was cold. The only thing that kept Simon from fleeing was that Kyle hadn't drawn his weapons and still looked in control. He'd come a long way from the man who'd nearly lost himself to permanent thraldom. Simon looked down, breaking the eye contact. "There is another, the leader of the Killiam Order, Scholar Clemens. He's not human, and I doubt he ever really was a scholar. He's of the Elder, I'm certain of it, and taking great pains to hide who and what he is. I tried to warn Kevin, but he didn't believe me." That last he got out in a rush before any of them could interrupt him and rob him of his will to confess everything. Somehow it was important to him for them to know that he had tried to warn Kevin. Simon looked around the group and frowned. There wasn't even a hint of the shock he'd expected to see. He hadn't expected panic, not from this lot, but he'd really expected some sort of reaction from them. Is that what made you come forward? An elder pretending to be human with a toxin able to control or kill the majority of us who are of the kin? Alex picked up the drink next to him that he hadn't touched the entire time Simon had been here and took a sip. Simon swallowed and nodded. I'm no one's hero. I've killed. So have I. I've even uttered similar words. I'm no hero, yet people persist in thinking I am one. Alex smiled, although it didn't reach his eyes. It was the first flicker of emotion Simon had seen. Kevin is one thing. He's not really as powerful as he thinks he is, and his ambition exceeds his capability. I figured Edward would find out and deal with him sooner or later. Even told him that back before you all hit the Healers Guild. This other one, though, Clemens, if that is his real name. I wouldn't want someone like me or Kevin, who, unlike us, had access to real power, in control with no one around with the power or ability to counter him. Simon swallowed. That is an awfully blunt assessment of yourself, Simon. Jess was regarding him steadily. Simon almost wished they would yell and scream, condemn him, something, anything other than this stillness. I'm the Skull Lord. I rule over the thieves and scoundrels in this world, yet I'm still constrained by a higher authority. Simon dipped his head towards William. He hadn't failed to notice the king had been sitting quietly listening, just as intently as the others. I still have tried my best. My people all have a roof to sleep under, food, clothing, and those with the power of the veil that might have been killed by their own ignorant relatives have found shelter and training in my ranks. Still, I don't fool myself that I should be ruler over all. I'm just not that nice a person. Simon relaxed at that last. On this he had sure footing. He knew his world and made no apologies for the life he led. In some ways he found it suited him much better than pretending to be something he wasn't. Yes, he was a killer. But other than that regrettable time back during the Sundered War, he'd lived by his own set of ethics. If anything, that incident, on reflection, had taught him why someone like him should not rule. He'd worked in his own way all this time to set up his own boundaries and morality. Does our foreknowledge of it make it easier that you just betrayed your friend? Kat was looking at him intently. She had that look on her face, a look he recognized from old, a look that said she knew far more than she was saying. Simon laughed, hearing the bitterness in it. No. By coming to you with this, I just broke one of the few rules I'd managed to keep in my life. Never betray my own. William stirred in his chair, drawing Simon's attention. That was rightfully his king, even if he'd never personally pledged allegiance. Yet you were a member of the Companions' cohort. We are your own. Alex looked at his brother and then relaxed. You simply got lost along the way a little longer than some of us. I am told you gave shelter and protection on occasion over the years for our mother when she showed up. William was looking at him intently, causing Simon to squirm in his chair. She's... Forgive me, but she is mad, driven mad by the nature of her transition. It could have happened to any of us. She was the queen. I simply watched over her until Ed came to take her back to the safety of his estate. You owed her nothing, yet you sheltered her anyway. You have our thanks for that. William smiled at him as Simon swallowed convulsively. If you'd come to me when you first knew what Kevin was up to, so many things could have been averted. Edward's voice was harsh and grating. Simon was about to answer when Alex intervened. Yes, it might have. Yet I can't help but feel Clemens, whoever he is, would have gotten away. Alex and Edward stared at each other. Simon was struck by how similar they were. Both the fourth, generations apart, yet bound in duty. They sat in silence, and Simon finally stood up, figuring they had no more questions for him, at least for now. William stirred again, looking up at him. "Do not think to cross the fourth again, Simon." The king waved his hand in clear dismissal. Simon looked at the king, confused. "Do not cross the fourth? What about you?" William smiled. "I'm the king, Simon. You are the Skull Lord. Just by breathing, you cross the crown. The fourth, however, has an entirely different role and rules. He has jurisdiction over the kin. You are his problem." He shuddered as he retreated into the veil. This king was dangerous. He couldn't help but wonder which set of fourth and companions the king would send after him if he did manage to displease the crown again. "Simon, wait." "Yes, fourth." Letting go of the veil, Simon glanced at Alex. "Could you get the local farmers and dependents from around the Kessler estate to safety, under the cover of night?" Simon frowned and chuckled weakly. "Saving people is generally not a line of work the League of Skulls participates in. But yes, I think we could." "What about the servants in the estate itself?" Simon swung his gaze to Kyle, who was looking at him intently. "Some, yes. It probably won't surprise you to know that Kessler isn't very popular with his servants, or the people on his lands. They battle to survive with what they have left after the tithe. Even Kessler will know something is wrong if he wakes up to an empty estate house." Simon jumped as a throat cleared near him. He found himself looking at Kyle's manservant, who'd been adroitly filling everyone's glasses and seeing the snack trays were kept stocked up without really being noticed. If Simon's information was correct, the man was a relative of sorts, a bastard child of one of Lord Kyle's uncles, totally loyal to the Stratford family and, rumor had it, excellent with a blade. "You could take me in." Bennett transferred his steady gaze from him to Lord Kyle. "Bennett, I know you think you can do this." Bennett cut Kyle off. "I can. Well, for as long as it takes you all to attack. The Skull Lord here is correct. Even Kessler's going to know something is up if all his servants are missing when he wakes." Simon shook his head at the servant. "What if Kessler recognizes you?" "Not likely. Joshua, maybe. But me? He wouldn't have had much cause to notice me." Bennett shrugged. "If he does, I'll gladly stick a dagger between his ribs." Simon felt his eyes widen and he swallowed. He'd almost forgotten how obscenely loyal people were to the Rathodons and Stratfords. Almost. "Let me know when, and I'll do what I can." Seeing no objection, Simon nodded and gathered the veil to himself, fleeing to the somewhat dubious safety of his own lair. Chapter 57. Identity. Alex stirred as the discussion started going around in circles again, this time about Clemens, his identity and motivation. Kevin was a known entity thanks to the input from Cal and Kat, whose opinions had been scathing. Clemens had turned into another matter entirely since it was discovered his entire backstory had been a lie, largely due to Jess's efforts. Even she had reached a wall in her investigation, with no loose threads that any of them could think of to follow up on. Simon's information had shown a little more light on the issue, yet still left them wondering who the man, or rather kin, was. The image that had flashed into Alex's mind from Amelia when she thought of her master occurred to him. So according to Simon, Clemens must be kin, and likely powerful enough to be elder. Alex mused. Jess shook her head. "He's also an elderly man. I haven't seen a kin yet of any power who ages. It's that self-healing thing. Don't jump down my throat, but during one of those regrettable liaisons with Amelia..." Alex held up his hands as his friend started to protest. "When she spoke of her master, An image of Clemens and another younger man that I didn't recognize flashed in her mind, along with a strong sense of fear.
Are you sure the younger wasn't Kevin?
I'm certain. Alex recalled the dual image showing his friends what he'd seen. Kyle and Jess both shook their heads. Neither of them recognized the younger man. Kyle shrugged. Show him to Edward. After all, they recognized Kevin, and if that other is kin or elder, he might know.
Also Damien and Isabella, perhaps. They've been around longer. For that matter, have we even shown them the image of Clemens?
Jess looked at him with her eyebrow raised. Alex groaned, embarrassed that he hadn't thought of checking with Isabella sooner. Of course, he'd rather not have to explain to her the part about the images of the other man coming from Amelia's mind while he had been sleeping with her. Lady Kane shrugged.
Does it ultimately matter who he really is? We know where they are now.
Alex turned to stare at the lady. It will matter a great deal when we engage with the Order. None of us desire to get ambushed unexpectedly by an elder we didn't know about if we can avoid it. The condescension in Kyle's tone was clear. Alex shook himself, recognizing in himself a delaying tactic. It was best to get this over and done with. Isabella, do you have a moment to spare? Alex smiled at her immediate acceptance despite the circumstances. It didn't take long before the door to the conference room opened, and, in a rarity for Isabella, she actually walked in. Alex stood up and crossed the room to greet her, kissing her on the cheek even though they'd only been apart a few hours.
What do you need, Alex?
Isabella kept her eyes on him, choosing to ignore the others in the room. Alex ducked his head and took a breath before looking back up at her. You do remember we are looking for the Order? That its leader is a man who was my old tutor? Alex didn't look at his friends or the others in the room. Isabella nodded.
Of course.
Can I show you his image and that of another man? A younger one? We thought if either of them was elder, you might recognize them. Alex swallowed as he looked at her. Isabella's eyes narrowed, her head cocking to one side.
That isn't something you need permission for, Alex. What aren't you telling me?
Alex felt his cheek seat. The image of Clemens and the younger man flashed in Amelia's mind when she was thinking about her master. The silence stretched between them for a moment. Alex didn't realize that he was holding his breath until she nodded in understanding. He was relieved to see no anger evident in her expression.
Show me what you perceived from her mind, Alex. All of it.
Alex smiled, but knew it didn't reach his eyes. There was nothing about this that made him happy. Indeed, Isabella seemed to be coping with Amelia being thrown in her face again better than he was. Shaking himself, Alex thought back to that time with Amelia, replaying the incident. He didn't try to hide any of it. There was no point in trying to spare himself. Isabella was already fully aware of what he'd done, probably better than any other in this room. As calmly as she'd handled his infidelity being brought up again, her recognition of the image that flickered between that of the old scholar and the younger man was unexpected. Alex cut off the memory as the color drained from Isabella's face. She trembled and backed up, bumping into the wall behind her. The veil reacted with her, the air around crackling with power in response. No? Alex closed the distance between them, or tried to. She erected a barrier around herself, her emotions swirling with fear. She shook her head. Hands rising to her face, she sank down the wall to sit on the floor, a sob escaping her lips. Clear the room, now! Alex heard Kyle's order to the counselors and heard their chairs scraping, rustling clothing and footsteps as they left the room, but didn't turn to watch their exit. He stiffened as he felt an incoming signature, relaxing as he recognized Damien. He knew full well that Damien could have shielded his arrival from normal detection, which suggested he'd meant Alex to know it was him. Damien materialized in the room a moment later. He nodded briefly at Alex, his eyes going to his sister, who seemed locked in her own world and not even aware that he'd come. Alex, what happened? What caused this? Damien kneeled next to his sister, gingerly touching her shoulder to no effect. Alex swallowed and threw the memory at Damien. The other man paled, stepping back as the breath exploded from his lips. He closed his eyes, pain etched in his features, clearly shaken. Alex glanced at Jess and Kyle, both looking equally as bewildered and concerned as he was. "Isabella, let me in. You're safe. He does not have you now. That time was long ago." Waves of reassurance emanated from Damien as Isabella finally looked up, lost, tears streaming down her cheeks. Recognizing her brother, she sobbed. One moment she'd been crumpled on the cold stone floor. The next, she was in Damien's arms.
"It's him. He's not dead. He'll try to take me again."
Isabella's mind voice shook with emotion. Damien continued to soothe her, his own eyes flashing in anger as he glanced over his head at the three of them. Alex stroked Isabella's hair gently as she slipped into exhausted sleep. He waited, reinforcing her normal sleep with a compulsion of his own, a reassurance that she was safe and should sleep. Finally certain that she would rest, at least for the time being, he eased himself off the bed, pulling the blankets up tenderly before kissing her gently on the forehead and slipping out of his rooms. He entered the lounge and, seeing the concern written on the faces of his friends and Damien, he smiled sadly. "She's asleep for now." Alex nodded at William, who'd shown up as well. He sighed as he sank down into one of the remaining leather chairs. "All right. Who was that, Damien?" Alex was almost certain that part of him didn't want to know the answer, yet the other half of him knew that he most certainly did. Seeing the fear struck into Isabella that way brought out a strong protective feeling in him. Damien shook his head, his face still pale and obviously still shaken, even with the anger still lighting his eyes. "Aiden. He was my warlord before I came into my full powers. I was his creature, and he owned me. He owned us." Damien glanced up as Kyle handed him a drink. He closed his eyes as the nightmares from the past played in his mind, sharing them with the group. Alex remembered the story Isabella had told him of her past, and he blanched, sucking in a shocked breath. William looked ashen as the memories from Damien flooded his mind, and he finally understood, as they all did, why both Isabella and Damien had reacted so badly. "This man, Aiden, the one Amelia fears, he is this warlord from the past?" William sounded grim. Damien nodded. "His likeness is burned into my mind. I'm never likely to forget it." Jess looked horrified.
"He's the one who took Isabella as his bed slave to punish you?"
"Yes. After we fled during the uprising. Well, it took years before I felt strong enough to go back and check. There was no sign of him, and I thought him dead. By then, Valencia had risen from the ashes of his old domain. Your family has ruled this realm since those days." William wore a small frown creasing his forehead. "You believe that Scholar Clemens works for this ancient warlord?" Damien laughed bitterly. "No. I think your so-called Scholar Clemens is Aiden." Alex was drawn back to the conversation from his brooding. "Scholar Clemens is an old man." Damien looked at him. "You can make others see what you want them to. That flickering between the old man and Aiden, that was Amelia seeing through his projection." Alex watched in fascination as Damien's appearance changed in front of his eyes. Instead of the elder he was familiar with, there was suddenly an old gray-haired woman sitting in the chair, smiling kindly at him. Alex heard the others gasp in shock, but ignored them. His eyes narrowing, he opened himself to the veil a little more, allowing more power to flow through him. He wielded it, tightening the barriers around his own mind, and used it to focus on Damien, who now appeared to be someone else entirely. Finally, he saw it. The woman flickered, replaced by Damien, switching back and forth between the two. Alex let out his breath and relaxed back in his chair. Kyle shook his head in disbelief as Damien dropped his ruse. "That is a little disturbing, Damien. If this is true, if Clemens really is this old warlord come back, then why didn't he just kill us all when he was in the palace and had the chance?" William, for his part, looked fascinated. "Aiden was always a coward. He had power that was rare, very rare, in those days. He used it to cow and intimidate others. He took and used people like me to do the dirty work. He hid behind our strength, using the threat of destroying our families, our villages, if we didn't do as he wanted. He would have taken great delight in trying to corrupt you all. It is what he is, what he does." "He took your sister, and you finally snapped, rising against him?" Kyle nodded as if things were starting to make sense. "The villagers did, yes." Damien shook himself and took another sip of his drink. "So he is building an army that can't turn against him? Taking innocent children who can't fight back, warping them to create his sundered army to hide behind? Using Kevin to do his dirty work?" Jess's eyes glittered with anger. "At least we know what we face. Now we just need to eradicate them. This time we'll make sure Aiden does not survive." Damien shook his head, glancing at them all earnestly. "It is good you know who and what he is, but I keep the focus on Kevin. He is the blade that Aiden is hiding behind. I doubt time has cured Aiden of his cowardice." Alex frowned. "You don't think he is the real threat?" "No. In my day, I and the others in the warband, your ancestors, were the dangerous ones. Without us fighting for him, he could not have wrought the devastation he did." The pain of that memory reflected on Damien's face. Alex nodded, put his drink aside and stood, every line of his body determined as he thought about the coming battle. He looked over as Kyle stood without hesitation, a fire in his eyes. Jess smiled coldly, nodding as she stood. The veil surged around the three of them, reflecting their bond, determination, and warning. It rolled out across the veil, warning all with the power that the Elderborn had risen with intent. Chapter 58. Distraction. Kevin frowned at the sundered one lying on his cot. He was totally unresponsive. Neither he nor his other healers could work out why their new mind control technique, along with the toxin, worked to bring back some of the original sundered, but did nothing for others. Not that it mattered, he supposed. They could still use the bad ones. They were just as effective, in their own way. He straightened and turned as he felt the shimmer of power, relaxing as Amelia appeared from the veil walking across the cavern towards him. He shook his head. He was grateful he'd taken the time to make Amelia his thrall. She was proving to be so useful. Kevin's eyes narrowed. "You've met with Lord Kessler's pet commander, I take it?" "Yes, Master. He thinks there is an opportunity to strike at the fourth through his new woman." There wasn't even a hint of emotion in Amelia's voice as she relayed the meeting, including the images of the woman that she'd caught from the commander's mind. Kevin relaxed with effort when he realized he was grinding his teeth. The woman Amelia showed him was stunning. He didn't know how the Rathodon prince did it, how the man attracted such exotic creatures to his side. Then he smiled, glancing at Amelia. The commander did have a point, though. He was certain it would crush Alex to lose yet another of his women to Kevin. He had given it some thought. Even though Simon was a coward, he did have a point. The longer they delayed here, the more likely they would be discovered. He glanced back down at the unresponsive sundered he'd been working on with Jenny and sighed. This one was lost to them. He looked up as Clement stirred and spoke. "The fourth's new woman. Did the commander say who she is?" Amelia turned her head to look at the leader of the order, not a hint of expression on his face.
"Yes, sir. He told me it was a woman called Isabella."
Kevin almost laughed out loud as a look of desire flickered across the old man's features. Not that he could blame him. It was time for action. It was time that the order came under his full control and their assault began. He just had to think of a way to get rid of Clemens discreetly. It wouldn't do for them to succeed in this endeavor only to have Clemens end up being the king of Valencia.
Amelia stared out of eyes that were no longer hers, knowing she shouldn't be taking such a big risk while her other self was awake. She almost recoiled in fear as she saw Clemens, the one that she knew was actually one of the elder called Aiden. He'd plagued what little peace she had left, trying to wrest her away from her master. He terrified her. She cringed as his head swung around, taking a step back in sudden fear. She saw the flash of desire across his face at the mention of Isabella. Her other self watched dispassionately as he turned to leave. Amelia dared to hope. If he was foolish enough to go after Alex's new consort, he would die. The brief run-in she'd had with Isabella had told her the woman was powerful. Not only that, but Alex would react badly to any attack. So even if Isabella didn't kill him, Alex would. Amelia didn't even notice the satisfied smile that curved the lips on her real body in response to her satisfaction. Closing the door of his bedroom carefully behind him, Aiden scowled and allowed the shroud of the tottering old man, the Clemens identity he'd assumed, to drop off him. It had seemed like such a good idea when he'd started on this endeavor, yet now he found it restrictive. Aiden walked over to the window. He couldn't really call it a suite fitting of a ruler, yet he knew he had some of the best rooms in the estate with the exception of Castler's own. Grinding his teeth, he seed that being stalled at every turn. He had a veritable army spread out below waiting the order to attack. Frustratingly, the fool Castler controlled the guards his nephew brought them, as well as the house guards that looked to his lords. Kevin controlled the Sundered through his corrupted healers. Even wresting control of Amelia away from Kevin had been beyond him. For a thrall trapped behind the layers of an imposed personality, that small grain of herself that remained was incredibly elusive. Aiden smiled coldly, his eyes glittering with malice. It was all he could do to sit through the discussion, pretending to be unconcerned when they'd received the briefing from Amelia after her meeting with the spy. The daily goings-on of the Rathodons didn't concern him. There was one detail that had held his attention to the point it had been hard for him to conceal his interest. Isabella, his Isa, had moved into the palace and was linked to Alexander Rathodon. That the ungrateful wretch had lived and never sought him out all these years deserved punishment. That she believed she could give herself to another when she already belonged to him, no matter how many years had passed, showed the traits and influence of her traitorous brother. Aiden reached out, pulling the veil around him, no longer caring if Kevin sensed the power draw. There were enough other kin, not to mention the Sundered below in the caverns, that he doubted the man would attribute the use of the veil to him. It was time he took back his personal property. Then he would reveal himself and the dithering would stop. The assault to take back his land would commence. Chapter 59. Assistance. Isabella walked through the suite, not having to pause as the doors were opened promptly by attentive servants. Smiling her thanks, she walked out into the private garden. She knew Alex would join her when he was free from his latest meeting. Her brother had tried to warn her how restrictive linking herself with Alex, the fourth, would be, yet she had dismissed his worrying. As it turned out, he'd been correct. Her every move, sigh, and expression was watched and speculated and gossiped about. Isabella smiled.
Jess and Elizabeth had proven themselves to be the sisters she'd never had, guiding her through the political intrigue of the court and showing her that she didn't have to behave like a trophy in this world she'd found herself in. Alex liked the fact that she was independent, strong-willed, and sought shelter with her when he needed it, trusting she would protect him when he did, just as he would her. Isabella breathed in the perfume from the flowers in the garden bed, and it calmed her mind. Let the other simpering women of the court bat their eyes and lean all over Alex. Isabella chuckled. She knew now that such behavior didn't interest Alex in the slightest. She froze, her inner eye switching, the garden fading around her with the veiled world coming sharply into focus. She had a moment of fear coursing through her as she recognized the incoming signature in that moment before he arrived. As Aiden appeared from the veil in front of her, Isabella stepped back, eyes wide, body trembling as her mind screamed. All the intervening years that put a considerable amount of experience and distance between her and her childhood suddenly meant nothing. She was instantly transported back to the scared little girl she'd been all those years ago. You are mine, Isa. You have always belonged to me. His mind voice was just as seductive as she remembered, and it caused her to shiver and gasp. He felt his feather-like touch run over her body, almost caressing her with his power. That's right. Stop fighting me. You know you can't fight me. Isabella looked up and saw his eyes, greedy, possessive eyes, taking in all of her from top to bottom. He was just as attractive as she remembered, and he could still pin her in place with a smoldering gaze. As he closed the distance between them, she felt a tear track its way down her cheek. For all that he seemed like the perfect companion, tall, strong, good-looking, he was flawed. His insides did not match the outside package. She knew inside the man was cruel, sadistic, and possessive. Lurking behind the hazel eyes was the malevolent man she remembered. A part of her mind shrieked, and then the feel of the hilt of the ceremonial dagger that Alex had given her as a gift pulled her back to the present. She was no longer that scared, helpless little girl, the one that couldn't fight back. Isabella ducked her head, letting her shoulders slump and a tremble rack her body, feigning a defeat she no longer felt. She knew she'd succeeded when she felt his surge of triumph. Isabella glanced through her hair and saw Aiden was nearly upon her, licking his lips and laughing as he snatched at her arm. Amelia stared straight ahead, waiting, hoping the other would sleep in time. As she started to rock back and forth, her cell growing even smaller, she stared at the door that Aiden always tried to get through to get to her. Fear surged in her and threatened to overwhelm her. Don't let madness come. Not yet. Her own mind voice rattled around in her head as she battled to stay, battled with her own madness, tried to hold it at bay long enough. Amelia wept. Her hair was matted and fell in front of her eyes, and she was suddenly a scared little girl with a ripped, dirty shift that was too big and pooled around her. Fight! She screamed, and her hair straightened, and suddenly she was standing, herself again. She ran at the door before she could think about what she was doing. Her hands trembling, she pulled back the bolts and shoved it open. She'd managed to help Jess somehow, when the other woman had been held by her master. Her lips thinned. She may not be able to control her own body, but she could obviously affect the world around her in some ways. Amelia ran, the walls, bars, and chain that kept her safe melting away in front of her. She pulled power to her as she ran, but this time she didn't run away from that malevolent presence that was Aiden. She ran towards that evil. She could sense him, his being pulsing like a beacon. She paused when she saw him, a faded, ghostly version of him reach out to grab the woman she'd only ever met once. But she knew this woman was Isabella, the one that Aidan desperately wanted to possess. As his hands closed around Isabella's arm and started to pull her towards him, Amelia shrieked, "No!" She pulled Empower sharply, not stopping to wonder how she was doing it, and slammed it into Aidan. She had a brief moment of triumph as she saw him stagger. Then he turned his gaze right at her through the veil. Amelia froze and, despite her earlier resolve, started to back up in fear. Alex shook his head, hoping that this meeting, one of a seemingly endless stream of meetings, would be over soon. Still, it potentially resolved one problem they'd been grappling with, which was getting as many innocents out of harm's way as possible before battle commenced. Just because their lord was a traitor didn't mean that they were. "Alex, I know you disagree, but I insist on participating in this attack." William's expression looked stubborn. Alex was about to reply when he felt a surge of power accompanied by a thrust of fear. "Stay here!" He spat at William, then stood abruptly while pulling the veil around him, aware that Jess and Kyle came with him. And together they covered the short distance to the courtyard garden in the blink of an eye. The blast of power and fear had been Isabella's. Alex appeared there to see Isabella blast a man in front of her as her mind screamed in fear and anger. He only had a moment to recognize that the man was Aidan. Before he could do anything himself, the old warlord, stumbling, a look of shock on his face, fled into the veil. Alex swore and glanced at both Kyle and Jess before he closed the distance to Isabella. He gently pulled her into his arms. "Isabella, it's all right. He's gone." Alex could feel the tremors running through her body. It was all he could do to remain calm himself, but the threat was gone and it wouldn't help Isabella at all if he allowed himself to be lost in anger. As sanity returned to Isabella's eyes, Alex allowed them both to sink to the ground as she sobbed. He didn't say anything. He knew he didn't have to. He just sat there with her as she wept. Looking up to Kyle and Jess, who stood nearby, he could see the protective barrier the pair had thrown up around them all. "We need to push forward with the plan. Attack before they can come at us again." Alex was surprised that his voice was calm. "I'm coming on the attack." Isabella's voice was soft but firm. "Isabella, no. You've had a big shock." Alex stilled as Isabella stared up at him. "I am coming. That man will die this time. He will not escape again." Isabella's eyes were cold, her voice containing a quiet fury. Kyle and Jess looked between them both and nodded and disappeared without a word to follow up on their own instructions. Chapter 60. Traitor's Move. Only pausing long enough to scan the palace, Jess and Kyle appeared before Bennett, who stepped back, startled at their sudden arrival. "Are you sure you want to do this? Go into the Castler estate?" Bennett finished placing one of Kyle's formal jackets back on a hanger before turning. "Yes, my lord." Nodding at Jess, Kyle swept his long-term servant up with them, dragging him along as they jumped back into the veil to the meeting room. Kyle watched with interest as Jess reached out and scanned the veil for recent trails. They both knew Simon's path would be one of them. As Jess shared what she was seeing, in her mind's eye, Kyle could see the path taken by those who had left this place by disappearing into the veil. Some were faded, a hint as to how long ago they had occurred. It gave them both pause that they could still detect those trails, and they could both tell they weren't from someone weak in the use of the veil. Some of these departures seemed ancient. Concentrating, Jess brought Simon to the forefront of her mind. Kyle watched, fascinated, as he felt her power spinning out a couple of paths. The footprints of their user came into focus. His eyes narrowed as he realized how many there were, yet there was one set of prints that glowed more brightly than any of the others. Kyle wasn't conscious of either of them making the decision, yet found they were speeding through the veil together. The world around them blurred, even if it was only for a moment, and it was less time than a couple of heartbeats before their progress halted. Kyle found himself staring through the veil at the room around him that came sharply into focus. He stared at Jess. While they didn't think this task really needed the both of them, after all that had happened, this wasn't the moment to get sloppy. Looking at the scene below, it seemed Simon hadn't wasted any time and was in conference with some of his people. His most trusted, she gathered, since a quick assessment told her they were all kin. "Damn it, don't be fools! The current fourth and his companions are dangerous." Simon's expression was clouded by anger. "So now are we conscripted, doing the bidding of the king?" This from a young-looking man. "The new king is like none that Valencia has had before. He's one of the forced kin. You've seen what his mother is like, even out of her mind." Simon's gaze swept around the others in the room. Cal was rather impressed when they all ducked their heads, conceding his point, proving he had more power over them than what his first impression was showing him. "Mad. Unpredictable. Wild." Cal turned to see the young woman who'd spoken, leaning on the windowsill. She looked neither angry nor upset. Simon nodded. "Except Alex and his companions got to the king in time. They shielded him, protected him from descending into madness." The woman turned and looked at Simon, a knowing smile on her lips that didn't reach her eyes. "We choose a side. If we side against the Rathodons, any that survive will track us down." Cal looked at Jess, his eyebrow raising, and she nodded. Agreeing they'd heard enough, they dispelled the veil, so she stood in the room with them. He traded glances with Jess, curious how Simon's den of kin thieves would react. They focused on the intruders that appeared in their midst, their shock evident as they drew their power and lashed out. Kyle and Jess stood, allowing their outburst to roll over them, although Kyle made sure to keep Bennett within his shields. The fact that Bennett had his dagger in one hand and sword in the other facing towards the threat he perceived at their back made him smile. Their shock, as neither he nor Jess suffered any harm from their outburst, caused him even more amusement. "You don't have time for this foolishness. And yes, if you betray the king, he will track you down and kill you." Jess allowed herself to smile, although her eyes were dead. "The Fourth's blade, and I will serve him well in this cause." Kyle held his breath, watching them as they considered Jess's words, his eyes narrowing as Simon stepped forward and placed his hand on his heart, then forehead, and bowed his head. "Companions, we will do as the fourth requests, given that it lies within our abilities." Simon's tone showed no sign of deception, and his people stared wide-eyed at this turn of events. Kyle closed his eyes briefly, taking a calming breath. "We don't ask that you fight, only that you clear the surrounding villages and estate of the innocent, or as many as you can before dawn." Simon's eyes widened. "Tonight?" Jess pushed back that feeling that would overwhelm her if she let it. "Tonight. The old threat you were concerned about showed his hand. The attack will happen at dawn." Jess didn't elaborate. Cal smiled. She didn't need to. Simon, with his background and training, if he was as smart as he thought he was, could fill in the blanks. "We'll do what we can, Lady Jesselyn, Lord Kyle." Cal reached into his pocket and drew out the ring he'd grabbed from the complex before leaving. He looked at it, then back up at Simon. Kyle hoped that Alex would forgive him for this, but William did effectively throw Simon back under Alex's authority. None of them were innocents. They weren't the shining examples of what people typically thought heroes should be, not Alex, nor Jess, and certainly not himself. "You were once a member of the Companions cohort. You left in dishonor. Take this opportunity to redeem yourself." He ignored the startled muttering from Simon's men as he held out the ring to him. "The Fourth needs you. Your king needs you." Simon's eyes widened, and Kyle thought he saw a fleeting expression of pain flicker across his face as he gazed back at him. He took the ring with a shaking hand and slipped it onto his finger. I failed the honor of the cohort once. I won't again. I and mine will do as you command, companion. Simon dropped to his knee, his sword quickly withdrawn from its scabbard in a smooth motion, and held with its hilt pressed to his forehead in that ancient symbol of contrition. Chapter 61. Help. Simon closed his eyes as conflicting feelings he couldn't quite put a name to crashed over him. He pushed them all aside to deal with them later if he chose. Right now, they didn't have time. A rueful smile spread on his lips. He had no doubt the fourth would track him down and kill him if he failed. His companions had just proven how easily it could be done should the Elderborn have cause to focus on him. Aware of the silence that had settled on the room since Lady Jesselyn and Lord Kyle had revealed his secret before they left, he stood, turning to face his people. They looked at him astounded, all except his most trusted. Keith still leaned against the windowsill. He may have looked relaxed to the casual observer, but he was ready to leap to his defense if needed. Blake, on the other side of the room, made no pretense of being relaxed. His hand was on his blade as he watched everyone else for a sign of dissent. So, now you all know my past. A past I'm certain you've all speculated about long before now. Simon smiled as a bark of laughter sounded in the room. You could say that, my Lord Skull, a grumbling voice muttered from the back of the group. I see those two don't look surprised by the news at all. The strident complaint set off muttering of agreement amongst those here. Blake and I, well, let's just say we've known Simon for a very long time. You fools should be grateful the Fourth's companions left us alive after you all tried to attack them. There was heavy sarcasm in Keith's tone at that last point. You can't have failed to notice, even with your combined might, the companions didn't even break out a sweat. The others swung to look from Keith to Blake as his voice rumbled across the room. You've never come face to face with the previous Fourth, let alone the current holder of the title. If you had, you wouldn't be standing here grumbling at me. Simon intervened. They didn't have time for this discussion. Blake, you will be with me, helping to clear out Lord Castler's estate. Keith and Lane, you will clear out as many of the farm workers as you can. I trust the three of you to select suitable teams to get the job done. We leave within the hour. Simon turned his back on them all, not waiting for acknowledgement. They would obey. They knew what he would do to them if they didn't. After the Lady Jesselyn's and Lord Kyle's display, they undoubtedly knew what she could and would do if they failed to follow the orders they'd been given. Gesturing at the Fourth Blade's manservant to follow him, he left the room. He didn't bother to check that the man followed him. He was too well trained not to. Simon needed to change if they were to complete the task they had been given. His current attire wasn't fit for the purpose. Even though neither of the Fourth's companions said anything, he'd not failed to notice they'd brought Bennett with them. Simon had to admit a grudging respect. There was a huge risk to the man to be left there in the heart of enemy territory, just to hide the fact they'd smuggled out innocent servants and given more time to his lord before the attack. Although thankfully he hadn't been lying when he said the commoners looking to Lord Castler held little to no loyalty to the man. That would make part of this task somewhat easier. Lane resisted the urge to swear as a dog growled deep in his throat off to his left before breaking into full-throated barks. The warning carried across the farmstead. He looked over to the looming Castler estate settled into the mountain and relaxed marginally. It looked close. He could even see the glow of the campfires from the armed rebels they'd amassed. He knew that they were far enough away that even if the men heard the dog, they wouldn't think too much of it. He hoped. The bigger problem was if the lights of those who lived out there started to flare. That might draw attention. Let's move. Get these people out of here. Someone shut that dog up. Don't kill it. Lane really did groan. Being a do-gooder made his life so much harder. Like all those who led these parties, Lane was capable of pulling the veil around himself and his small party to move through areas undetected. Mostly. Animals could sometimes be a little problematic. He couldn't travel through the veil himself. Blake, one of the Skull Lord's seconds, had dropped him and his men off here on his way to his own assignment. He had clear instructions. Get the farmers and laborers out. His path had been clearly laid out for him right down to how much ground they had to cover before dawn. He didn't quite understand what the Fourth and his companions were going to do, or why it was dangerous for commoners to remain in close proximity. After the companions' display, apparently impervious to their combined best efforts, he didn't argue. Lane didn't waste time with further instructions. It was the beauty of working for the Skull Lord. Everyone knew what their leader would do to them if they failed him. Lane gathered the veil around him almost reflexively, sighing as the dog yelped once, then was silent. He picked up his pace, heading to the main house, hearing the footfalls of his assigned group heading to their own targets. Lane eased open the door to the main hut, relieved when the hinges didn't groan in protest. Even though he'd never been in this particular residence, he knew exactly how it was laid out. The Lord Castler owned everything, and all the laborers on his land paid him dearly to live here. Not that they had enough left after they paid tribute to even attempt to go elsewhere. They were effectively stuck with nowhere to escape to. Until now. All of these farming communes on the Castler estate were built exactly the same. He could have found his way to the sleeping areas blindfolded. Even though he was confident about his surroundings, he walked across the small living area cautiously. He hadn't survived this long by being sloppy. That was how one in his profession died very quickly. Easing back the curtain that hid the sleeping alcove, Lane wasted no time, closing the distance between him and the man sleeping on the bed with his woman. Drawing his blade, he laid it on the woman's throat, clamping his hand on her mouth. Her sudden squeak of alarm and thrashing was enough to wake the man sleeping next to her. He lurched up, then froze as he saw the predicament his partner was in. "Hush, both of you. In the Fourth's name, by order of the king, you are to leave this place." Lane glanced down at the woman who'd stilled at his words, although still tense. Not that he blamed her. "Unless you both wish to share your lord's fate when justice is dispensed." Lane withdrew his hand and blade from the woman, cautious yet relieved when neither did anything immediately stupid.
"Since when did your kind do the bidding of the Fourth and the king?"
The woman's voice was harsh, but barely above a whisper. Lane couldn't help but smile. This woman had a spine still, despite her lord doing his best to beat it out of the people who looked to him. "Since the Fourth's companions tracked us down in my master's lair and ordered us to. The Skull Lord isn't stupid. Your lord's wrath is nothing compared to the Fourth. Besides, I have no doubt the man's head will be separated from his body before the sun clears his estate." "This is some kind of trick. You just want us to leave so you can take everything." The man's voice growled at him.
"Don't be stupid. The likes of us don't have anything. Not for the likes of the Skull Lord's men, anyhow."
The woman's tone was scathing as she rose from the bed herself and looked at him.
"Where should we go?"
Lane almost forgot himself and laughed. She was correct, of course. The bulk of people beholden to Lord Castler had very little to call their own. Certainly not enough in normal circumstances to draw the attention of the League of Skulls. "Just dress quickly and follow me and my men. We'll lead you and the others out. We don't have much time. I'm told we don't want to be here come dawn, or we'll be trapped and potentially share your lord's fate." Lane shook his head, holding his laughter back as the woman bullied her man in harsh whispers into dressing and berated him until he complied, meekly leaving the house as ordered. Lane glanced around, seeing the rest of his people appearing not long after with the others that lived in this farming commune. Gesturing to his men, they rounded up their charges and headed them up into the surrounding hills and safety. Simon swallowed the curse he'd been about to use as the woman screamed. Half his men froze. Blake got to her first, clamping his hand on her mouth. "Hush, woman, unless you want to join your lord in death," Blake hissed at her. Blake's face went red as she bit down on his hand, struggling like a hellion in his arms. A couple of the other men went to his assistance. Simon heard the doors to the kitchen, where the woman they discovered was preparing for the morning, crash open. Two of Kessler's guards came charging through the doors. They skidded to a halt, their eyes wide in shock, before they grasped for their swords and charged towards them. This time, Simon swore, as one of his men went down, clutching his stomach, unlucky enough to be sliced open by the backswing of the sword of one of the guards. Reinforcing his shields, throwing them wider than he had them previously to give as many of his people coverage as he could, he drew his own sword. Throwing caution to the wind, trusting most on the estate were still asleep since the kitchens were located in the bowels of the estate house. One of the advantages of the place being built into the mountains were the thick rock walls in this section that were part of the mountain itself. Despite the years it had been since he'd had to defend himself with a sword, it seemed he was still better with it than Kessler's guard. He cut the man down without a hint of guilt. The guard was just doing his job. Unfortunately for that guard, so was he. Hearing a grunt and the clatter of a blade on the stone floor, Simon spun, fearing another of his men had gone down. He froze, stunned. Bennett stood looking down at the fallen guardsman who lay at his feet dead on the ground, neck snapped. Bennett finally looked up, his eyes glinting with amusement as he saw them all gaping at him.
"What? You thought I was placed with Lord Carl just to look after his clothing?"
Simon eyed the man with a new appreciation of his skills. "I knew your function. It's just given the Fourth's blade's own skills, your own have rarely been seen." Bennett looked over toward the woman being restrained inside. He walked over to her and he squatted down in front of her, just staring. He didn't do anything else that Simon could observe, but the woman stilled. Simon could see the blood running through Blake's fingers, but still his hand remained firmly clamped on the woman's mouth.
"Listen to me, woman. You can either get clear of this place before the Fourth's people arrive, or stay and tie your chances with your lord."
Bennett nodded at Blake as the woman stirred, and he removed his hand cautiously from the woman's mouth.
"You'd have me believe you speak for the Fourth? You lot are nothing but cutthroats."
The woman hissed at Bennett, her eyes sparkling with outrage. Bennett kept his eyes on her and eased the black glove off of one of his hands, revealing a signet ring. Simon didn't have to see it up close to know it bore the Stratford crest. Only the most loyal of people were awarded them. It had been a practice for generations, stretching back even beyond his time in the companion's cohort. Those who bore them tended to be in roles where they might have to take another's life to protect the one they served. It didn't surprise him at all that Bennett bore one. The woman's eyes widened in shock, indicating even she recognized it. It was a rarity for a commoner to have such protection, so it was the stuff of legend amongst those who served.
"I serve the Fourth's blade. Choose, woman. We cannot guarantee you will live if your choice is to stay."
Bennett slowly pulled his black leather glove on as the shocked servant nodded.
"Please, I'm sorry. Tell me what to do."
Bennett looked over at Simon, then back at the quiet woman who, now that she'd stopped struggling, the men let go.
"Show us to where your fellow serving staff are bedded down. Then you'll all be taken to safety."
As she nodded, scrambling to her feet, Bennett backed off. "Wait here while I get Bennett into position." Simon glanced at Blake, who nodded, his face calm. The servants clustered close, clutching small bundles with only the few items they could gather in the time that they had. Although it wasn't like they had to leave much behind. He'd known how little these people had. He'd read the reports. Yet it was pitiful to see that most of what they had could be contained in one small bundle clutched to their chests. Simon gestured to Bennett, who moved closer to him. Thickening the veil around them, he pulled them through the estate. This was the dangerous part. The manservant to Lord Castler had his own room on the upper floors, close to his lord. Simon knew that there were more guards on the upper levels and the most powerful of the kin, including Kevin and the Elder were up there. He just hoped they were still asleep. Not wasting any time, knowing every second pushed them closer to dawn and the time those sleeping above were more likely to wake if disturbed, he ghosted them through the estate. It was worth the risk to save the time. Thankfully, due to his previous visits, he had a basic idea of the layout of the upper floors, and the woman from the kitchen had been most accommodating once Bennett had calmed her down. She described how to get to the manservant's small closet-like room tucked down a corridor that ran off the servants' stairs. Simon didn't pause as they reached the upper floors, keeping the veil wrapped around him like a comforting blanket as he stalked up the hallway, drawing Bennett with him. Ducking down the corridor, which led right where the cook had said it would be, he spied the wooden door tucked into the far corner of the corridor that didn't lead anywhere else except some stairs to the level below. Without pause, he pulsed them towards the door, easing through it without opening it. The room on the other side of the door really was about the size of a closet. In fact, looking around, he was sure his own dressing area was bigger. Realizing there wasn't much option anyway, he motioned for Bennett to stay put. Bennett shrugged and leaned up against the door to wait. Simon took one step towards the figure lying on the cot, placing one gloved hand on the man's mouth while the other lay on his chest, with a small burst of power to strengthen his arm and keep him pressed to the bed. A startled, terrified squeak made its way past his hand. "Hush! I'm not here to kill you. You've seen me before." Lord Castler's manservant's eyes were wide as saucers as he looked up at him. He replied with a muffled response that Simon interpreted as yes. "Your lord will answer for all that he has done to the king come dawn. You will come with me to a place of safety." Simon gently removed his hand as the manservant nodded. After a brief pause, relieved that the servant didn't scream to wake the whole upper floor up, Simon stepped back, his back against the wall behind him to give room for the manservant to get up. The man scrambled out from the cot, his head swinging from him to Bennett still pressed against the door. His face crumpled and he shook his head.
"My lord will know something is up if I don't tend to him when he wakes."
His voice trembled. "It's all right. We have a replacement for you." Simon jerked his head to Bennett. The manservant turned his gaze on Bennett, his expression clouding.
"You don't understand. My lord has exacting standards. He'll know you aren't trained to serve as a lord's personal servant."
Simon couldn't help the soft snort of amusement that statement caused him. Bennett, for his part, simply bowed his head in acknowledgement to the man. "It's all right. I think he'll manage." Simon grabbed hold of the manservant, not trusting him to stay close, and looked at Bennett. "Are you sure of this? I can take you out with me now." Bennett shook his head.
"I'm sure, Simon. Go. Get them all to safety. I'll be fine, and my Lord Kyle will be here in no time, I'm sure."
Simon nodded at Bennett and, pulling the veil to him once more, disappeared into its folds, retracing his way back to the room where he'd left the rest of his men and the servants. Barely pausing, he swept them up with him, drawing them through the veil to retreat beyond the borders of the Castler family estate. They'd done their part. Now it was up to the Fourth and his people. Chapter 62. Mission. Kevin folded the veil around him and went to the caverns below the castle. The time for hiding was nearly over. Today they would make their presence felt. Word had gone to the commander to kick off the battle by launching an attack on the king with his men inside the palace. That action was sure to cause a distraction, and with everyone's eyes and focus on the attack from within, they would launch their own attack. If they were lucky, Jansen might even succeed in killing the king. The loss of Jess had been a blow to their cause. He'd been so close to breaking the woman. Kevin frowned. He'd been so certain the poison would work, but it seemed it failed, allowing Jess to escape. He'd set some of his healers to work on the dual poison and to refine it more, or at least they would if he could find out what went wrong. Jess's escape had forced their hand, though. They couldn't risk holding off on their attack. When Jess recovered, she might have enough knowledge to lead the king and his men here. So they'd been faced with the choices: attack or run. They were so close to their objective that running away had been unpalatable to them all. Moving through the underground levels, he came to the large cavern where the Sundered slept. As he'd known she would be, Jenny was tending her patients, Chelsea assisting her. Even though Jenny had proven to be useful, she was becoming problematic. She was growing too powerful as a healer, her own healing abilities working at trying to undo the compulsions he'd placed on her. He was constantly having to reinforce them to keep her in check. Both of the healers looked up at his approach. Chelsea looked odd to see him. She was a good enough healer at a basic level, but wasn't yet capable of fighting him off. "Chelsea, why don't you go and rouse Tyson and a handful of the other Sundered?" Simon smiled and gave her a nudge.
"Of course, Master Healer."
Chelsea turned and walked through the ranks of cots, heading off to do as he requested without question. He turned his gaze on Jenny, who stepped back, confusion on her face.
"Master Healer? What?"
She froze as he grasped her head, inserting himself into her mind, compelling her to freeze. "You will take the Sundered and go to the Summer Palace. You will assist with the attack on the king." Kevin grimaced as he felt her mind try to shy away from his orders and reinforce the bonds he held her with. She stiffened as his power ran through her, then slumped as he overcame her. She staggered as he released her, looking around, momentarily disoriented before she smiled.
"Of course, Master Healer. We'll go straight away."
Jenny nodded to him, then turned and walked over to Chelsea, helping the other healer to rouse some more of the Sundered so that she could go off to do as she'd been compelled to. Kevin smiled. At least that was one potential problem out of the way. Chapter 63. A Better King. Kessler stood motionless, allowing his people to fuss over the final touches to his attire. He frowned at the worn look of his best tunic as his manservant cut off a loose thread at the shoulder. He squared his shoulders. When he was king, he'd finally be provided with clothes appropriate to his standing. Nodding his thanks, he turned and walked from his rooms, practicing his stately walk. Kings did not run. Others ran to serve the king. He frowned, pausing to look at the servant who helped him. "I haven't noticed you before. Where is, my usual servant?" Kessler cursed internally at being unable to remember the servant's name. Then again, there were so many of them, it wasn't like he could possibly be expected to remember all of them. The servant gazed up at him. "Colin had an emergency and had to leave, my lord. He asked me to assist you in his place." Kessler's frown deepened. There was something about the servant that was tugging at his mind, but he couldn't place it. Shrugging, he dismissed the problem and continued down the cold stone hallway, careful not to appear to be in a hurry. Not that he'd spent much time in his life running, but he had found it somewhat irritating that his own people weren't quite as prompt at serving him at times, not like the servants who fawned and jumped at the slightest whim of the current members of the royal family. Kessler smiled. Soon that would all be his. The servants would then be showing him the respect he was due. Kessler frowned and looked around. "Where is everyone this morning?" "It's early, my lord. I think they're all still at breakfast. I sent a runner to alert them when you rang for me." The servant's tone was smooth and unruffled. Kessler considered the man's words and sighed. It was so hard to get good help. As he walked along the bare stone corridor towards the front sitting room, he thought through all the things he would have to do as soon as the Rathodons were gone. He would, of course, have to take over the royal palaces. It was only appropriate, since they were the symbol of the royal family. He would have to give careful thought as to which of his other relatives would take over these old family estates. He glanced at the servant walking with him, suddenly uncomfortable with the echo of his booted feet in the empty hallway. "William the false king will have to be disposed of when I ascend the throne?" Kessler glanced at his servant to see his bland expression. "Well, it will be hard for you to take it if the king is still sitting on it, my lord." Kessler thought he heard a bit of mockery in the servant's tone, but that couldn't be right. The men wouldn't dare. "A public execution would probably be best. It wouldn't do to leave him alive to foster rebellion in the less enlightened of our people." This time the servant wisely kept silent. He wasn't sure why he suddenly felt the need to discuss his plans with a servant anyway. Turning his mind back to his current train of thought, he realized Alexander would have to join his brother in that public display. There was no question in that. The boy was too dangerous and had proven to be resistant to the medication developed by the Order. The scion of the Stratford line, Kyle, would also have to die. Well, it had been proven in the past that he could be controlled with the medication. He was too close to the current ruling family. Such a pity, in a way, since his rumored skill set sounded intriguing. Having a trained assassin at his beck and call would probably be essential. He made a note to check into others who might fill such a role for him. There was bound to be upheaval with this change, and some lords who would decide to support the Rathodons no matter how far they drifted from what they should be. Lady Jesselyn. Kessler only realized he sighed out loud when he noticed a darting glance from his man. He smiled. At least his servant was starting to be more attentive already. Lady Jesselyn was such a beautiful creature. It would be a shame to waste one such as her, but he'd been informed she was too dangerous and would not abandon her allegiance to William, Alexander, and Kyle. Kessler stumbled as the floors and walls started shaking, his man adroitly steadying him with a strong grasp on his arm. A deep rumbling filled the air, and Kessler swallowed, aware the servant was looking at him. He straightened, trying to appear as if the building's shaking hadn't scared him. He reached the door to the sitting room, and here he waved his hand. It only shook a little. It was a gesture he'd seen William and Alexander use, and he was gratified to see his guards at the door step forward and push them open. He sniffed at the fact the door didn't open quite fast enough for him to sweep in, leaving him standing for a moment. He would need some new doormen. The king had staff whose sole job seemed to be opening doors. Guards were for, well, guarding him, so they shouldn't get distracted by opening doors. He was about to be king. He shouldn't have to wait for the doors to be open. He glared at the men on guard, letting them see his displeasure before sweeping into the room. He'd deal with them later. This was a momentous day, and he wouldn't let his servant's incompetence ruin it. The doors thumped closed behind him. "I've decided the attack will—" Kessler stopped, frozen in place. Kevin was standing at the large windows looking down at the grounds below with a steady stream of curse words. Kessler's jaw nearly dropped. He'd never heard the healer swear before. He continued his way across the room to see what it was that held the attention of the healer to the extent that Kevin hadn't even acknowledged his entrance. As the floor shook again with a deep rumbling coming from outside, Kessler grasped the back of a long leather lounge. He gasped in shock as Amelia appeared out of the air, right there in the room between him and Kevin. He'd known she was tainted, but still, she'd never done that before in his presence, and it unnerved him. Her drawn sword made him swallow nervously. He looked up towards the windows, unwilling to move closer to the pair, and he saw cracks of lightning running across the otherwise blue skies outside the windows. Kevin's steady stream of expletives ceased, and he swung around, a look of contempt on his face. "You fool! The attack has already begun. That out there is the Fourth and his people!" Kessler took a step back from the healer, unaccustomed to being treated like he was nothing but a servant. He knew he'd gone pale as the words sank in, and he hadn't marshaled a single indignant word in his defense when the healer, along with Amelia, suddenly disappeared from the room. Trying to steady his breathing, Kessler made his way to the large windows, where he looked out to see an army on the grounds below, rank upon rank of guards all emblazoned with the king's crest, banners of other lords in prominent display, with more and more guards arriving seemingly from nowhere. They just appeared. The yelling and screaming started as Kessler stared at the scene unfolding below. A day that had started with such promise was suddenly looking a fair bit bleaker. Chapter 64. Barrier. Alex took a deep breath as he strode through the Vale, Jess on one side, Kyle on the other, as they had for so many years of their lives. A path formed before them as they walked, not that he found it necessary to feign walking anymore, or for a path to appear, but the old familiar method felt soothing. The blank mist of the Vale remained shapeless around them rather than taking form as they wished. Unlike in the past, that was taking conscious effort. He'd noticed of late that wherever he trod in the Vale, a wild forest would ripple out around him. He'd come to realize that it was his own mind forcing the shape on the Vale around him. The Vale was power, vast and seemingly endless, impressionable, almost waiting to be molded and used in any fashion he wanted. The Vale reflected those of power that strode its paths. Today, none of them wanted to tip off to their quarry that they were coming for them. Simon and his people, who were also kin, had begun the evacuation of as many of the villagers and servants from the Castler estate as they could, under the cover of darkness. From their position high above the surface where they normally trod, Alex could see the small trail of people as they were ushered away towards the relative safety of the Summer Palace and Callanane. Edward, Cal, Kat, Damien, and Isabella stood in the Vale, each heading units of the elite and guard still loyal to the crown. While Damien and Isabella weren't as proficient at fighting in combination with the elite, both were more than capable of protecting the units assigned to them from those with power, leaving the elite to deal with the traitors camped around Castler's estate. He'd tried to convince Isabella to stay behind, but she wouldn't hear of it. He resolutely pushed that concern out of his mind. Isabella had proven more than once that she could look after herself. Alex shook his head and turned his mind to their own units of elite who stood in the Vale, waiting for the three of them. Matthew and Ryan's experiment had prompted testing with the elite, and a small group within their ranks had proven to be strong enough at holding their fellow elite in the Vale. It had taken a great deal of practice, and none of them really liked being cut adrift in the Vale this way, but none of them panicked. All of the elite stood in formation just as they'd practiced, waiting for Kyle, Jess, and himself to go and fetch them. "All good, Marcus?" Alex kept his mind voice controlled in a tight communication for Marcus alone. The rest of the kin didn't need to hear the conversation. Even if it was unlikely they would understand its meaning if they caught it amid the constant chatter in the Vale. "Yes, Your Highness. We're waiting right where Damien dropped us off." Alex smiled. Marcus had practiced enough. His mind voice was calm and he exuded confidence. Then again, he'd come to the disturbing conclusion that his elite would run straight into certain death for him. It was a level of loyalty he had no doubt of. He still didn't know what he'd ever done to earn it. Hearing movement in the Vale, the undercurrent thrumming with an unfamiliar signature, Kyle frowned and looked in the direction of the incoming people. "It's Olivia and some of her people," Kyle informed him. The wild kin that Kyle had run into, Olivia had shown up with a handful of others of their kind, just as she'd promised she would. Alex traded surprised glances with Kyle, who shrugged. Edward took charge of the new arrivals, sorting them into details. When he felt Jess nudge at his mind, Alex took the hint and drew his attention back to their own immediate role. Even though he wasn't aware of using much power, the scene below them came sharply into focus as soon as he thought of their destination. While he had been preoccupied checking on everyone, they had arrived. From their position high above, they had a view of not only the old manor house, but the entire Castler estate. He'd seen it before, but it still gave him pause. The rows upon rows of tents filled with guards. Still, it wasn't that sight that concerned him. They'd brought in enough guards from all over the realm to more than compensate for that. It was the glowing life force, the one that screamed at the kin. Lots and lots of kin. Those would be his problem. His, Kyle, and Jess's problem, that was, while the others dealt with the guards. Once the enemy troops were contained, some of the others would be free to help, or so they hoped. Alex closed his eyes and took a deep, calming breath, then turned to face his friends. They both looked back at him steadily, neither of them showing the combination of nerves and anticipation that he had no doubt they felt just as he did. Ready? Both Jess and Kyle nodded gravely at him, and he heard the affirmative replies from the others, each of them heading a unit of the elite and King's Guard, waiting for the signal to appear at the Castler estate and begin the attack. Ready, my friend. Kyle's eyes started to glow with power as he gradually increased his draw on the power of the veil. Jess drew her attention back to him as she finished her own final checks. Alex could see not only her eyes glowing with power, but the bands of power tracking their way across her entire body. Alex knew he probably looked the same to their eyes. Let's settle this. Jess's grin answered his own and Kyle's as she lightened the tense mood they were all feeling with a subtle wash of reassurance. Tensing, Alex took one final breath, then spoke one word. Now! The reaction from his two friends was as immediate as his own. All three of them went from a slow, low-level draw of power to opening themselves fully to the veil and hauling power from all around as fast as they could. There was a pause in the veil, as if the realm around them hadn't quite caught up with the change. All of them acted in concert, wielding the power they were channeling to take the form they wished. As they threw the power out from themselves, a dome of white, sparkling energy began to form, each of the threads they produced snapping and merging together seamlessly. Alex knew he was glowing all over, power seeping from every pore of his body, as were Kyle and Jess. Then the veil outside the barrier that had formed around the Kessler estate reacted to their outpouring of power. The world darkened and recoiled around them, power cracked and rumbled throughout the world. Alex could see the impact of what they'd done rain down, crossing the barrier between the veiled world and the real world. Alex ignored the crackling all around him and through him. Unlike when he was going through transition, it didn't hurt anymore. It made him feel alive. Alex allowed the power to flow through him, washing away the fatigue that hammered into him as soon as they were done. He knew the three of them were all on borrowed time. There was only so long they could continue before passing out to sleep off their exertions, even with the power level they had all attained. Alex only hoped none of them would collapse until after they were done. Even if they did collapse early, hopefully the others, in conjunction with William's guards, could finish the job. Alex chuckled under his breath. Of course, since the barrier was self-sustaining, everyone would probably be stuck in here until the three of them woke up. Now! Alex sent the command to Edward, Cal, Damien, and Isabella. At once, they parted the veil that until that moment had hidden them from view, each of their units moving to surround the enemy. All of them had been briefed on what was going to happen, and barked orders from their commanders kept the men and women focused as they ignored the reaction of the elements around them, trusting those with power at their heart to protect them all from those things they couldn't control. True to their training, the guard swept forward, engaging with their surprised enemy. Panicked men and women yelled and screamed as the king's people appeared out of nowhere and they found themselves surrounded. Alex didn't pause to watch the drama unfold below him. He moved, with Kyle and Jess by his side. They each collected their own units of elite who had stood waiting in the Vale, held in position by Marcus, James, and Megan. They moved in perfect sync with each other, their skin sparking with power as the energy they held glowed. They weren't making any efforts to conceal what they were anymore, as those below would deal with the mundane guard units below, while the three of them would start on the sundered and kin who had flocked to the Order's banner. Alex felt awareness flare in the kin below as they recognized a source of great power near them. Hardly aware of the movement, Alex launched into action, his sword sweeping free of its scabbard as the sundered started popping into view from where they'd been hidden in the caverns below. Chapter 65. Left Behind. Matthew laughed at the expressions of the elite that had relieved the night shift, that startled look they had when briefed that their charge was actually still in residence and had not managed to get himself taken to the battle. He'd been disappointed when he'd been told he was being left behind on detail to protect the king. Of course, he'd been briefed of the argument between King William and the Fourth, and the idea of locking the king up in the cells if he tried to go to the Kessler estate was alarming. The fact that he could ride there, should he take it into his mind to do so, even more so. He hadn't yet, so that was a relief. At least he was in good company in his misery at being left behind. Ryan had not been happy either, but one look from the Fourth before he made the mistake of uttering an objection had prevented any arguments. As the doors closed behind him, he waved at the guards outside and was halfway down the hallway before he stopped and turned, looking back at them. Keeping a carefully neutral expression, he walked back towards the two men loitering outside the doorway. "Is there something in particular either of you need?" Matthew looked from one to the other of the king's guard. The silence stretched for a time before they looked at each other, then back at him. The younger of the two shifted his weight from one foot to the other before tugging on his tunic. "We're fine, but thanks for checking. You elite types are always so courteous." The smile plastered over the older guardsman's face was far from sincere. "We try? What are you doing here?" Matthew thought bluntness was in order. He was tired and needed his rest, so being civil wasn't his top priority right now. "We were put on guard detail here." The younger member of the King's Guard swallowed convulsively, looking faintly alarmed. Very well then. Have a good evening." Matthew nodded and turned, walking away as if he didn't have a care in the world. What the guards couldn't know, since none of them would have seen beyond the doors they were standing outside of, is that it was simply a long corridor with another set of doors at the other end that members of the elite stood guard over. Beyond that was the king's suite. The only people who should be in this particular corridor were members of the elite. It was a private access way used by the elite and not public. The only other way the two guards could have ended up at those two particular doors was to use the servants' access corridors, and they shouldn't have been using those either, since in this particular part of the court, it was only the personal servants to the royal family that utilized them. He couldn't even remember using the servants' corridors himself, except when they'd been scouring the palace when Lady Amelia had gone missing. "Harry?" Other than a slight pause, the response was quick.
"Matthew, what's up?"
"You have some uninvited guests standing outside the elite entrance. Don't alarm them, but it might be prudent to reinforce the men on the inner doors."
"When you say uninvited guests, you mean—"
"Two members of the King's Guard who claim to have been stationed there."
"That isn't likely."
Matthew could feel the sudden spike of alertness from his fellow members of the elite. "Correct. Keep things low-key, but make sure to double our guard without them knowing it, and be aware that they might be in other locations they shouldn't be." Trying his best not to speed up. If he started to run, the guards on the corridor would be alerted that something was up. Matthew continued on his way back to the elite barracks. He passed through the doors, and it took all of the self-control he could muster to keep walking casually, as if he didn't have a care in the world. There were members of the King's Guard here as well. The King's Guard were responsible for the perimeter of the palace and the realm in general. They also had their own barracks and common areas. He'd never seen them here either. Once he passed through the doors assigned to personal service area, he took a moment to check their quarters. He almost felt foolish when he didn't discover anyone here other than himself. He shook his head. Something was off. He'd rather be proven wrong and have everyone tell tales of his imagination for years to come than risk being the one responsible for the king being killed. Coming to a decision, he ran down a side corridor, crashing his way through the door at the end. Finally, he understood the part of training that involved running as he pelted down the access corridor to the fourth complex. He knew Ryan was in residence since he checked in earlier before adding the royal suite to his rounds. The elite on duty outside the doors to the complex of the fourth tensed, then relaxed marginally as they identified him. Matthew had to admit he was relieved to see them and not members of the King's Guard. Their eyes widened slightly as they realized he wasn't stopping and swung open the doors.
Matthew?
The voice of the senior member floated after him as he ran through. I'm probably crazy, but be on alert. I'll explain after I've briefed Ryan. Just let me know if you see any of the King's Guard headed this way. Reaching the common area, he skidded to a halt, then ran down the cohort wing. While Ryan had been up when everyone had left, he'd guessed he'd decided to go back to bed. It was still early. As he burst through the bedroom door, Ryan sat bolt upright, a burst of energy lighting up the room. Matthew froze, looking up at the ball of light, and wondered if Alex had taught him that particular trick or if he'd just learned it because he was around Alex, Kyle, and Jess so much. Matthew? Ryan looked like he was swallowing down the panic of being abruptly woken. Ryan, I think we have a problem. You can call me crazy. I'm probably an idiot, but I'd rather be a laughingstock than ignore this. That got Ryan's attention, and he sat up, frowning. What's wrong? Don't tell me the king snuck out of the palace. Ryan paled at the thought. Matthew couldn't help a smile despite the circumstances. At least they had similar concerns. No, I'm probably just overreacting, but well, what the hell are the King's Guard doing on the doors to the royal suite and in the elite barracks? Matthew wished he could have explained better what it was that had all his alarm bells ringing. He knew that just saying it that way sounded stupid. He felt like he'd been reduced to a junior recruit again, jumping at shadows and imagining things going wrong. Ryan slid off his bed, reaching for his weapons belt and strapping it on. Just as well I didn't bother changing. Let's go and make sure we are both laughingstocks. Ryan finished strapping on his belt. Matthew nodded and stepped forward, assisting Ryan with equipping his weapons, relieved that Ryan had taken him seriously. Ryan looked out the windows that had lined the side corridor they walked down, noting the dawn spreading across the sky, and ducked his head. The battle at the Kessler estate would have started by now. The king is on the move. He's heading to the planning room. Ryan looked at Matthew and nodded. He should have guessed the king wouldn't be able to sleep and would be up and moving early. The planning room was actually one of the smaller function rooms that had been turned into a war room, with maps and enough space for all the interested parties that had a say during the planning phase. Who's with him? Ryan knew they only had a handful of them that had been left behind. Harry? Matthew held up his hand as Ryan went to comment. Yes, I know. That's why he called me as soon as the king left his rooms. I gave instructions to get more men on the door, but it didn't happen in time. I'd be going to join his detail now anyhow. Ryan shook his head. There had been a plan. Of course, William was the king and could change the plans whenever he wanted. It was up to them to scramble and catch up. Ryan snorted, suddenly amused, and caught Matthew's startled glance. Well, at least he's still here and not running into the wrong part of town to party in a bar. Ryan traded grins with Matthew, but as they came out of the access doors that would put them in the corridor the king would be using to get to the planning room, his breath nearly froze in his heart. Ryan saw that the commander of the King's Guard was blocking the corridor William was walking down. Even more alarming were the King's Guard coming from behind, in between his own position and the king. The fact that his fellow elite who'd been on the king's doors walked on William's shoulder and was moving to place himself between William and the commander only relieved his anxiety by a little.
Commander, you forget yourself.
William's voice was clipped. Ryan felt the world around him slow down. He saw the commander and his men start to draw blades from their scabbards, a move that killed any hope that Matthew had been wrong in his suspicions. Ryan could feel the undercurrent from William change. His expression moved from irritation at his path being blocked by the King's Guard to alarm as he realized they were drawing their swords. The king and the two members of the elite with him turned aside on, seeing the team of King's Guard cutting their retreat from behind as well. While the action in front of him seemed to play out in slow motion, Ryan drew his own blade in a smooth, practiced move. He was aware that Matthew did the same at his side. As the king started to draw his own weapons, he saw one of the elite closest to their own position slump to the ground as he was cut down before he could finish drawing his own blade. Ryan drew on his own power, desperately afraid he was too late. Chapter 66. Close Quarters. A triumphant grin split Kyle's lips, and he bit back a bark of laughter as he saw Kin try to flee through the veiled world, only to bounce back from the barrier that enclosed them. They would have felt it snap into place even if they hadn't known what had happened. Without pause, Kyle nodded at Kat, and they both gathered their own men, wrapping them in power. He was aware that both Alex and Jess did the same. Each of them knew their own roles. As much as he hated to leave Alex and Jess to fight the Kin and Sundered, who, once they worked out they couldn't escape, were turning to fight, he knew his own role. Turning his mind's eye to the bright sparks of light that shone in the caverns below the Kessler estate, he surged to that place. In that fleeting moment, he knew the slumbering ranks of the Sundered below were being roused by the healers with them. As each was woken from their healer-induced slumber, they fled the caverns to join in the battle above. "Get ready!" At his warning, he heard the scrape of blades from his combined elite and guard, all of them carefully chosen as some of the best close-quarter fighters in Valencia. With a cursory check that took just a split second, Kyle pulled them all into the vast cavern. His men, all well-practiced and still in their fighting formations, lashed out at those around them with barely a pause. Kyle looked up, meeting Kat's gaze briefly as she appeared on the other side of the cavern with her own guard unit. Their goal was simple: kill as many of the Sundered who lay in drugged slumber in the cots before the corrupted healers could rouse them and send them above to fight. The more of them they could kill here as they slept, the safer their friends who fought above would be. Kyle allowed himself to fall into the flow and patterns of the fight, losing himself in the battle. A Sundered one's eyes flashed open, and he surged up in the cot, only to slump, his light dying as Kyle's blades flashed, flickering with the power that danced down their length. Keeping in formation, they dispatched one Sundered after the other as they made their way methodically across the cavern, the floor where they'd passed becoming slick with blood. "My lord!" The terse warning drew Kyle's attention to the far side of the cavern, where some of the healers had managed to wake their charges. As some of the healers worked fervently to flush enough of the toxin in the Sundered so more would stir to join their ranks, some of their brethren stood in file behind the Sundered ones who charged forward. Kyle smiled tightly as he turned his unit to face this new threat. These Sundered weren't simply waking and lashing out. They moved in coordination with each other in some semblance of a unit. Kyle guessed that these were some of the ones that had been used to sack the villages of Valencia, leaving death and destruction in their wake. Kyle pulled more power into himself, refusing to acknowledge the fatigue nipping at his edges. He knew that if he was starting to feel tired, then his guards must be in a worse state. While he knew his elite could use the veil, albeit not much, The regular guards would be unlikely to have the ability to draw on the veil to refresh themselves. In a twist, without pausing to think about it, he sent energy into his guards around him, both elite and regular alike. He only knew it had worked when James threw him a startled glance. The guards wouldn't know what had happened, but Kyle could see from their sudden sharp movements that their growing exhaustion had been washed away. He had no doubt they probably thought it a second wind at seeing this new threat. His elite had enough ability to not only sense what he did, but understand it. Kyle bit back a curse. While they had managed to wade through many of the Sundered before the healers could rouse them, they'd still only managed to get through a small fraction of those who slept down here. The healers, now working in concert with each other, were waking their charges faster than he and his group could cut them down. The group under the control of the healers had faced off against them and was managing to slow their progress down while more and more of the Sundered woke and disappeared, no doubt joining the battle that raged above. Lashing out with his blades, he cut down another of the Sundered who confronted him. Kyle lunged at another opponent, grimacing as others rose to take the places of the ones they killed.
My lord!
Kyle turned his head and saw James and the rest of his guard unit that he dragged with him battling against the Sundered. He only hoped that Alex and Jess were able to deal with those that had woken and joined the battle above. Drawing himself back to his own part, he launched himself at the handful of Sundered that had his guards backing up. He threw yet more of his power towards his people, setting their blades flaring with an elemental fire much like his own, making every strike they made against their enemy more effective. Kyle lost himself in battle once again. Just him, his blades, and his guards who depended on him to keep them safe from the Sundered's power, and the next enemy. His world slowed down as it often did when he fought, or perhaps he sped up. He'd never been able to work out what caused the phenomenon. He was aware when a couple of his men fell, but didn't allow it to distract him from the task at hand.
Cal!
Kyle staggered as Kat's desperate cry rang in his head, a cry echoed by Edward. Tears sprang in his eyes as a wave of pain and loss washed over him. He knew what had happened, and that caused another bout of intense desolation to hit him. Kyle spun to see Kat on her knees, staring sightlessly straight ahead of her, tears streaming down her eyes. "Kat!" Kyle nearly doubled over, fighting to increase his mental shields as he tried to reach her. "Kat, behind you!" Kyle lunged forward as a Sundered reared up from behind Kat to grab his mentor and friend. As the hands clamped over her head, Kyle screamed in denial. "No!" Alex's blade swept out and took the head of the Sundered who'd appeared before him. Not quite satisfied, he followed through with a controlled burst of power that incinerated the body before it crashed to the ground. Instead, the ashes floated down on those below. Alex grinned, aware it was ruthless of him and entirely inappropriate, but he was sure Isabella would be proud of him. For once, he'd been perfectly controlled in his action. If he hadn't, everyone would likely be ash right now. Alex staggered as the image of a cavern, with a multitude of Sundered rising from their beds and the sudden spray of blood, intersposed itself on the reality in front of him. He took a steadying breath, realizing it was Kyle and his battle deep in the bowels of the castle. Taking a moment, he sent a burst of energy to his friend who battled below before wrenching his attention back to his own task. Kyle and Kat might be battling alone with only their guards around them, but they were the best suited to that particular task. Given how many of the Sundered Kyle and Kat's party were managing to take out before they could be roused to fight, it was a gamble that had paid off. Drawing his attention back to the fight occurring above ground, he noted with a critical eye that the ground assault had gone to plan, mostly. The ground forces protected by Edward, Cal, Damien, and Isabella had taken the forces amassed by the Order and Lord Castler by surprise and had them contained, or would, shortly. His own party and Jess's were dealing with the Sundered and kin who rose to fight. While he had to admit they were a little outnumbered, they were aided by the fact that the first thing most of them did was try to flee, only to rebound off the barrier. If the situation hadn't been so dire, their stunned and panicked reactions would have made them laugh. The realization of their containment caused more than one group to throw their weapons down and hand themselves over to face the king's mercy. Alex felt a momentary sympathy for some of these men and women, handed over by their commanders and lords to a traitor's battle for a cause not necessarily their own. As soon as the ground assault was in hand, both Isabella and Damien would join them in cleaning up those of their brethren who were mad, or just plain bad. Alex spun when, despite the interference of all those using the power of the veil, he felt a signature that he would recognize anywhere. Amelia. He sensed that she wasn't alone, although that wasn't unexpected. There was one other signature with her. Alex wrapped his own party in his power and surged forward. He resisted the urge to laugh outright as Amelia and her party slammed right into the barrier he, Kyle, and Jess had constructed. Even if, in the back corner of his mind, he admitted it was partly relief. He hadn't been quite convinced that their barrier would contain them, even with the trials they'd conducted. The shock of hitting the barrier that they plainly hadn't seen threw his targets out of the veil, slamming hard into the damp ground. Alex crossed the distance to the far side of the battle in an instant and hit the ground running, Marcus on his side with the rest of his men in formation around them. He dispelled the veil and blocked out the rest of the battle raging around him as he moved to engage with his own targets. He had no trouble identifying Amelia as she shook herself and stood up, drawing her blades and spinning to face him. The man to the rear he knew was Kevin, formerly a member of the Companions' cohort when Edward had been the fourth. Kevin had his own sword drawn, but seemed to be making a great deal of effort to keep Amelia between him and Alex. Alex's eyes narrowed as he saw the rippling bearer Kevin had thrown around himself, keeping others at bay. He seemed to be unconcerned about the sundered who were being cut down. Alex gathered it wasn't Kevin's mind that was directing the others, since he seemed wholly focused on him right now.
"The healers! Contain the healers! They are controlling the sundered!"
He heard Ryan's warning, but he didn't let it distract him. Other than being aware of them and the deadly dance taking place around him, he was leaving the sundered to the others. Alex stumbled as a combined blow from Amelia hammered into his shield. He kept his own personal shields in place as he countered thrusts, both physical and mental, from his two opponents. Alex sucked in more energy, allowing it to flow through him before he lunged at Amelia. The shock of the blast distracted Amelia briefly, but she twisted and avoided his power-sheathed blade as it cut through her shields, heading for her neck. Alex nearly cursed as his blade caressed her skin, close enough to draw a thin line of blood. He lashed out with one of his blades and parried Amelia's own strike. Alex was keenly aware that while he was stronger, unlike him, they hadn't just expended a great deal of energy putting a barrier around the Kessler estate. That, and Kevin had continued to carefully keep behind Amelia, not engaging directly in the fight. If he had, Alex had to admit, even if it was only to himself, he might have been in way more trouble right now. Alex had to keep pushing the fact that it was Amelia he was fighting aside. It was one thing to argue that she was a traitor. She'd killed his father. She'd inserted herself into his mind, convincing him he loved her, tried to trick him into the ranks of the Order. All of those things were true, but in his heart he saw that girl, his best friend's little sister that he'd defended from the drunken fool in the court all those years ago. He saw the woman she'd become, and it broke his heart that he'd failed in his duty to protect her.
"Oh, how sweet, lover. You still care."
Amelia's mocking voice entered his mind, her eyes dancing as she stared at him.
Cal!
Alex reared back under the pain and loss that rolled over him from Edward and Kat as they sensed the death of one of their closest friends. In that moment of distraction, he felt the air explode from his lungs, and he stumbled under the onslaught of multiple blows, this time from both of them. drawing his attention back to his own part of the battle. He caught a flash of blade. He rolled aside and jumped back to his feet, but not before he felt the stabbing pain of a small knife plunge into his side.
And that's one, lover.
Alex looked at Amelia, shocked as her laughter rang in his mind. Jess swept through the battle, merging from the veiled world to the real world from one moment to the next. Megan and the rest of the guards took the blinking from one place to the other with a practiced ease, holding their defensive positions around her, lashing out with their blades and power to take on the lesser adversaries that rose before them. Unlike the units of their counterparts, who were mostly mopping up the rank upon rank of traitorous guards and members of the Killiam Order, they were going after the Sundered. Jess was aware of Kyle and Kat battling in the caverns below in an attempt to take out as many as they could before they rose. Still, given the numbers they faced, even both of them together couldn't kill them all. It hadn't taken long at all for the Sundered to start popping into the midst of the battle. Most turned unerringly towards her or the others with power. Some, a very few, just fell almost ravenously on whomever they landed in the middle of, regardless of whose side they were on. Those were the Sundered she was used to. It showed they'd still managed to catch the Order before they were completely ready. The bulk of the ones who shed the veil and launched to attack her or Damien, Isabella, Edward, and Cal seemed to be guided by another hand. There was some purpose in their attack and some glimmer of intelligence reflected in their eyes. These were the new breed of Sundered, and way more dangerous, although their powers and sanity, if it could be called that, varied greatly. Thankfully, the Order hadn't managed to create as many like Amelia as they'd obviously hoped. Jess lost track of time, lost in the depths of the fight, with one Sundered falling only to have another take its place, one after the other. In a rare pool of calm, Jess spun as she felt Amelia's signature and saw her hit the barrier around the Kessler estate with such force that it threw her and her companion out of the veil into the real world. Jess couldn't help the chuckle that escaped her lips at that. The surge of power as Alex responded first would have taken her breath away if she hadn't been so used to it by now. Hauling her attention back to her current position, she swung her blade with the weight of the veil behind it, taking off the head of one of the Sundered before he'd had time to even scream at her. Jess went to move in Alex's direction to help even up the odds in his favor, only to be set upon by multiple Sundered that seemed to be piling up in their haste to get to her. Dismissing Alex for now, she concentrated on her own task, even though her first instinct was to go and fight at Alex's side. Growling in frustration, she cut down yet another of the Sundered, who was immediately replaced by another.
Cal!
Jess spun, feeling like she'd taken a physical blow as the pain and loss in that one word, screamed by two mind voices, hit her. Jess's vision blurred as tears sprung in her eyes. She knew that Cal was dead, even if she didn't know how it had happened. She pushed aside her own grief. Now was not the time to fall apart. War didn't wait politely to allow mourning. She turned, looking towards where she knew Cal's group had been, off to the side of the estate. When she'd last checked on them earlier, they had things in hand. Now she saw mayhem. Jess's mind went blank for a moment as she struggled with what she was seeing. Members of the King's Guard had turned and were now fighting, cutting down men and women they had been fighting alongside just moments before. A small group of fighters still stood fighting desperately as their battle had turned and they found themselves surrounded on all sides. As Kyle surged forward, Kat finally rose back up from the instant depression she'd slumped into. She tensed and her eyes widened as she realized the Sundered behind her had his hands clamped around her head. As he began to snap her head around, Kat's blade flashed and she spun in the same direction. Her blade flashed up with a precision born of an extremely long lifetime of practice, slamming up and into the Sundered's heart. She stood staring, eyes wild with pain as she stared down at the Sundered who collapsed at her feet. Kyle made it to her side and pulled her into his arms. "I'm sorry. I know it hurts to lose someone you've been so close to for so long." Kat didn't reply immediately, but felt her tears soaking into his shirt.
It feels like a part of myself has been torn out.
She pulled away, wiping the tears that streamed from her eyes. "Cal wanted this madness put to an end. He wouldn't want you to die as well. Edward needs you. Alex needs you. I need you. We can mourn his death later, when this is over." Kai pulled her back in and kissed her forehead, giving both of them another few moments to pull themselves together.
"The healers! Contain the healers! They are controlling the Sundered!"
His eyes narrowed as he contemplated the healers at Ryan's warning. They'd known it was the healers breaking the kin, turning them into the Sundered, but controlling them? He wondered briefly how Ryan had come by this information. If the lad had managed to sneak here with the attack group, he was going to be in trouble. Kyle shook himself. That was an issue he could deal with later. He knew he didn't have the power left to enclose the whole cavern in a barrier. He'd discussed the option with Alex and Jess, but they'd discarded it as being too risky. If they put the barrier around the cavern alone, that would have left those above the freedom to escape. He did, however, judge that he had enough to deal with the healers. The instant fatigue he felt and pushed aside let him know that he couldn't keep drawing power the way he was without payment. Kyle reinforced his shield around his guards, then jumped, merging into the veil and passing over the line of Sundered. Without pausing to think about it, he shoved the healers back with a blast of power into a small alcove in the cavern wall. Gritting his teeth, he drew even more power, batting away their feeble attempts to breach his personal shields to control his mind. Kyle threw up a smaller version of the barrier they'd thrown over the whole estate at the entrance of the alcove to stop them physically, and a second to stop them reaching his or anyone else's mind. Kyle stumbled as the onslaught on his mind, no matter how feeble, suddenly ceased. He caught himself on the rough rock wall as his knees buckled from exhaustion. Finally, Kyle looked around the cavern, silent now except for the ragged breathing of the King's men. The floor of the cavern, worn smooth over generations of use, was now slick with blood. Under the direction of James, the guards began to methodically check that the Sundered ones they dealt with were dispatched properly. A grisly task, yet they couldn't risk that any of these ones would heal and rise to attack again. James moved over to one of the Sundered who was still bound to his cot with shackles. He glanced back at Kyle. "What of these ones, my lord?" Kyle shook himself back into action and moved over to the one James was inspecting. Kat moved to inspect one of the others, looking down at the wreck of a human chained to the cot. He shook his head. This one was young, hair unkempt, bones showing clearly as if he'd been sick and lost weight recently. Kyle pushed the anger that rose in him down, making a quick assessment of the handful of Sundered who still lay unmoving. Each of them looked like they were just this side of death, and Kyle judged them unlikely to wake or survive without healer intervention. "Leave these ones. I suspect the Order hadn't finished with their so-called treatment." James nodded and stood. "Yes, my lord. We'll get the healers to check on them when we're done with this mess." With one final sweep looking around the large underground cavern, Kyle gathered his remaining men to him. Pushing weariness aside once more, he dragged them all with him into the Vale and moved them the short distance up to the old estate house itself. It was time for the second of his tasks during this fight. Chapter 67. Engagement. Isabella fought with the guards around her. She let them do what they were good at, fighting the rebels. She did what she was best suited for in this fight. She, like the others within their ranks with power, took on the Sundered as they appeared from the depths of the caverns below to fall on those that fought above ground. The difference in some of the Sundered was astounding. Some were the mad ones that they were all used to, the ones the tales were all about, with no intelligence in them at all. They lashed out in pain and anger at all around them. Then there were the newer breed that had started appearing in recent times, the ones who seemed to have a little more control yet bound in madness all the same. There were very few like the former consort-elect of the Fourth. That was a relief. Regardless of that, they were still badly outnumbered. As she fought, Isabella kept a part of her mind scanning the ones with power as they appeared. There was one signature that she was looking for, one that she would know anywhere. Sensing a sundered appear, Isabella launched herself at her before she could even orient herself, her blade sliding into the woman's chest and into her heart. Her enraged scream died, as did the light in her eyes, and she crumpled to the ground. "My lady!" Isabella spun and saw the cause for concern. Their group had encountered someone with a little power that fought on the other side. As she jumped herself and those assigned to her protection detail forward, blinking in and out of the veil, she assessed the one who fought on the other side. He wasn't strong enough to be kin, but he was strong enough to be a problem for the units that she was here to protect. Isabella's eyes narrowed as she propelled herself forward. Regardless of her assessment of the individual, she reinforced her personal shield, extending it to cover her protection detail and those in the front line of the battle. Her blades flashed as she took on her opponent. His grin of victory faded to be replaced by panic as it dawned on him he was severely outmatched. Pulling in power, she blasted it at the man, whose eyes glazed as her power rolled over him, and he toppled over unconscious, as did those closest to him. She didn't understand the orders to preserve as many lives as they could herself. These men and women were trying to kill them. Why let them live to try again? Yet she did her best to abide by them. Assuring herself this threat was down and not getting back up in a hurry, Isabella folded the veil around herself and her detail and moved them back into position towards the center. From there, she could get to any position she needed to quickly. Not that they really needed her skills all that much against these members of the order they were fighting. The skill of the men and women who fought around her for the king were a level far above that of those who fought for the order. She suspected that Alex had placed her here with this crew to protect her as best he could. The fact that she had Cal with his group on one side of her and Edward with his on the other confirmed it for her. Suddenly she felt it. That signature in the veil that part of her brain had been scanning for. Isabella spun, rising above her battle group, her eyes narrowing as she saw movement through the battle. Aiden. Her eyes narrowed. He'd abandoned his old man persona to take his actual form. There was a formation of sundered in front of him, cutting down any opposition they encountered, and a curious couple of people clustered around him that he kept close. "Go, Isabella. This part is nearly over. I can cover my group and yours as the mop-up concludes." Cal was looking at her from his own position, nodding at her. "Go. We've got this." Edward's head jerked towards Aiden and his group as he jumped them closer to the barrier. Isabella smiled, noting neither of them seemed terribly concerned. None had managed to pass the barrier Alex, Kyle, and Jess had set in place. She doubted that Aiden would prove any different, particularly the way he was jumping towards it. He was either terribly out of practice or trying not to draw the attention of those he feared were more powerful than him. Then again, he could just be trying to sneak out without being noticed. That was within his character as well. Isabella's smile turned hard, her eyes narrowing. Not this time. He would not survive, sneaking away from the misery he'd created again. Sending her thanks to Cal and Edward, Isabella wrapped the veil around her and pushed herself towards Aiden's position. Jess wrapped herself and her group in the veil, jumping the short distance to the small embattled group that were now fighting for their own survival. Sensing a turn in the battle, more and more sundered were popping into the middle of the fight. They fell on those who were defenseless from above, and without Cal there to pick them off, it was turning into a slaughter. Without thinking about what she was about to do, Jess appeared in the middle of the cluster of sundered who'd appeared. Throwing her head back, Jess drew in power from all around her, to the point she could feel it lick up her arms and body, knew her eyes glowed with power. Jess spun, and as she did so, she spun the power from her. In her mind's eye, she could see the sundered as they appeared around her, and she directed that power as it left her, molding it into daggers that tracked towards the sundered. The daggers of pure power flew out from her one after the other with deadly accuracy, taking out the sundered who turned to her like they were attracted to her burning bright power, like insects to light. Other daggers spun further to the rear of this small group fighting for their survival. Unsuspecting enemies to the rear collapsed as the dagger that they couldn't see or defend against slammed into them. As the sundered and ranks of the enemies around her thinned, Jess felt darkness close in on her. Here, in the middle of the embattled group, surrounded by enemies, she felt herself slump even as she battled to stay conscious. Alex was aware of a shift in the battle raging around him, yet tried to concentrate on his part of it. He had to trust his people to do all their parts. His task in this battle was right here in front of him. Alex went on the offensive, forcing Amelia and Kevin on the back foot as they retreated. He ignored the others around him, trusting Marcus and his guards to either deal with any problems or alert him if they couldn't. Feeling an explosion of power, Alex gritted his teeth, not looking, although he desperately wanted to. It had been Jess. He knew it. Then, where Jess had been, there was a sudden blankness.
"Oh, Alex, you're being awfully careless with your companions."
Amelia smirked at him. "Don't worry. I'll make a point of taking care of the rest." Kevin's eyes glittered at him as he threw his taunts. As Alex stared at Kevin, Amelia darted forward, her blade slashing. He felt it draw blood on his arm as he backed up, throwing a blast of power to push them both back. Amelia backed up, staring at him in anticipation.
"That's number 2.
Amelia's eyes widened as she heard her other self talking to the man she'd been fighting.
"That's number 2.
She'd known she was fighting at her master's side, but hadn't wanted to know who. Except as those words filtered past her guard, she paled. She knew what that meant. The last time her other self had uttered those words, Jess had fallen into the Order's hands. Scrambling to her feet, Amelia ran to the windows. Looking out, she saw Alex looking back at her as if confused. She saw signs of the fight he'd been in, with blood from a slash to his upper arm, and the indications he'd been stabbed in the side.
No, no, no!
Amelia's head shook in denial, then she froze. She remembered she'd been able to help Jess. Then there was the smile that had curved the lips on her body when she thought of Aiden dying. She'd helped distract Aiden when he went after Isabella. She looked around her cell. She realized Brian had been correct. It was her cell, where she'd put herself, not where her master had stashed her as some form of torture. If he'd had that in mind, he would be paying her visits to gloat. Her resolve firmed. He wouldn't take Alex. She wouldn't let him. She'd already been used to hurt him enough. Amelia screamed, pushing back the paralyzing fear as it threatened to overwhelm her. She started to run, but this time, instead of retreating with cell doors slamming behind her, the doors to her cell blasted open. The layers of locks and chains that had kept her bound, safe, shattered, exploding outward. The darkness that had surrounded her receded as she ran, the light increasing. She felt the sudden confusion of her other self, and not pausing to consider the consequences, she wrested power for herself, blasting it out at the other. The darkness shattered under her assault, and she felt her body stagger. Amelia pushed the sudden pain she felt aside. Far from being cowed by it, the feeling spurred her on. She felt it herself, felt pain from her own body, not just as the other. Amelia came out into the light, a gasp of breath coming from her mouth as her body drew in air. Alex stood not far away, a shield between him and where she currently stood. Amelia spun, her swords flashing as she launched herself at her master. She knew she didn't have long. The other might be gone or banished for now, but her master still had his hooks in her. She could no more block him out of her mind now than she could for even a single moment since she'd given herself to him, begged him to take the pain away. She didn't need long, though. She just needed to delay her master long enough so that Alex could clear the poison from his system. If anyone could, she had faith he could, particularly since Jess had somehow managed it. She had no doubt Jess would have told Alex. As Kevin reared back in shock, Amelia screamed and launched herself at him, drawing power as she did so. She wondered if her eyes glowed with flames, as she'd seen others do, and hit out at Kevin with her mind and sword. She felt clumsy, sluggish, not used to commanding her own body anymore, but her limbs still responded. Kevin may have been shocked by her turning on him, but he recovered, deflecting her efforts with his own. Then his eyes narrowed as she felt it, that roaring blast of power that hit her mind. Amelia had an instant to hope she'd given Alex enough time. She screamed, although this time in pain, as she felt her mind was splintering. Fire raced through her, as if Kevin was trying to cleanse her body of her presence. Amelia felt her body slumping, the world around her receding. She wondered if she really was herself. How many of her had existed before now? She gasped as cracks began to fracture the world and splinter then as darkness claimed her. She smiled as she realized it wasn't the world that splintered. It was her. Kyle searched the estate for the one signature he knew he'd recognize. He hadn't realized how much he wanted her to still be here until disappointment surged in him when he couldn't detect her presence here in the house. "Amelia?" Kyle immediately felt foolish. The sensible part of his brain knew that he wouldn't receive a response. Wherever Amelia was, he was certain that Kevin was. She wouldn't leave without her master. He held on to the hope she would be contained safely, and the healers could help her, release her from the prison of her mind as they had him. He dismissed her from his mind with effort. He still had a job to do. There were enough outside who he had no doubt would recognize Amelia and deal with her. Cal made sure to grab hold of the guards closest to him and hauled them with him, appearing within the confines of the castle walls, although this time above the ground. He ran down the stone hallway, Kat running at his side with the drumming of booted feet behind them, assuring him they hadn't lost any of the guards during the short jump in the veil. A door opened suddenly to his right, causing Kyle to draw his power in reaction. A couple of guards got halfway into the corridor and froze, their hands straying to their sword hilts. Time seemed to slow for Kyle, and he could see their fingers wrap around the hilts, the protracted scrape of metal as they started to draw their weapons, their eyes wide with fear. Kyle withheld the strike he'd been about to perform. Instead, he shoved the obviously terrified household guards back into the room behind them. The men went flying through the air, disappearing through the door, and Kyle heard the thump and grunt of pain as they landed. Two of James's men shot past him, following the men through the door. Kyle paused, taking a breath as adrenaline and power surged through him. He closed the distance to the end of the hallway. Matthew and his men opened the door, and he followed close on their heels. His eye settled on Lord Castler, who sat, gagged and tied unceremoniously to one of his large leather chairs. Bennett stood close behind with his blades in his hands. A smile graced Kyle's lips as he stalked forward, his guards fanning around the room. He felt the waves of coldness roll out not only from him, but from Kat as well. Kyle nodded to Bennett, who took his knife and cut the gag from Castler, pulling out the wad of fabric that had been stuffed into his mouth. The Lord sat quivering. He reeked of fear.
I am a lord. The king will hear of this.
Kyle chuckled, feeling genuinely amused. "Oh, you fool! You don't know your king at all."
"You dare! I'm one of His Majesty's lords."
Castler's bluster was ruined by his quivering lips. Exactly, Lord Castler. You are one of his lords, and you raised your banner in rebellion. Kyle gestured to James, who issued orders to his men. Lord Castler started to scream and hurl threats at the men who formed up around him, one on each side of his arms, grabbing him in a vice-like grip. That dealt with, Kyle glanced out the window and saw the rather uneven battle unfolding, with Jess unconscious at the center. A small group of defenders ringed her, fighting off the Order's units that seemed to surround their position. His eyes widened as he saw it was Olivia and the wild kin she'd brought with her that were maintaining cover over the small group, combining to pick off the sunder that seemed to keep appearing at their position. Kyle glanced back at Kat. "Can I leave the rest of the mop up in here with you?"
Go, Kyle. I and these guards will handle those who remain.
Kyle didn't wait any longer, hauling himself into the Vale. Chapter 68. Allies. Harry, badly outnumbered, fell to the blades of the commander and his men moments after his squad mate Ryan threw his power around William. "It's time for the Rathod online to die. Lord Castler will be a more fitting king than you ever could have hoped to be." Ryan could see the deadly glint in the commander's eyes. As the commander lunged, William's own blade rose to counter it. "Ryan!" Matthew's blade rose, and his own shield sprung up. The traitors that stood between him and his king turned, and with a yell they charged him. Making a snap decision, Ryan wrapped the veil around William even more tightly, and, grabbing Matthew as well, he hauled them all into the veiled world. William staggered as the blade he was in the middle of defending against was no longer there, and spun around to see Ryan and Matthew. "What's happening down there?" As William glanced around him, Ryan was reminded that neither the king nor Matthew were strong enough to part the veil enough to see what was happening in the palace. As Ryan drew his attention back to the palace, he heard the screams and clash of blades. The fighting hadn't stopped because he'd pulled the king out of their reach. Looking at the elite barracks, he paled, seeing most of those remaining in the common room had fallen to the blades of the king's guard, who'd outnumbered them and attacked without warning. "The fighting continues, Your Majesty. It's spreading all over the palace." Ryan concentrated and pulled the handful of elite battling in the elite common room to him. William and Matthew both started to see more of the elite appear. To their credit, the men lowered their blades after spinning to face the new threat. Ryan saw the relief evident on their faces as they spotted the king. "Ryan, we need to get back there and fight. Take me back to the palace." William's tone held a note of command. Ryan looked at his king and remembered the Fourth's injunction to keep the king safe. "No, Your Majesty. Our job, my job, is to keep you safe." Feeling an incoming surge and hearing terrified screaming, Ryan spun, his eyes widening as he saw a group of Sundered appear in the court. They were cutting down everyone in their path. Hearing the wailing of a child, Ryan closed his eyes. It would only be a matter of time. If they looked up here, he had no doubt they'd come after the king. "What's happened?" William had conflicting emotions playing out on his face. "It's not just the king's guard anymore. There are some of the Sundered down there. Don't inform Alex. If he takes down the barrier around the Castler estate before they have dealt with the rebels, everyone will suffer." Ryan's mouth firmed. Perhaps he could keep them occupied, concentrating on him rather than others. Ryan spun to look at Matthew. "Can you hold the king and the others here, just as you practiced?" Matthew nodded. "I can." "Ryan, you can't fight alone. They'll kill you." William's voice grated. "I ran on the streets before Alex found me, remember? Fighting and moving in confined places is something I know. Stay here." Ryan stared at Matthew, who nodded and expanded his own shields around the small group. Ryan turned from them, stepping back to the fight in the palace, towards the Sundered who cut down those they encountered. He didn't feel the need to remind the king or Matthew that he hadn't been a very good thief. That seemed beside the point. Ryan looked around and spotted the wailing child who was standing next to his fallen mother. At his arrival, the Sundered looked up at him, diverted from their immediate prey. Repeating the trick he'd performed on the king, Ryan reached out, grabbing the child, and flung him into the veil towards Matthew. With a scream, the Sundered charged through the ranks of the king's guard, who stood to one side, grinning as the Sundered ran straight at him. Ryan staggered back under the combined attack from multiple Sundered on his shields. Then, suddenly, he wasn't alone anymore. Dashel grinned at him as his dagger wives parted, taking him into the center of their protective detail. Ryan's eyes widened, seeing their flashing daggers take out members of the king's guard who backed away from the sudden onslaught. He could feel their burst of power as they repelled the Sundered. He finally understood and appreciated what the term dagger wives meant. "Come, Ryan, let us help you. The dance of the daggers in the hall of a palace. This is our kind of fight." Ryan nodded, daring to hope for the first time since the traitors sprung their attack that maybe he might survive. As they fought their way through the palace, there were signs that others had joined the fight against the attackers. Ryan tried to block out the screams and just concentrate on the job at hand. He wanted the Sundered concentrating on him, not on where the king might be. As they attacked, a man in a servant's uniform came out of a side corridor with a cluster of children around him, looking over his shoulder. He skidded to a halt, panic on his face as he saw the fighting in the open hall he'd ran into, and then looked behind him again, frozen in panic. Ryan spotted more Sundered and guards coming down the corridor the servant and children had run from. Sparing a moment of attention, trusting those around him to defend him if needed, he grabbed the servant and children, flinging them into the veil to the king.
"Ryan, the one behind the Sundered ranks. If we continue to distract them from the front, can you take her out?"
Raquel, who'd been fighting on his other side, directed his attention to a woman standing behind the Sundered. Ryan gritted his teeth in effort as he deflected more strikes against his shields and glanced at the woman Raquel meant. "I think so. Why?" From what he could see, her eyes were oddly blank, and she wasn't even carrying a weapon.
"There is a strangeness between her and the ones you call Sundered. I think she is directing them."
Ryan nodded his agreement when he saw the ones from the corridor behind had made it into the hall, their eyes glowering at him as their victims had disappeared. One of them in the center looked up, then back at the woman who grinned, then disappeared into the veil. Ryan blanched.
"They're going after the king!"
Before he could respond, he felt Rosalinda expand her power as she gathered half the dagger wives to her.
"I'll deal with these ones. I'll not let them harm William."
Rosalinda disappeared from sight. Ryan swore.
"Damn it!"
He wanted to go, but he couldn't leave this threat here either. In a quick move, he pulled the veil around him and ran, lifting himself up and over the ranks in front of him to the woman to the rear. Gritting his teeth, he swung his sword and dropped the veil just as it cut through her neck. The woman didn't have time to scream as she crumpled to the ground. Ryan looked up to see if Dashel needed any help with the Sundered, only to stare in astonishment to see the Sundered slumped to the ground. William muttered a curse and stopped trying to get himself out of the veil by himself. His rudimentary powers just didn't want to cooperate. While he'd transported himself into the veil while he'd been sick, it had taken Alex to get him out. He'd also never been able to duplicate the feat. He glared at Matthew, who simply stood concentrating, holding the gray mist of the veil a short distance from them, so they stood in a clustered group in a sea of fog. He finally sighed. There was no point in blaming Matthew. While he could hold them here safely, Matthew couldn't get them out of the veil any more than he could himself. They were stuck until Ryan or someone else came and collected them. William jumped, startled as a child suddenly appeared in the veil, landing not far from where they stood in a pool of gray mist. William took one step only to have Matthew place a hand on his chest. "It's all right. I'm not going far. I'll just get the child. Like you, I can survive in the veil until we're rescued. I take it the others can't?" "No, they have even less power than you do, Your Majesty." Matthew shook his head. "You hold this position. Trust me, I'm not going far, but I won't leave the child to be lost." William edged his way out, keeping his eyes on the child. He shuddered at the sudden chill as he stepped just outside of Matthew's protective shield and picked the small boy up. Turning, he kept his eye on Matthew and walked quickly back into the circle, not bothering to hide his sigh of relief. Random people from the palace appeared without any fanfare, flung into the veil by Ryan. As their little group grew in size, after they got over their initial shock, he obtained at least some information of the battle in the palace. William spun as he heard someone arrive in the veil. His smile faded as he saw some Sundered appear a short distance from them. A clear, emotionless voice instructed them,
Tyson, kill the king. Kill them all.
The Sundered in front turned his eyes unerringly on him.
Yes, healer Jenny.
William drew his sword as the Sundered launched straight at them, several of the other Sundered descending on them through the veil. William shoved the children behind him as his handful of elite battled against the Sundered. His relief as a number of the Sundered fell to their blades was short-lived, as 3 of his elite fell as well. As bad as these Sundered seemed to be at fighting, they still managed to take some with them due to numbers. William could see the sweat break out on Matthew's forehead as he battled to keep them here, tethered safely in the veil, and fight off the Sundered at the same time. As he fought, William spared a moment of thanks that Alex had insisted on running him around the practice field to brush up his sword work. Hearing a gasp, William looked aside and saw Matthew go down, a sword protruding from his chest. The one that had been called Tyson pulled his blade free, then looked up to meet William's eyes and smiled.
Your turn, Your Majesty.
Tyson blurred, then suddenly appeared in front of him, blade sweeping down. William stumbled as he felt hands trying to drag him back as he desperately raised his sword. He'd forgotten about the collection of servants and children behind him. He fell back, and without Matthew to hold it at bay, the gray mist swept over him. A dagger flared to life in the veil, taking Tyson's head off his shoulders before he could finish his sword stroke. Tyson's body toppled on top of him, and he rolled it aside in time to see the veil being pushed back and the woman who directed the Sunder go down, dead at the hands of Annabella. After checking that her adversary really was dead, Annabella made her way back towards him, taking a position with the other members of their party, leaving him at the center of their protective circle. Their blades all drawn, looking fierce, they faced out towards any threat that may appear. Rosalinda sheathed her daggers to kneel beside him, her hands checking him.
Will you hurt, husband?
Her dark eyes, filled with concern, stared into his before she drew herself back to the task of patting his body gently. William realized she was looking for signs that he'd been stabbed, looking for blood. He captured her hands in his. No, thanks to your timely arrival, I'm in one piece. Taking a deep breath, William stood, Rosalinda by his side. He stared at her more than a little stunned that she'd come to his rescue.
You said to me in the garden that I didn't belong to anyone, not even you.
Rosalinda's hand rose, touching him gently on the arm as if she was still trying to reassure herself that he was unharmed. I did. William smiled despite the circumstances.
You said my choices were my own.
Her eyes continued to stare into his own. I meant it.
I've made my decision, husband. I'll not stand by and see you slaughtered. We stand and fight together. It is our way, and if we fall, we will fall together. It won't be from cowardice or inaction.
William took a breath, contemplating Rosalinda, and nodded acknowledgement. He smiled and wished they'd met under different circumstances and she hadn't come here while they were in the middle of a war. Then again, if she hadn't been here and been perfectly capable of fighting in his defense, he'd be dead right now. All right, boy. Game's over. Where have you hidden the king? Ryan spun, his shields and sword rising automatically as Jansen's voice grated behind him. He froze as he saw Jansen held Princess Elizabeth in his arms, a blade at her throat. He stepped forward only to have Jansen press the blade deeper against her throat. Ryan stepped back as he saw the evidence of blood trickling down Elizabeth's throat, staining the white lace collar of her gown bright red. Elizabeth's eyes locked onto his.
"Don't give him the king."
Ryan winced as Jansen shook her. "Shut up, woman! Or despite Kessler wanting you as his consort, you'll die here where you stand." As three of Dashiell's wives silently appeared behind Jansen, Ryan gathered more of his power to him. Concentrating on the knife at Elizabeth's throat, he delicately wrapped the tendrils of his power around the blade.
"You know I can't tell you where His Majesty is, Commander. It's my job to protect the king."
As Elizabeth looked relieved, Ryan looked into Jansen's eyes and called out to the dagger wives approaching Jansen, one quiet step after another from behind with their knives drawn.
"Now!"
As he yelled that one word, Ryan pulled the knife to him with all his strength as Dashiell, thinking fast, drew Elizabeth away from her captor into his own arms as soon as the knife left her throat. Dashiell turned, shielding her from the view of her attacker with his own body as Raquel, Natasha, and Caitlin launched themselves at Jason, barely a heartbeat later. The deadly knives flashed, expertly ending his life before he could even utter a scream. Chapter 69. The Battle. Isabella blocked out the battle raging around her, the screams and clash of blades. None of it mattered. Reinforcing her shield, she drew her blades, focusing on her nemesis. "I'm not a child, not his slave. He is not my master anymore." The words were like a litany in her mind, reminding her not to be afraid of this man. She'd come a long way from the scared little girl she had been. The terrified girl who was taken as a bed slave, who was used as punishment and leveraged to ensure her brother's obedience. Making a quick assessment, Isabella launched herself through the veil, sweeping in on the Sunder that were clearing Aiden's path for him as he headed in a straight line to the barrier. The way they were behaving, she had no doubt that Aiden was directing them somehow. She either dealt with them now, or she guessed they would hamper her efforts to destroy her former master. Isabella cleared her mind and launched herself into the midst of the Sundered, her power shunting them aside, sending them tumbling from the unexpected attack. They rose, screaming in anger as they spun to face her. Isabella ran straight at the one in front of her, blinking at the last moment as she plunged her blades and power into the Sundered one, then drawing them out sideways. She spun around, not waiting to see the top half of the former kin's body fall separate from the bottom half. Her blade slashed down, flaring with her power slicing through the neck of the next Sundered that closed in on her. She ignored the spray of blood, blinking back into the veil as the third of the Sundered charged at her, screaming in rage as she suddenly wasn't there. She blinked back into the real world behind the Sundered, and before he could spin and face her again, she jumped, her blades clearing his head, and she drew them across his neck as she used her power both to pull her back and push him forward. Isabella assured herself they were dead, then looked up, scanning for Aiden. He'd fled while she took on the Sundered, as she'd expected. She spotted his trail. He wasn't even trying to hide it now, just making a straight line as fast as he could towards the barrier. Isabella's eyes glinted as she watched the one she'd once been terrified of flee her. She watched, sucking in air, not concerned at all as he ran straight at Alex's barrier. She felt a surge of relief and triumph from him as he drew close. He ran straight into it. She felt it when he registered his pain and shock as he bounced right off. Isabella drew more power into herself. She was aware she was starting to glow with energy, which would attract attention of the Sundered, but she didn't care. She had one goal in her mind. As Aiden spun, she knew the moment he spotted her. She saw the fear and panic in his eyes. As she jumped herself across the intervening distance after him, he folded the veil, moving himself back towards the estate house. His own power lashing out at her as he blasted past her, caused her to hit the barrier herself. The air exploded from her lungs, and she felt the charge of power from the barrier jolt her as she hit it. As she crumpled to the ground, she had a new appreciation for the confining barrier that the Elderborn had spun. His laughter floated back to her along with his voice. "I will reclaim you. You are mine, girl. Never forget it." Isabella shook her head. Taking a breath, she pushed aside her inner demons that rose in her head as soon as she heard his words. She took a deep breath, feeling the tremors that raced through her, that ancient fear the sound of his voice invoked. "No, I'm not yours any longer." Isabella flung her own words at him, and gathering the veil, propelled herself towards him. Feeling her approach, he spun, pulling in power himself, thrusting it at her. Isabella paused, allowing his blast to wash over her, unresisting. She heard Aiden's crow of victory as he closed in on her, allowing herself to be one with the power around her as she'd observed Alex seem to be able to do. She used that moment and opened herself fully to the power around her, drawing it into her, draining all the power she could from their immediate vicinity. As Aiden laid his hands on her and hauled her into his arms, as she knew he would, she channeled the veil through herself, through the blades that she shoved up under his breastbone toward his heart. His eyes widened, and he stiffened as she followed through, channeling the power she pulled from all around her into the man that had possessed her as a child. That power passed through him, and he threw his head back and screamed. She felt it as her blade pierced his heart, and in that moment she felt herself blasted by the combined power they had both channeled. Isabella found herself flung from the veil to crash into the real world on the cobbled courtyard out in front of the Kessler estate. She hit the stones hard, sinking down as pain crashed down on her. Ignoring her screaming muscles, they'd heal. She gritted her teeth and looked up. Dark flecks rained down, covering the cobblestones and everyone standing in the courtyard in a black ash. It was all that remained of her adversary. Kyle crouched over Jess as soon as he made it to her side, the fear he'd felt as soon as he'd known she was in trouble receding. He could see she was breathing and encased in a white shimmering barrier. It was as if a small part of her brain, the self-preservation part, was still functioning while the rest of her slept. He stood, drawing his swords, and took a quick assessment of the mess around him. His own protection detail had merged seamlessly with Jess's. He saw Olivia with two of her people combine efforts to dispatch yet another Sundered almost as soon as it appeared. "Kyle, beware the King's Guard. Things were in hand and they turned on us." Kyle pulled the veil to himself, rising slightly above, and joined his efforts to those of Edward and the wild kin. "Cal?" Kyle knew there was a part of him that didn't want to know, but knew he had to. "The fight was nearly done when the King's Guard turned on us. They cut him down from behind while he was shielding the front line." There was raw grief in Edward's mind voice, yet he battled on regardless. Cal swore as yet another Sundered popped in above them, as if they all knew Jess was unconscious and vulnerable. He lashed out with his power-fueled sword, not even waiting to watch it drop before he turned, scanning his surroundings. Spying a group of healers off to one side near the estate house, Kyle called out, "Olivia?" The woman turned her head to look at him.
"Yes, Fourth's blade?"
"Can you and your people take out the healers? They control the Sundered." Olivia looked over where he indicated the cluster of healers over to one side of the main courtyard. A chilling smile lit Olivia's face.
"It would be our pleasure, Fourth's blade."
Kyle's eyes widened. "Try not to kill them if you don't have to." Olivia looked back at him, her mouth downturned as if he'd just taken all the fun out of her day. Olivia gathered her small band of wild kin, and they all made a straight line towards the healers. With a rather effective blast of power, the unsuspecting healers were knocked unconscious. Kyle spun, seeing some of the Sundered ones slumped to the ground, stopping right where they were and not heeding any danger to themselves. Others screamed in mindless rage and started lashing out indiscriminately around them. Damien and Edward both drew the veil, popping around the battlefield with their own groups of guards containing and taking down the Sundered that remained dangerous. They gave barely a cursory glance at those that had slumped to the ground with vacant faces. They'd deal with those who seemed to be a threat first. Those others could wait. Kyle added his own efforts to the others, helping to clean out the last of the sundered that were fighting. Once that was done, they should be able to help their men fight against the threat the members of the King's Guard had become. Alex stared at Amelia and Kevin, trying to understand why they were both gloating, why they were both staring at him as if they were waiting for something momentous to happen. Then he remembered Jess's warning about the dual poisons they'd used on her to prevent her from reaching her powers, and his face paled. A look of confusion crossed Amelia's face, and she seemed to stumble. Throwing up a shield, Alex dismissed the pair for now and turned his attention inward. He traced that which was not a part of him as it raced through his system. His current exertions weren't helping to keep the two poisons apart. Drawing on his power, Alex focused on the poisons in his body, and in a twist of the method he'd used to cleanse himself of the bonds Amelia had placed on him, he sent that white, silvery power inside himself, using it to flush the poison out of his body. As the power raced through him, Alex became aware of another battle that raged nearby. Alex looked at his enemies only to see Amelia had turned on Kevin. The smirk had faded from Kevin's face as the man fought against her. Alex could barely contain his shock, but continued working, leaching the poisons from his system. He smiled in triumph as the poison formed, droplet by droplet, into small balls suspended in front of his face, held there encased by a white glowing ball. Alex felt a blast of energy from Kevin and winced, yet it didn't hit his own shields. Alex looked up and saw Amelia stiffen and collapse to the ground. Kevin turned to him. "You'll make a fine replacement for the loss of my slave, Fourth." Alex looked up, catching Kevin's eye, and saw the triumph fade to be replaced by panic as he realized what the two balls of fiery liquid were that floated in front of Alex. Alex's eyes narrowed, and the balls of power containing their cargo hurled across the intervening space and speared into Kevin, piercing his skin with ease. When the balls were in Kevin's body, the fiery spheres of power joined, then burst. Alex's power then sped, spreading combined poison throughout Kevin's body. "You think you've won, Fourth? It will be a hollow victory. What a shame you left your brother all alone in the palace." Kevin spat the words at him, although it would have been more effective if he wasn't looking panicked, his mind desperately trying to grasp at power that he couldn't use, finally trapped in his own mind. "Marcus, keep a guard on Kevin, although he shouldn't be able to use his powers for a little bit. His own poison should keep him contained." Alex waited until Marcus nodded and detailed two of his men to stand over Kevin. Alex frowned, and then he paled. Turning around, he saw the battle still raged on around him, even though most of the sundered appeared to have slumped where they stood. Yet still, people were fighting, dying. Alex scanned the battlefield, spotting who he wanted over the far side near the estate house, and called out, "Olivia, I need your assistance." It didn't take long before Olivia appeared before him, her eyes taking in Amelia slumped on the ground, her eyes vacant. Then her eyes narrowed as she spotted Kevin under the watchful gaze of the elite. "He can't access his powers right now, but can you assist my elite in keeping watch over him?" "You aren't planning that he stay alive after all he's done, I hope, Fourth?" The woman's dark eyes turned to Kevin, then back to him. "No, but I feel another has more right to pass judgment on him." Alex gazed at her calmly. "Very well, Fourth. But if he even looks like being able to use his powers, he will die." Olivia's eyes narrowed. Alex nodded, then his gaze rested on Amelia, his smile fading. "Can you keep watch over Amelia as well? Ensure no one else harms her. If they do, or even look like they might, you have my permission to kill them." Olivia glanced at Amelia, where she sat staring vacantly, and her expression sobered. "As you command, Fourth. There are many here, our kin, who did not deserve their fates." Alex nodded his thanks, then turned back to the battle, Without even having to think about it, he jumped between where he was and where he knew Kyle and Jess were. He'd think about exactly how he'd known where his friends were later. As the screams and clash of blades rang out around him, Alex grimaced, throwing up a barrier between him and those that battled. He knelt down beside Jess where she lay, a shimmering bubble of power around her. "She's alive." Kyle knelt down on the other side. Alex looked up at Kyle and nodded before returning his gaze back to Jess. Alex closed his eyes and called the veil to him, then pushed it down into Jess. "Jess, my friend, wake up. We can all sleep later." Alex watched as the breath caught and her chest heaved before settling back down. "We need you." Alex breathed more energy into her. She gasped as the power he'd gathered rushed into her, sitting upright, her eyes flaring silver. Finally, they stood. Alex was aware they were all channeling the veil, power flaring from them. They didn't have to think about it or consult as their power arched out, connecting with Edward on one side of them and Kat on the other. The power flowed out from them to Damien and Isabella, linking them all together. As they rose up above the battle, the sky darkened and lightning cracked and ran across the dome of the barrier above the Kessler estate. As the battle lines paused, the enemy flinching back at the display above them, Alex took control of their combined energy and thrust it out. As the power rolled out over those who fought like a wave, lightning cracked down, the ground exploding, chunks of grass, earth, and rock flew into the air. Tendrils of power flooded out over the fighting force. Men and women slumped with gasps of pain as energy hammered into them and they collapsed into the ground. Alex had a moment, a very brief one, to feel satisfied before his eyes widened. A wave of power splashed up the barrier before crashing down and rolling back towards them. Throwing up his hands in an instinctive reaction, his protective barrier strengthened and expanded to cover himself and their people. He breathed a sigh of relief as he saw his friends do the same. The very air around them thrummed, the veil sparking and flaring as it rolled back over them all, to the far side. Taking a breath, Alex exerted himself, urging the veil to settle, drawing as much as he could of it back into himself. There was that moment, the moment where the silence was deafening. Then the moaning of the injured started. Their day wasn't finished yet. Alex looked at Jess and Kyle. They flung their arms around each other, taking a moment to share their mutual grief. Not only the loss of life, but their relief that they had survived it. The screams of those around them receding into the background. Once they'd freed their own people from their fiery cages, Alex turned his gaze to the dome above them that still contained the Kessler estate. He grimaced and jerked his head up at it. "Feel up for helping me deal with that? Otherwise none of us will be going anywhere." Alex smiled despite himself as Kyle and Jess nodded. Alex transported himself into the veiled world with Kyle and Jess appearing next to him. Not that any of them really needed to. They could have taken it down while still in the real world. Power flowed to him a lot easier from the veil, and he felt it was an advantage they could all use. Jess and Kyle both grinned back at him, and opening themselves up further to the veil, they drew in more power. "Let's get this done, Alex. I have a feeling none of us are too far off having to collapse in a bed." The fatigue was evident in Kyle's mind voice. With three of them drawing in energy, the veil around them began to surge and rumble in response once more. Alex opened himself up further, this time pulling more of that pure white power that terrified him the first time he'd encountered it. It rushed into him, spreading comforting warmth through him. Alex knew that to another's eyes, he'd be glowing with power filling him as it burst through and ran along his skin. Bolts of power rained down all around them, striking with loud booms. Alex paid it no mind, knowing none of it would hurt like it used to, not anymore. He glanced from Kyle to Jess, noting they both glowed, their forms blending in and becoming indistinct from the power they both channeled. "All right, my friends, let's bring this barrier down." On his command, the three of them unleashed their combined power on the barrier, seizing it in their mental grip and pounding away at it. At first, the shield, being a thing of living power, tried to resist the change they were willing on it. Then it started to buckle. With a groan, the wall started to undulate, running the length and breadth of it. Alex, seeing the tiny points of light shimmering through the wall, narrowed his eyes. He thrust the power he held at the small pinpricks of light. As he hammered at it, the holes became bigger, with large rents looking like they were peeling back. With a final ear-splitting shriek, the wall gave way, bursting outwards under their combined assault. Alex fell to his knees as the shock wave hit him, the vibrations rushing out over the world. He looked at the wave of power rolling out over the land and looked at his friends a little wide-eyed. Sensing another explosion, he threw up a hasty shield covering them all as a shock wave rebounded in their direction. Alex looked up and grinned weakly. Oops! Kyle and Jess chuckled under their breath. Chapter 7. Recall. Healer Chelsea Cataline ran her finger lightly over the finely crafted metal implements, accounting for all of them, the scalpel, scissors, and clamps. Not that she was expecting any of them to be gone. It had just been a long time since she'd actually checked them. Her fingers lingered on the scalpel, being careful not to cut her finger on the fine blade. They had belonged to her father before her, and she didn't want to risk losing any of them, particularly now. Rolling up the leather bundle, she walked across to her pack sitting on the wooden chair at the table and placed the small bundle of implements securely in the side pocket. As a real healer with talent, she didn't need or use the old implements much, but on occasion they came in handy, especially if she expended a great deal of energy healing others. Looking around the small, sparse stone cottage, she felt a twinge of regret. It had been a good home while she had been here with her assigned villages. Healers throughout the realm had been given a recall order, no matter the consequences to the local communities they served. Word of the disgusting attack on the Healers Guild had spread throughout their own channels, and in light of that attack, she could understand why the recall had been issued. It was better this way. Chelsea flipped the cover of the pack closed, doing up the buckle with practiced ease. She picked up the saddlebags and looked around at what had been her home one last time. She had left her home many times in the past. It was what a journeyman healer did. This time, unlike previous times, she knew that it was unlikely that she would be back. Sighing, she turned her back on the orderly cottage, walking out and closing the door quietly behind her. Chelsea swung her leg over the saddle and slid off her horse, tying the reins to the rail in the front yard of the property on the outskirts of the village. It was early, so she knew Ronald and his wife would still be home. Neither of them worked the land, the farmers around them used it. Instead, they worked in the village. They had their reasons to want some privacy without neighbors being on top of them and watching everything they did. Chelsea approached the door, knocking on it with 3 sharp raps. She heard the creak of the floorboards approaching the door, which cracked open a little. Ronald's eyes peered out at her, a look of relief flooding his face as he saw her. "Healer, it's good to see you. The boys are ready." Ronald opened the door, and Chelsea saw both boys sitting at the table in the small kitchen, dressed and ready for travel.
Good morning, Tyson, Jimmy. It's good to see you already. Say your goodbyes to your parents. Quick now, we have some distance to travel today.
Jessie smiled at them both, hoping to cover her impatience. Constance ushered both boys towards her, looking at her earnestly with tears welling in her eyes.
You will look after them, healer? Of course, Constance. This new treatment they are going for is doing wonders for those who bear the taint.
Chelsea placed her hand on the woman's shoulder, pulling her in for a hug. Ronald had gone around the corner of the house and led an old horse that looked like it had seen better days to the front. It was already laden with saddlebags that Chelsea guessed held some possessions for the boys. Constance ushered the boys out, and both parents hugged them before helping them mount. We could only afford the one horse, but Jimmy hasn't gone through his growth, and Tyson hasn't reached his full stature yet either. Ronald looked at her, wringing his hands.
It will be fine, Ronald. You are doing the right thing by your boys. I'll ensure they receive the best treatment.
Chelsea hugged them both one more time, with Ronald pressing a small coin purse into her hand as she drew away. She smiled her thanks, and mounting her own horse, she led the way off the property out onto the road that led out of town. She wanted to be well underway before there was much other movement on the road. Hopefully, they'd run less chance of encountering anyone that recognized either her or the boys. Chelsea pulled her horse into a crop of trees with a sigh of relief. The early start had been beneficial, and as she had predicted, they had met no one on the road that knew them. Not that it would matter that much, just the fewer people who knew which direction she headed or where she disappeared, the better. Walking her horse to the clearing, she dismounted, pulling her saddlebags from her horse. With concise instructions, she ordered the boys to do the same. Tyson looked a little confused since they hadn't gone far, but complied without asking any questions. His little brother was a few years younger and didn't know enough about what was going on to show any hesitation at all. Chelsea extracted a bottle of the medication she used on the tainted. This was the new distillation they'd all been instructed to use. From what she could see, already it was having better results. She poured a measure and looked over to see Jimmy not far away.
Come here, Jimmy,
she said quietly. The boy looked up from where he lay on the ground, growling in a beetle he'd found with sticks. Climbing to his feet, he complied, and at seeing the measure in her hand, he opened his mouth without comment, swallowing the liquid without complaint. Having done as requested, he went back to playing with his bug. Tyson looked at her calmly and walked over to her. Taking the stop route, he paused with the bottle halfway to his mouth, glancing up towards the sun, which wasn't anywhere near the middle of the day.
I did have my tonic this morning. Mother made sure of it.
Chelsea smiled lightly, touching his hand and pushing it towards his mouth.
Of course you did. We have a long way to go today. This extra dose will see you both out until we make camp tonight.
She saw the flicker of hesitation on Tyson's face and tried not to grind her teeth. He was of that age where he'd started to question everything. Then he shrugged and swallowed the medication. Chelsea watched him closely while keeping the unconcerned smile on her face. It had been a double dose of the medication. Tyson looked down, confused, as his hand started shaking a little and the bottle fell from his fingers, landing with a dull thud. His knees buckled and he sank to the ground, his whole body trembling. She sidestepped adroitly as he slumped forward onto the ground, shudders sweeping in reaction to the drug in his system. His mind was open to her own, and she'd been forging the ties between them that would bind him and his powers for months now in preparation.
Help me,
his voice whispered in her mind, still not understanding she had overdosed him on purpose as she compelled him to sleep.
Trust me, Tyson. This is for the best. I'll save you.
Chelsea stood up as soon as she was assured Tyson was asleep. She felt it would be easier with Tyson asleep when they were taken to the enclave. Turning, she noticed that Jimmy lay curled up on the ground where he'd been playing with his beetle. The lad was much easier to deal with, but she didn't need him wailing all the way back to the Order. She had considered leaving him behind when Master Healer Kevin had issued her recall. He was certainly too young to be useful right now. Then she had reconsidered. He was young now, but he already showed signs of being strong in the taint when he grew, potentially as strong as his brother. Tyson was tainted and strong, but that wasn't such a deterrent with the new medications and what she'd been told could be achieved. She had no doubt her master would be pleased with her offerings. He had, after all, ordered her to bring any of the tainted she was treating with her. Chelsea smiled, satisfied. Chapter 70. Judgment. William appeared in the courtyard where Lord Castler had been dragged along with the identified minor lords that had joined in his rebellion against the crown. He thanked Ryan, who'd transported him here once Alex had given the all-clear. Rosalinda and the dagger wives that had defended him in the Vale spread out in an arc behind him. Rosalinda had flatly refused to be left behind given the treachery of the king's guard. He looked around, his eyes settling on the lords who'd turned traitor. They were all bound, awaiting his judgment. Lord Castler's mouth popped open and color drained from his face. Then he started struggling, looking around, trying to gain support from those watching.
"See? He's unfit to rule! He's one of the monsters!"
Lord Castler swayed as one of the guards holding him cuffed him on the back of the head. On William's approach, the guard on the other side of the traitor struck the back of his legs, causing his knees to buckle. They pushed him down onto his knees. William stopped, looking down at the man who only months earlier had pledged his fealty to him at his coronation. "Is there any compelling reason why I should spare your life, Alfred?" William heard the bite in his own tone, making no effort to hide his anger.
"I denounce you! You're no king of mine, just a monster!"
Kessler spat. The guards behind him reacted promptly, one cuffing him over the back of the head. With his hands tied behind his back, Kessler screamed as he went face first onto the paved courtyard. The other guard leaned forward and grabbed him by his hair and hauled him back up. He moaned, blood running freely from his nose. William shook his head. "There is a monster. There has been since before the Sundered War, and it is the Killiam Order."
"You'd say anything to cover up your perfidy, false king!"
Alfred's eyes were wide and bulging. "Lord Alfred Castler, you are guilty of treason. I hereby strip you of your rank, lands, and holding, which revert to the crown. You will pay for your crimes with your life." William waved off the guard who stepped forward to carry out the sentence. As far as he was concerned, if he was going to order the death of one of his own lords, then he needed to be willing to kill the man himself. William put his hand on his hilt and realized it was his ceremonial blade. It was fully functional, but not really designed with this grisly work in mind. Alex drew his own sword and took a knee, offering it up. William gravely took Alex's blade, noting almost absently his brother had made time to clean it off. Alex stood and backed up a step. "Use the veil. Channel the energy to reinforce the blade and increase your own strength, just as you've practiced in training." William acknowledged Alex's guidance with a nod of his head. Taking a breath, he drew energy into himself, allowing the intoxicating feeling to fill him. The blade sprang to life as he willed power into it. He drew his arm back and swung with all his strength. Kessler's scream was cut off abruptly. The blade sliced through the traitor's neck without even a hint of resistance. William didn't flinch as the blood spurt. He'd somehow forgotten about the blood. Kyle and Alex hadn't, as they threw up hasty shields to protect him and the guards. The headless body toppled to the pavement with a dull thud. William glanced down at the blood trailing down the blade in his hand, a drop forming on the tip and dripping down to join the growing pool on the ground. He looked up from the body to those who looked on. Silence had settled on the other captives, fear weighing heavily on the courtyard as they realized their coming fate. 3 of the minor lords had survived the fight. The guards yanked their head back as William walked towards them, sword in hand. Alex watched as his brother passed judgment on his lords, and they paid for their acts with their lives. The last person left shackled and kneeling on the cobbles of the courtyard, watched over by members of the elite, was Kevin. William looked back at him, holding out the sword. "Fourth, I cede this one to you for all the harm he has caused, should you wish to pass final judgment." William's face was calm, the pulse of his anger not as heated, yet still simmering in the background. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Alex walked forward and reclaimed his sword without ceremony, then glanced across at Edward. the other's grief at the loss of one of his long-term companions still evident. "I think there is another who has a greater claim, should he wish it, and you permit?" Alex looked over to Edward, who looked to William. "Edward Jonathan Rathadon, former Fourth. During the time of the Sundered War, do you claim right to pass judgment over this one who once rode in your companion's cohort?" William's voice carried across the courtyard, and all eyes turned to Edward. Edward swallowed and walked slowly forward and bowed. "Thank you, my king. I will." Edward drew his own sword and closed the distance between him and Kevin. The blade shone with power as it sliced through his neck. The only sound in the courtyard was the thump of Kevin's head on the ground. "King William, Fourth, I'm sorry that I did not see what he was capable of, the harm he would do." Edward looked at the both of them, regret showing clearly in his eyes, before he nodded and walked back to his place at Kat's side. Master Healer Aaron watched with a heavy heart as the king dispensed his judgment on the rebel lords, all of them paying with their lives. As a healer, he found the loss of life distressing, but he steeled his heart. These men had committed treason and had led others in the same. Lives, both human and kin, had been destroyed for generations due to the atrocities committed by the Killiam Order. William could have sat back and others could have carried out his sentence, but he took the burden on himself. If you held another's fate in your hands, you should at least have the decency to face them with valor. "Try to reach for my mind again, and you won't live long enough to face the king's judgment." Kyle growled, his eyes still glowing with power as he looked at one of the prisoners he held. The guildmaster inspected the other prisoners being watched over by Alex and Kyle. "Does anyone speak up for these ones?" William's voice was cool, like he was discussing the weather rather than determining whether someone should live or die. Aaron stirred, walking forward and taking his cue from the Fourth's attitude earlier. If anything, that had flagged William's mood. He sank to his knee, a clear supplicant. "My liege, on behalf of the Healers' Guild, I beg mercy for these ones, and ask that they be transferred to our care." William turned to pin him with a cool gaze. "On what grounds do they deserve our mercy?" "Their healer bonds were corrupted by one in the position of power over them when they were but junior trainees, my king. They had no choice after what he did to their minds." Aaron fought the urge to explain. He was aware William knew all of the details. "What do you propose to do with them?" William glanced over at the former healers and back at him. "Put them in care. Reset their bonds. When we are certain of their rehabilitation, they will be put to work under the guidance of a senior healer. They will make amends for the damage done, even though it was at the will of another." Aaron didn't take his eyes off William. The master healers had debated long and hard over what should be done if any of the suborned healers survived. They'd come to the heart-rending conclusion that even though their actions were not of their choosing, the former healers could not be trusted again. They had helped destroy the lives of thousands of kin from across Valencia who'd done nothing but be born with power. There had been very little reprieve for the sundered kind, for the most part driven to death in this battle by those controlling them. After everything the healers had done, if the king spared them, they would be closely supervised and spend the remainder of their lives in service to the people of Valencia. William glanced at the master healers arrayed behind him. "Are you ready to take them into the custody of the Healers' Guild now?" "Yes, my liege." "I haven't forgotten the Healers' Guild's role in this mess. Those acts may be buried in our history, but you will advise your guildmaster never to act against the crown or the people of Valencia again, even by omission." William's tone brooked no resistance. "You have our pledge, my liege.
We regret deeply that the research done by the Healers Guild brought so much pain and death.
Aaron remembered his horror when he discovered in the old sealed reports that the Healers Guild was ultimately responsible for the Sundered and the Killiam Order both. Aaron knew the head guildmaster had pored over the reports himself, hoping the results were wrong, only to come to the sickening conclusion that it really had been the old Healing Guild research that had unleashed the Sundered plague on them all. The head guildmaster in that day should have come clean about what they'd done, and certainly should have kept a closer eye on Gale Killiam. The list of symptoms in the reports had pointed clearly to their medication being used, yet the guild in that day had hidden their own involvement in releasing that madness-inflicted horde out of fear. The king regarded him for such a long time that Aaron began to worry, despite knowing that William was a reasonable man. He shifted uncomfortably as the stones of the courtyard started biting into his knees, yet he knew as a supplicant begging a favor he couldn't stand until the king gave him his response and permission to stand. They are victims as well, although that does not pardon their guilt. Take them. Rehabilitate them if you can. If any of them harm another again, their lives will be forfeit. William indicated he could rise. Aaron sighed in relief, accepting the assistance of one of his master healers to stand. It was at least a little more graceful than he feared it would have been if he'd tried to stand by himself. He bowed, and the king dismissed him, so he gathered his master healers to him and went to take charge of the prisoners. As they approached, he paused to raise his hands to his heart, then to his forehead, acknowledging the fourth and his companions. The Healers Guild owed them a great deal for their intervention. He shuddered, thinking of the damage that would have been done to their ranks if they hadn't uncovered the traitor in their midst. That one of the kin could infiltrate the guild and remain hidden for all those years represented a massive failing, one that was being rectified. Alex nodded acknowledgement and gestured to the prisoners he was assisting to contain. "They're all yours, healer. We will release them from the shields we are maintaining once you have them under your control. Be warned, they are fighting the restraint we have on them, even though it doesn't look like it." Kyle grimaced and stepped aside as one of his healers went to stand in front of one of the corrupted healers, placing his hands firmly on the woman's temples.
"Yes, thank you for the warning, Lord Kyle. We can see they are resisting all of you. We will get them under control and release you from this burden."
Aaron nodded at his people. They each closed the distance between them and one of their former colleagues, and dove into the others' minds without question. All of them were well aware of the need to gain control quickly. If these ones escaped their care before they had the chance to repair the damage done to their minds, their lives would be forfeit. Aaron watched on as his people completed their work, his lips a thin line. They had a heavy task ahead in making sure no one in the guild could be taken like this again. The knowledge they had failed to protect junior trainees in the guild's care, allowed them to sink under the control of another, weighed heavily on them all. He would ensure it never happened again. Each of the prisoners sank into a deep sleep under the compulsion of the healers. Some of Aaron's colleagues rushed forward with stretchers, and the prisoners were moved carefully onto them and binding secured them to their beds. There would be no chance of escape for these ones. Aaron looked over at the even smaller group, huddled together on the ground with a few of the elite standing guard over them, the small handful of Sundered who'd survived the death of their controllers, their masters. He could feel the emanations coming from their minds. The ability to reason and communicate had fled them. All that was left to them was the shells of their bodies that had survived. Aaron closed his eyes and took a deep breath, turning back to his king.
"Your Majesty, I beg one more boon of you, although it may test your patience."
He was about to sink to his knees again, but stopped at a gesture from William. "What favor do you seek from the crown, Aaron?" William's voice was steady and without a hint of emotion, his face expressionless.
"Those few broken Sundered that survived. Sanity has fled them, and I fear there is nothing we can do to repair the damage to their minds. Let us take the burden of those ones into our care, for as long as they should continue to live."
William looked over to the small huddled group. None of them tried to escape. Indeed, none of them seemed capable of it. Amongst their number was Amelia, the former consort-elect of the Fourth, rocking slowly back and forth, her eyes just as vacant as those that sat with her. "Take them, and care for them well. Like your surviving healers, these did great harm, but choice in this fight was taken from them." Aaron bowed as William turned away, obviously dismissing him. Given the fate of the traitorous lords, he had feared the worst for these remaining few. Alex's eyes settled on Amelia, and he felt as if he'd been stabbed in the heart at the sight of her, sitting on the ground, staring straight ahead, rocking back and forth. Broken. "Wait, healer." Alex spoke softly, and with effort pushed himself off the wall he'd been leaning on. The healer, who'd been about to lead Amelia away, stopped and looked at him, a question in his eyes as he backed away on Alex's approach. Alex knelt in front of Amelia, brushing a strand of hair that had escaped her braid from her face. He leaned forward and gently brushed his lips against her forehead. "You gave what little of you was left for me in the end. I probably would have fallen to Kevin if you hadn't fought. Thank you." He spoke softly into her mind, although he knew she wasn't able to respond. All that remained inside the shell of her body was the image flickering in her head of a crazed young girl in a dirty, ripped shift that was too big for her, matted hair covering her face. She rocked back and forth in a cell, isolated, her rail-thin arms raised with her palms pressed against her eyes, locked in the madness of her own mind. Isabella had said she'd been under the domination and mind control of another too long to be able to survive. That, coupled with the power Kevin had blasted at her during the battle, had destroyed the spark of her that had survived the Order's torture and tampering. There was very little of Amelia left, with the various shells of the persona she'd worn most of her life stripped away. The only true part of her remained, just the terrified little girl who'd been betrayed and taken as a child consumed by madness after being locked away from the world since childhood. He looked over at Kyle, and his friend looked haunted. He walked forward, and dropping to his knee, he pulled Amelia's unresponsive form into his arms, resting his cheek against the top of her head. "I'm sorry, little sister. I'm sorry I didn't try as hard to save you as you did to save us." Tears traced their way down his cheek as he grieved for her. Isabella walked forward and placed her hands lightly on Amelia's temples. Alex watched as the cell in Amelia's mind rippled away to be replaced by a room with rich furnishings. Instead of sitting on a cold stone floor, she now sat on a fine rug. Her hair was groomed and piled on her head in an intricate design. Her torn and dirty shift replaced by a beautiful deep green gown threaded with gold and silver thread. A coronet, necklace, and bracelet signifying her as the consort-elect of the Fourth once again adorned her. "It won't last, but it's better than a cell." Isabella looked sad and backed off. The healer moved forward and checked Isabella's handiwork.
"Ah, that is a kindness, Lady Isabella. We will ensure it does last."
The healer smiled and nodded. Alex took the hint and climbed to his feet, as did Kyle, backing away to allow the healer to take his charge. "Is that what would have happened to me if I'd stayed bound to Joanna and anything had happened to her?" Kyle swallowed and looked from Isabella to Aaron. Isabella looked grim.
"Yes, Kyle. You were almost lost as it was. Those taken as thralls lose their ability to function without a master or mistress."
Alex frowned. "Yet the healers seem fine." Aaron shook his head.
"What was done to Amelia and those like her is not the same as what we do with the healer trainees."
How is it different, healer? William had calmed down by now and seemed merely curious.
We do not enslave the minds of those with the healer's gift, Your Majesty. We simply put compulsions on them not to harm others with their gifts.
Is that why you think you can help the healers whose bonds were broken? Alex looked over towards the corrupted healers who sat in a group together under the watchful gaze of Aaron's people and some of the elite.
Yes, Fourth. It's not quite the same thing.
What will you do with her? Kyle's voice was soft as he watched Amelia being guided to sit in the back of a carriage.
We will settle her in a room in the Healers Guild. She and the others will be confined but well cared for as long as they survive. In their current states, they don't have the ability to cause any further harm.
She is still powerful, Aaron. Should she recover enough to use the veil, she could be a risk to you all.
With what is left of her mind, I do not believe she will ever have that capability, Your Highness. We will closely monitor all of the surviving Sundered and take steps should it prove necessary.
Aaron's assessment was blunt. He turned to walk away, but paused to turn back at the last.
Be assured we will continue to seek a cure, but we are not hopeful.
Chapter 71. A lift. Alex leaned in the shade of the wall, trying to make it look like he wasn't monitoring his brother. He figured he was failing miserably, aware that Kyle and Jess were doing the same. His brother's simmering anger that had been bubbling away below the surface since William found out about some of his lords turning traitor had started to dissipate, although he suspected William was more angry at them leading their people in a pointless war. All of them had tried their hardest not to kill everyone they were lined up against. Not an easy task when those same people showed no similar compunctions. Still, in credit to their own forces, they had done a remarkable job. Hearing of the events that had transpired in the palace, Alex suspected he'd be seething with anger himself at the commander and his men turning traitor in both the palace and here, if he'd had the energy to sustain it. As it turned out, all he wanted to do was get back to the palace and collapse in bed, before he collapsed out here. He suspected Kyle and Jess were in no better shape than he was. He glanced over to where Aaron and his healers were busy with the wounded. They had placed their charges, the ones the King's mercy had spared, in a healer-induced sleep so they could tend to the wounded. The acting commander of the combined forces of the various loyal lords stepped forward and bowed smartly.
The rest of the prisoners are all restrained, Your Majesty.
See, they are transported to the palace. Do we have space in the cells for them all? William frowned, looking out to the guards below with the rank upon rank of household guards who'd followed their lords into treason, and those who had been members of the King's Guard who'd turned traitor. The acting commander shook his head in response.
We'll construct some temporary cells, Your Majesty.
Alex watched as William dismissed the acting commander, sending the man off to dispatch his own orders to his men. What will be done with them all? Alex spoke quietly for his brother's ears only. William glanced at him.
If the healers can assist in determining the truth for those that hold with their master's viewpoint, they'll join their lords in death. If they simply followed the instructions of their command, they'll be given a choice: serve or die.
Alex considered William's assessment, and in the current moment, with the heat of battle only just starting to fade, it seemed to be a fair compromise. He clapped his brother on the shoulder. Fair enough. How are you? William looked at him and smiled bitterly.
It had to be done. If I couldn't do it myself, I had no right to ask it of you or anyone else.
Alex ducked his head. Yes, you do. It's one of the perks of being the king. You have plenty of minions to do your bidding. William gestured to the lines of shackled prisoners.
With those ones, another can carry out the judgment. For my own forsworn lords? For aligning with all of this? Even with the knowledge they had of what the Order was doing and the assassination of Father? No, that is a sentence I had to carry out myself.
Alex looked around and nodded, seeing that everything was in order. "With your permission, William, we'll get back to the palace before I create a scene and pass out here." Alex grinned tiredly at William's startled look. "If someone has the energy to transport us at least, I fear I'll collapse if I even try such a simple thing right now." William's startled look turned into one of concern as he nodded, and after issuing his last few orders, he finally indicated he was ready. After a quick conversation, it was Isabella and Damien who pulled them all into the Vale and transported them back to the palace. Chapter 72. New Life. William walked into the inner sanctum of his suite, sighing with relief as the heavy doors shut behind him. The weeks since the battle had been intense. Neither the world nor duty stopped just because you wanted a break from the turmoil. Still, he was relieved. Reports were flittering in that Valencia was returning to normal. Those that had fled their homes for the dubious safety of the bigger towns were going back to their communities. New lords and ladies had been acknowledged to take up the forfeited lands and titles of those forsworn. He was even starting to come to terms with his unwanted powers. He may not have wanted that additional burden, but it was his now regardless of what he wanted. To his relief, they made little difference to his life right now. It wasn't like he had much power anyway. William walked straight through the other room to his bedroom, starting to take off his cloak, only to pause as another hand grabbed the heavy garment from him.
"Allow me, William."
Rosalinda's dark eyes stared up at him for a moment before she turned and placed the garment on a hook by the door. William stood, stunned. He licked his lips as she walked gracefully forward and rose up on the balls of her feet to remove his crown, turning to place it on its pedestal. William knew that Sean, who seemed to be missing, would appear at some point to put everything away. "Rosalinda, I'm sorry. I haven't been trying to ignore you." He stopped as she placed her fingers on his lips. Smiling, she drew him deeper into the room, and pausing near the bed, she looked up at him through her eyelashes.
"I know you haven't, but I'm told things are starting to calm down."
Her voice was low and husky. William found himself unaccountably nervous as he looked at her and finally noticed she was only wearing a brief shift of flowing silk that didn't leave much to his imagination. He found his face heating up as she reached up and started to unbutton his shirt, peeling it off slowly. She looked up at him again, and her fingers made quick work of the fastenings on his trousers.
"It's time we conceived an heir."
Her hand ran up his chest. William swallowed. He reached with one hand and pulled at the ribbons that bound her silk gown before he could think too much about it. The silk slid smoothly from her and pooled at her feet. He picked her up, turning around and placing her on the bed. "This could take some practice." Rosalinda smiled, reaching up to pull his head down for a kiss. William decided that Valencia and his worries could look after itself for a time. Rosalinda was right. He needed an heir, and he suspected that this wouldn't be the most arduous of his duties as king, and in fact might be one of the few he actually enjoyed. William nodded his thanks to the elite as he passed between them and entered his brother's rooms in the complex of the Fourth. His face fell as he looked down on his brother's still sleeping form. Alex, Jess, and Kyle had fallen into a deep sleep on their return to the palace. It seemed Alex hadn't been joking when he'd said he wanted to get back before he collapsed. He had only the assurance of the healers that they all still lived. Thankfully, for his state of mind, Isabella had reassured him and hadn't seemed worried. She'd pointed out to him that Damien had fallen into such a state for weeks after putting the barrier up around Illyrith. He'd eventually woken up unharmed by his prolonged slumber. William turned as Isabella walked into the room from the gardens beyond. She smiled and kissed him on the cheek.
"How is Rosalinda this morning?"
William grinned. "Cursing my name? It's all my fault she feels so sick, apparently. I don't know. I distinctly remember it was all her idea." Isabella's eyes sparkled.
I'll make sure to call on her. The healers confirm everything is well?
Yes, the twins are growing as they should. Isabella's eyes widened.
Twins? When did you find out?
William nodded. The healers informed me they detected the split from one life force to two this morning. He had been a little shocked by the announcement and ordered the healers not to let Rosalinda out of their sight, an order that his consort had immediately countermanded with a disgusted look in his direction. She had informed him she was pregnant, not dying, before shooing him out of his own bedroom, which she seemed to have taken up permanent residence in. Actually, she seemed to have taken it on herself to rule the entire royal wing. She bossed around the servants and guards and, not so coincidentally, William himself, when he was in his suite. When he allowed himself to think about it, he was stunned to find he didn't actually mind. She created a haven for him where the lords and ladies who'd previously treated his private domain as their own, coming and going as they desired, suddenly showed a little more restraint. Twins? How long have I been sleeping? William spun to see his brother curled onto his side, staring up at him with a grin on his face. William closed his eyes briefly as relief flooded him. Isabella swept past him and climbed up onto the bed, throwing her arms around Alex. William smiled. It seemed she had not been so blasé about the length of Alex's sleep as she'd pretended.
Just over a month.
Alex held Isabella close and looked up at her, his eyes wide in shock. A month? Sorry. He grinned, not looking apologetic at all. Didn't mean to. Congratulations. The impending birth of your heirs lets Elizabeth and myself off the hook, and I'm sure she's as grateful as I am. Thank Rosalinda. William shrugged. It was all her idea. I am king of the entire realm, but she is in charge in the royal wing. He chuckled. The first lord Rosalinda had thrown out of their domain had been a little stunned, but had not dared to burst in again. He'd sent a messenger and made an appointment before seeing the king ever since.
Your Majesty, Lord Kyle and Lady Jessalyn are both awake as well.
Aaron came hobbling into the room.
I guess there's no point in telling you to take it easy.
Alex laughed. Not in the slightest. I feel fine, if a little shocked at the whole slept for a month thing. Alex looked over as his doors opened again and Kyle burst into his rooms with Jess firmly in hand, followed by harried-looking healers who stopped just inside the door. Both of the healers looked shamefaced and a little alarmed that their patients had managed to escape their care. Kyle and Jess clambered up on the bed with Alex and Isabella, all of them grinning at each other, looking for all the world like they'd regressed to childhood. William looked at them and groaned. Now that they were awake, he couldn't imagine it would take much time for the three of them to find trouble. That, or trouble would find them. Alex looked around the clearing he'd burnt out what seemed a lifetime ago.
You don't do anything by halves, do you, Alex?
Jess grinned at him. The great forest was never held back for long, and regrowth was spreading in a startling fashion. The previously blackened earth he'd left behind him now had trees and shrubs growing back, the patches of green startling against the black. Shall we? Kyle looked at him. Smiling, Alex nodded and transferred to the veil with both Kyle and Jess, yet they stayed in this recovering devastation he'd wrought. Closing his eyes, he allowed the power to flow into him, aware that both Jess and Kyle did the same. Peace, calmness, and a sense of right descended on him. Unlike previously, when he'd been blinded in pain and agony, his body and his mind still in transition and unable to cope with the seemingly ever-increasing power. He knew, to another's eyes, they'd all be radiating power right now, more than most could hold, and he knew that they weren't even trying at this stage. That was about to change. Alex opened his eyes and drew that pure white energy into himself, then funneled it out, willing it to take shape. Energy rumbled and crackled all around them, but they ignored it. It couldn't cause him or Kyle or Jess any harm now. Around them the veil rippled, and out of that power they spun a vast estate house. The grounds around erupted as trees grew fully formed, vines stretching in between them, and grass sprouted up out of the ground in a wave covering the blackened earth. Cobbled pathways seemingly formed out of nothing, winding about manicured gardens, a replica of the gardens of the royal palace in Callahan. The three of them spun higher in the air and looked down on their handiwork. Their very own palace glittered below, lit with the burning colors of the setting sun. Amberbrake stood in the distance, with an impenetrable thick forest between Alex's new retreat and one of his favorite places in the realm. His eyes narrowed, and the earth groaned. The crack of splitting lumber sounded, and a paved pathway formed between this palace and the outskirts of the village. He had no doubt that the villagers would discover it eventually. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated once more, feeling power from both Kyle and Jess join his as a shield formed like a bubble around their new retreat, keyed to allow a very few, of their kind entry. Others of lesser ability would be shut out unless they granted passage. This place would serve as a sanctuary for those with power, especially those who needed training. It would be a refuge for those of their own kind going through transition, should they want it. Of course, the fact that it stood out here on the tri-border was no coincidence. Rosalinda was absolutely certain that her father would have a tantrum when he worked out his carefully laid plans hadn't worked. Alex doubted her emperor father would find it terribly amusing. Perhaps the Elderborn being camped out on his doorstep might just give him pause. He looked at his lifelong friends and grinned. It would be years yet before he judged they would feel like retreating from the world. That time when they, like their relatives before them, would stand aside to allow others to pick up the burden of duty. But at least they had a place prepared for that day. Alex knew the shockwaves from their crafting were rolling through the veiled world. He had no doubt that the shock would assault some minds and knock them into unconsciousness. Those of power would sit up and take notice, their eyes turning to assess those who caused the world to tremble. They would know that the Elderborn had come into their own and entered the world. Chapter 8. Connections. Amelia picked her way through the rapidly expanding tent enclave that spread out across the open grounds outside Lord Castler's estate. The Order's followers now called this place home. Their numbers had increased as Lord Castler called in the minor lords that looked to him and their personal estate guards. At least now they had trained fighters, although she doubted they could stand long against the King's Guard, let alone if the combined ranks of the elite fell on them. Still, they would provide a welcome distraction when they were discovered. Amelia had no doubt the king would learn about their location eventually, or he would when he recovered and took the throne. Amelia did not know William as well as her brother did, but she had no doubt about his reaction when he found out. William would not take the rebellion of one of his lords lightly. It would be better if they had found elsewhere to be, but her master insisted they stay put, that they were safe enough, at least for now. She had been keeping an eye out for any sign of movement from Jess and, in particular, her brother, expecting they would commence searching for the Order's new location. Yet she had detected no movement from them at all. That gave her hope that William's condition was far worse than she'd thought. At least, if she kept a lookout, she could warn her master that it was time to move unless they were ready to take up the fight. While the consensus was that the death of the old king had been a massive blow, it had become more than apparent that William had survived his shock transition. At least that is the word they were receiving from the palace. It remained to be seen if he'd done so with his mind intact. None here, not the members of the Order nor any of Lord Castler's people, knew who or what her master was. Her eyes narrowed, and a smile curved on her lips. They would be right to fear if only they knew the truth. She had no doubt they would run in horror, seeking the king's forgiveness and protection if they ever found out. A group of men clustered around one of their campfires turned to watch her as she walked past. The men laughed, all trading glances with each other. She gathered she was the subject of their conversation. One of the men stepped out in front of her as she went to go past them. She smelled the alcohol on his breath and seeping out of his skin as he leered down at her. "So, what do you say about you and me having some sport to relieve the boredom of sitting here?" A rank, unwashed smell assaulted her as he stepped in closer, pressing his body up against her. Amelia didn't flinch away from him. She simply stared up at him coldly. He looked over his shoulder at his companions and laughed. One of his hands attempted to grope her, to pull her into his tent. Amelia contented herself with snatching his arm, twisting it as she stepped back. He squealed as she pressed his wrist at an angle just short of breaking it. He thumped into the ground. She glared at the man's friends who'd gone to take a step towards her and wrenched the struggling man's wrist back further so he squealed again, halting their progress. Amelia dropped the guard's arm and strode away, aware that every eye was on her as she passed through the camp. One thing about being free from the constraints of the Lady Amelia Stratford persona was that dressing didn't take anywhere near the amount of time it used to. In her old life, she'd looked down on Jess, who wore her hunting and training clothes whenever she could get away with it. Many of the ladies of the court had gossiped snidely about her normal state of dress. It hadn't helped that Jess looked good no matter what she wore. That was what really stung for many of the ladies. Now that Amelia didn't have to pretend to be something she wasn't, life was so much simpler. Amelia slid the last of her blades into its sheath and turned, smiling coldly. Now it was time to pay a little visit to the poor excuse of a man who'd laid hands on her. Killing him in front of his friends would have been educational for them all, but her master preferred her to be a little more discreet. Concentrating, she pulled herself to that other place. Her room receded, and she shuddered as the coolness washed over her. She could see her room still, but it was like a thin gray veil hung between her and the room she'd been standing in moments before. Under her master's guidance, her understanding and abilities had progressed rapidly, the knowledge he'd gained over the years overlaying and replacing her own ignorance. Pushing herself further away from her room, she moved the short distance outside the castle walls. With the encampment spread out below her, she paused to look down at the glowing fires of those who couldn't fit within the confines of the estate walls. Amelia saw the small cluster of tents where she knew her quarry was located. Keeping the thinnest of veil between her and the real world, she stalked around those still around the campfire. A wolfish grin lit her face. He wasn't one of those still at the fire. Eyes narrowing, she walked over to the tents. She passed by the ones with the flaps open. She could see they were empty. Only 2 of the tents in this cluster had their flaps secured. Amelia walked carefully around the back of the first one. Pulling in more of the power, she inched forward, shuddering as she felt the fabric of the tent wall slide past. It was an unnerving feeling, one her master assured her she would outgrow as she became more powerful. A sigh of relief escaped her lips when she found herself standing inside the tent. Looking over to the man inside, she saw he'd only just retired for the night as he was disrobing. Her eyes glinted. Success. The foul man who'd accosted her today had peeled off his shirt and was now fumbling at the belt of his trousers. Amelia closed the distance between them, and she observed him shudder as she stood at his back, her knife drawn. Her grin widened. He had a touch of the talent. As he unbuttoned his trousers and started to pull them down, Amelia leaned forward.
"You will pay for what you have done."
He started and straightened, holding his pants with one hand as he looked around, his eyes wide in sudden fear.
"You will never harm another woman again. Die!"
He gasped and swung around wildly. Amelia let go of the veil as he swung to face her. He dropped hold of his pants, stumbling as he tried to back off in horror, falling back onto his cot, his legs tangled in his trousers. Amelia fell on him, her blade flaring with a life of its own and flashing, plunging into his chest. His hands clawed weakly at her arm as she grabbed what passed for a pillow and clamped it over his face, muffling his gurgling. As his eyes bulged in terror, she took delight in the last twitches of fear rolling through the man just before the light died from his eyes. Amelia rolled off the beast, her eyes half-lidded, taking the moment to enjoy the pleasure that swept through her as the body of her kill cooled beside her. Kevin looked over as Amelia arrived, smiling at the success he'd had with her. It had taken years of work and trialing many combinations of the toxin, constantly refining it. The numbers who had died in the process over the years didn't bear thinking about. That refined toxin, in combination with his tame journeyman having strong mind control gifts, had proven the essential key he'd been searching for all these years. Amelia was firmly under his control now, to the point where he didn't have to constantly order her around. Once she had been broken to his will, mind control restraints in place with the assistance of the toxin to help break down her natural resistance, she was his. Now she followed his direction without him having to constantly control her. Humans with weak minds and abilities were easy to break, particularly once he had infiltrated the Healers Guild and learned their methods. Normal humans had proven to be so fragile.
"You're late."
"Yes, Master. There was a matter I had to deal with."
Kevin saw her eyes glow, her lips parting. He knew she had killed. His Amelia loved to kill. Not that he cared whose life she extinguished. The shell that had been Lady Amelia had been shattered, falling from her in a million pieces, scattering, lost. Having been trained in the healer's ways, he knew very well there was no redemption for her. Controlled from childhood, she belonged to the Order. Smiling, he patted the seat next to him. "Anything to report from your patrol?" Kevin couldn't help the proprietary feeling he had for Amelia. He'd known of the rumored long-term problems of taking another kin as a thrall. If one or the other was subject to madness, then both could spiral down. That wasn't something he'd wish to court. He wanted power. He just needed the right tools. And he finally had them. He'd noted in himself the benefit of his method of mind control was that while he definitely felt possessive of Amelia, she was undoubtedly his. That ownership, her enslavement, wasn't causing him to spiral into madness. Of course, now that he was certain her treatment was complete, he was careful not to be in her mind all the time. Amelia was also stable. He felt that was the key to holding madness at bay himself.
"I could find no indications of anyone around our base, Master. Jess and my brother are nowhere close."
Amelia rarely showed any emotion, but right now he sensed satisfaction. "Good. And what about your former consort-to-be?" Kevin felt his irritation rise, as it tended to do any time he thought about the Rathodon prince. Any of them. They were all so infernally lucky, and yet showed no ambition to really rule as they should.
"Alex is still at the palace, where he has remained since the death of the king. He killed the last Sunder dispatched to the palace. I saw that much before its life was extinguished. As a guess, he is at his brother's side a great deal of the time."
Amelia's eyes grew cold as she thought about her former lover.
"I don't believe he has discovered our connection, Master."
Kevin contemplated her, surprised. A hint of emotion had entered her tone as she spoke of her former consort-elect. He would have thought by now Alex or his friends would have discovered the connection. Granted, the bonds between his slave and Alex weren't useful for much other than plaguing her former lover with dreams. He couldn't be compelled by them and was immune to the toxin. It had been useful to nudge the prince into believing he was in love with Amelia, but she still had to work at it, as distance between them when Alex had fled the palace and the confusion caused by transition had shown. That damn Rathodon luck had run true yet again. Still, Amelia had managed to surprise him on more than one occasion. What use do you think you can make of them besides unsettling his sleep?
I think I can make him come to me, master.
Kevin sat up straighter, suddenly intrigued. Why would he do that? Amelia's smile turned predatory.
Alex still believes the feelings he has for me are genuine.
Kevin thought about her observation, looking at her steadily. So you think he will be driven to come to you?
I know I can get him into bed with me. He'll believe he really does love me.
Then what?
Then I can bring him to you of his own free will.
Amelia's eyes lit with anticipation. Kevin chuckled at the thought of a Rathodon prince submitting to another's will. Still, he had nothing to lose from allowing Amelia to try, and potentially a lot to gain. At worst, Alex would have some sleepless nights plagued by nightmares. All right. I'm not certain it will work. The Rathodon princes, with a few exceptions in their history, tend to have a well-ingrained sense of honor and duty. In my interactions with Alex, I haven't seen any sign that he lacks those family traits. Kevin nodded his approval for her scheme. You will look to your own safety at all times. I will not risk you. If you meet up with him, take one of the others with you as a backup should Alex try anything. Amelia frowned at the last.
I'm sure if I can get Alex into my bed, I can control him. If Alex senses anyone else, he will retreat.
Very well, Amelia. I will teach you how to shield appropriately so not even Alex will know anyone is watching over you. Kevin stood and led her out of the room. It wouldn't do for him to give her lessons here. Anyone might walk in, which would lead to questions he wasn't ready to answer right now. This has been Elderborn, The Being of Dreams, Book 3 by Catherine M. Walker. Narrated by Steve Campbell. Text copyright 2020 by Catherine M. Walker. Production copyright by Catherine M. Walker. All rights reserved.